mountains that surrounded our rivers and the water. We're just thankful for the moisture, for the coolness, and the change of the seasons are approaching. I still know our lands are dry and our animals are looking to our five units people to provide comfort, care, water, food to them. Just thankful today for our animals who continue to give us the strength and carry on our teachings and provide us the herbs and provide us with the nutrition that we need. Holy One, we just ask for the strength to move this COVID virus to dissipate high up in the atmosphere so that it can burn out and move beyond us. We understand that there's a teaching in this to protect ourselves, to keep each other safe, but we're also missing our families, missing our elders. We want to make sure that they're safe. We ask that in these budget hearings, we have the heart and the knowledge and use our words in a kind way to provide relief to our Navajo people, for our children, for our elders, our veterans, those who are struggling, our adopted relatives who have the challenge of mental trauma, violence, inflicted upon them, for our children who are returning to school here within our Four Secret Mountains and beyond, and for our families who have to look for work beyond our, beyond our mountains. We pray for them and continue to give them guidance, for our leadership that are traveling afar, that we just ask that you give them that guidance and that prayer and that protection that they need as they travel in the best interest of the Navajo Nation. And for our military families who are out abroad, beyond the big waters, we just pray and continue that they're safe as we see the conflicts are rising in areas of the world. We just together in this challenging time for the violence that's among the community members, to our federal partners realize their trust obligation. And as we go and enter into more litigation over our water, we respect the nature of it, we understand its teachings and how it's here for us as the Navajo people, and that our leadership are given the knowledge and how to pull that water to the people to provide relief, but also to make sure that it's clean. And for the children who've been exposed to the uranium contamination, we just ask for your healing and your prayers to move that uranium out of their body, move those contaminations as they begin to suffer through other ailments, and that we continue to protect our people, our nation, and in this budget process, that's what we're looking to. And we just say this in the most beautiful way because there's elders out there who are lonely, our children sometimes feel unloved, or their families feel struggling. We continue to hold them into our hearts and pray for their mental strength, that they know with their own two hands that they can overcome any adversity. With their two hands, they can make a living. With their minds, they can pull themselves out of that darkness, and that their life matters, and that the Holy Ones have placed them here for a reason, and all of our adversaries is for a lesson. So we just say this, and we want to restore that beauty. So, thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. We had a rough week with tribal consultations on violence against women, and really disheartening to know the type of violence that is in our communities. And so working together, we just want to restore justice, community, and of course healing to our family members. So I say ahead, Chair, for asking me. I appreciate it, committee members.
Again, Juno, the Cassidy, Sunny by the litigation and Budget and Finance Committee members. The Bini Kodoi, you know, not the budget on that date. And so again, the Shnanta, Juno Cassidy, Sunny. The national in yeah on our agenda, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Today we have our staff, Ramona Nelson, Teginate, Nikana Ichke. ng Budget and Finance Committee members. The best man sa ani siya dahil sa 24th Navajo Nation Council on the line. Do we have Health, Education, Human Services Committee members listening in? Office of Legislative Counsel channel.
I'm here. This is Lorraine Stepahi with Council.
Good morning, Mr. Pai. Do we have Navajo Nation Department of Justice on the line?
Good morning, Chair. This is Kristen Lowell with DOJ Tax and Finance Unit.
Good morning, Kristen. Do we have the Office of Management and Budget on the line?
Good morning, committee members. This is Dominic Bial.
Good morning, Dominic. Do we have the Office of Navajo Nation Controller on the line?
Good morning. This is Karen Lee with Office of the Controller.
Good morning. With that, we go to Office of the President, Vice President. A representative from the Office of the President, Vice President on the line. What about the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch, Office of the Speaker, the staff?
Hi, good morning, Chairman Hinio and members of BNF. This is Melinda Arvizo-Siaco on the line today for the Office of the Speaker, as well as other staff members. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. The Navajo Nation Judicial Branch.
Good morning, Chair. This is Karen Francis.
Good morning, Karen. With that, for the record, I believe we do have a Health, Education, Human Services Committee on our agenda today. And so with that, the programs, Navajo Nation Executive Branch programs, maybe one by one, please identify yourselves for the record.
Good morning, Triage. This is Dr. Perfilia Fowler, Division of Human Resources. I have 10 of my managers also on the call with me, and our ASO budget liaison, Lorraine Tabaha. Thank you.
Morning, Directors Werline from Navajo Nation Veterans Administration.
Good morning. This is Dr. Jill Jim with Executive Director for Navajo Department of Health.
Good morning, Chairman Hinio. This is Raisita Toddy with the Department of Personnel Management. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Hinio and members. This is Loretta Largo with Division of General Services. Thank you.
Hey, good morning. Is this everybody on the line, or is there more? It looks like that's pretty much everybody, so let's move forward to the agenda, proposed agenda. Peggy, if you would read the agenda into the record for us.
Good morning, members of the Budget and Finance Committee and everyone listening in. This is a proposed agenda of the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, August 20, 2021 at 10 a.m. August 23rd, 2021, August 24th, 2021, August 25th, 2021, 8 a.m. each day unless otherwise noted. Comprehensive budget hearing via teleconference. Presiding is Jamie Henio, Chairperson, Raymond Smith, Vice Chairperson. Place via teleconference, Window Rock, Navajo Nation, Arizona, and at other points across the Navajo Nation in this area, this region. 1, call the hearing to order, the roll call, the invocation. 2, review and adopt the agenda. 3, review and adopt the budget hearing rules, affirmation of oath. And then A is resolution number HEHSC AU 14-21. And this is the Department of Health. First bullet is the budget summary reports for OMB, Division Directors Overview, HES Resolution Recommendations, BFC Discussion Preliminary Action, B Resolution number HES CAU 09-21, Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. Budget summary reports by OMB, Directors Overview, HES Resolution Recommendations, BFC Discussion Preliminary Action, C Resolution number HEHSC AU 1121, Division of Human Resources. Budget summary reports by OMB, Division Directors Overview, HEHSC Resolution Recommendations, BFC Discussion Preliminary Action, D Resolution number HESC AU 1321, Department of Education. Budget summary reports by OMB, Division Directors Overview, Tribal Grants, Navajo Technical University, Dene College, Navajo Preparatory School, Phoenix Indian Center. HEHSC Resolution Recommendations, BFC Discussion Preliminary Action. E Resolution number HEHSC AU 1021, Division of Social Services. Budget summary reports by OMB, Division Directors Overview, HEHSC Resolution Recommendations, BFC Discussion Preliminary Action. F Resolution HEHSC CAU 1221 relating to the budget to the Division of General Services. Budget summary reports by OMB, Division Directors Overview, HEHSC Resolution Recommendations, but BFC Discussion Preliminary Action. And then continuation of the comprehensive budget hearing, August 23rd, 2021, 8 a.m. via teleconference, Jamie Henio, Chairperson, Raymond Smith, Vice Chairperson presiding, and then places via teleconference, Window Rock, Navajo Nation. 4, call the hearing to order, the roll call, the invocation. 5, review and adopt the agenda. 5, review and adopt the budget hearing rules, affirmation of oath. G resolution number LOCAU 0321, Judicial Branch. And then H resolution LOCAU 0421, Ethics and Rules Office. I resolution number LOCAU 0721, Labor Commission. And then J resolution number LOCAU 0621, Office of the Public Defender. K resolution number LOCAU 0821, Department of Justice. L is resolution number LOCAU 0921, Office of Hearings and Appeals. M resolution number LOCAU 521, Division of Public Safety. N resolution RDCAU 2021, Division of Natural Resources. O resolution number RDCAU 1921, Division of Community Development, Capital Budget. P resolution number RDCAU 1521, Navajo Gaming Regulatory Office. Continuation of the comprehensive budget hearings, August 24th, 2021, 8 a.m. Presiding is Jamie Henio, Chairperson Raymond Smith Jr., Vice Chairperson, placed via teleconference, Window Rock, Navajo Nation. 7, call the hearing to order, the roll call, the invocation. 8, review and adopt the agenda. Q, resolution number RDCAU 1821, Navajo Environmental Protection Agency. R, resolution RDCAU 1721, Navajo Division of Transportation. S, resolution number RDCAU 1621, Navajo Division of Economic Development. T is executive session on Water Rights Commission. And then U, resolution number NABIAU 2321, legislative branch. And then V, resolution number NABIAU 2121, executive branch, executive offices. And so then the continuation of the comprehensive budget hearings, August 25th, 2021, 8 a.m. Presiding Jamie Hinio, Chairperson Raymond Smith Jr., Vice Chairperson via teleconference, Window Rock, Navajo Nation. 10, call the hearing to order, the roll call and invocation. 11, review and adopt the agenda. 12, review and adopt the budget hearing rules, affirmation of oath, and then that's when the revisits will be done. BFC, afterwards, we'll have a discussion on the recommended COAs exhibit. 2 is the legislative concerns exhibit. 3, unmet needs exhibit. 4, personnel savings funds. And then 5, review of budget legislation before finalization. And then 6, close of the budget hearing. Other announcements, adjournment. Mr. Chair, but members of the Budget and Finance Committee.
Kashina Khanna for that reading. Thank you. And with that, Shananta, Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion to accept the proposed agenda?
Just delegate again a motion to accept the agenda.
Yellowhair, second.
Shananta, Delegate Elmer P. Begay motion, second by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Though with that, we do have an agenda proposed. Any questions, comments on the agenda?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Karate with the question.
No, Shananta, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate the agenda. I just like some clarification in case we need to modify. So for each item that we are on this agenda, I would just need to make sure first that we have the digital budget sent out to all of our colleagues. I don't think I'm able to go to Window Rock today, but I can download. And then I would need the OMB report. So if I could get that information first in terms of the agenda or in terms of the items that are scheduled for today's hearing. Sure.
Thank you for that question, I believe. With that, Peggy, response?
Members of the Budget and Finance Committee appreciate that response or that question. At 10 o'clock, the health digital copies were emailed out. And then thereafter, we had the OMB report at 10:11. So please note those times. And then thereafter, I sent for GWA information that was sent to OMB. There was another one that was for Daltex. And I continue to receive other emails, but I'm trying to start this meeting right here. So we're sending those over. And then, so you should have everything that you need, hopefully, for the Health Committee. The Veterans Administration hasn't submitted their hard copies, but everybody else has provided the binders, and those are sitting over at the chambers. If you happen to stop in and you want the hard copies of the detailed budgets. And also all of the OMB reports are attached in there's a binder that's there for each committee member. And that contains all of the OMB reports as well as the budget hearing rules and the copy of the agenda, anything that hopefully that you will need to conduct your hearing today. And I believe we have enough copies so that Vice Chair Slater and also Chair So, if they are in the area, they can also pick up a copy so that they have the same information as the Budget and Finance Committee has. So that, and that would be Ida Burnside is the contact person at the chamber for that. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for that response. For providing the digital copies. And so, question I have is that if we don't make it to Winter Rock today, but if we want to go on the weekend, we can't have access to the binders then if they're at the chambers.
I'm sure that those binders can be moved to the steno office so that you have access to the steno office on the weekend, Mr. Chair.
Okay, just let Ida know, because I might be coming in on this weekend to pick up my binder. So just coordinate with her to leave them at steno for us too, in case we do come in on the weekend. With that, Budget and Finance Committee members, any further questions, comments on the agenda?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Claudia with the question.
You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And just looking at the agenda, so it also state, so the OMB, we have that, we have directors. Where would we get the HES resolutions and recommendations? As I'm looking through the Department of Health, I see the original budget. It's just not clear if this was modified. That starts on, it says legislative exhibit. So that starts on page 12 of 314, but I'm not sure if the committee took any action, and I just don't see the resolution. So I just want to make sure if we have all of that information as we move along. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that question. Back to Ms. Peggy Natai.
Chair Henio and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, the Health Education and Human Services Committee resolutions were emailed out at 8:40 this morning. And they're all in a group and it says closed out HES resolution. So look at your 8:40 emails that you receive. It's all together and they're all numbered separately, of course, you know, according to the agenda, and you can just look at those as we go along. It's all bunched together. And then your hard copies are, all of those resolutions are copied and put in your binders that are sitting with Ida Burnside at the chamber. So FYI on that. Thank you.
Kashina, thank you for that response. Thank you, Shinadab. You have the floor again. Follow up.
Yes, thank you. I was just going to correct. I want to thank Ramona. I think we got that at 9:17. So I do have that. Thank you, Chair. I think we have everything on our agenda. I appreciate it.
Okay. Chairman, this is Delegate Yell here.
Shinadab, Delegate Yell here.
Oh yeah, today is a big task for us as the August 20. We have to complete a project and we just need to work together. And I'll get my binder right now. But I'll be in the winter, right? So I'll get my stuff. That's very important. So I'm look through it, going through it during the budget hearing. Yeah, under the shinko, queen shop of the guy. I don't use this meanwhile. Yeah, I want to talk to that. Thank you very much for the floor. Thank you. Shumaya is a good prayer for us. Great prayer. It's going to be good luck for us today. Honorable Claudia, thank you.
So there's comments. With that, Shinada, Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions, comments on the agenda? I know y'all call for the question. Ramona, if you would lead us in roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman, roll call vote for reviewing and adopting the agenda. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Cardi, how do you vote?
This is Delegate Amber Kenneth Cardi, and I vote green. Thank you.
Big concerns there.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth Cardi votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Yeah, enough for that roll call vote. We do have an agenda before us with a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Okay, with that, we move forward down to the next item on the agenda is the overview of the rules. Peggy, if you would read the rules into the record.
Chair, so these are the Budget and Finance Committee's budget hearing rules. Is that what I'm understanding you want read into the record?
Yes.
Okay. These are also in your binders. Rule 1, the chairperson of the Budget and Finance Committee shall preside over the committee hearing and maintain decorum and order during the committee hearing. The vice chair of the Budget and Finance Committee shall preside only in the absence of the chairperson. The Budget and Finance Committee may select one of its members to preside over the hearing by vote to maintain decorum and order over the hearing in the event that the chairperson or vice chairpersons are absent, or if the purpose of the hearing would be better served by appointment of a presiding officer other than the chairperson or vice chairperson. Rule 2, all members of the Budget and Finance Committee shall be permitted to ask questions of presenters during the hearing at the discretion of the presiding officer. Representatives of the Office of Legislative Counsel, the Office of the Attorney General, or the Office of the Auditor General may be permitted to direct questions during the hearing. Rule 3, the formal rules of evidence and court rules of procedure shall not apply to the Budget and Finance Committee budget hearings. The presiding officer may exclude testimony or documents inconsistent to the Budget Instructions Manual, BIM, or both that are determined by the presiding officer to be irrelevant, immaterial, or unduly repetitious. Rule 4, during budget hearings, Office of Management and Budget staff shall read into the record the funding summary for divisions, departments, and programs prior to the commencement of presentation by other witnesses. Rule 5, presenters shall be sworn upon their oath and present their FY 2021 budget. A copy of the oath is attached hereto as Exhibit A. Rule 6, that should say 2022 budget. Rule 6, pursuant to 12 NNC Section 840, budget approval, adoption, and certification will be consulting and negotiating with the respective oversight committee chairpersons. If any changes are to be made before making final recommendations to the Navajo Nation Council. Rule 7, presentations shall be a maximum of 10 minutes. This period of time may be extended at the discretion of the presiding officer. There is no limitation on the time which a committee may take in questioning and receiving responses from the witnesses. Rule 8, presenters shall be permitted to submit documents in support of their budget. Such documents shall be properly identified and marked. Rule 9, presentations shall not include matters which are currently in litigation or the grievance process pending before another forum. Rule 10, with regards to the budget hearings, the committee shall issue its recommendations in accordance with the current Navajo Nation Budget Instruction and Policies Manual. Rule 11, with regards to budget hearings, the committee shall adopt the fiscal year 2022 comprehensive budget. Rule 12, all hearings shall be open to the public except during such periods as the committee determines that presenters or documents are both are sensitive, are sensitive or confidential in nature. When this occurs, the committee may convene into executive session. Rule 13, the Office of Legislative Counsel shall provide staff to be present at the committee hearing and to provide legal advisement and legislative assistance to the committee. Rule 14, the order of business for the budget hearing shall be as follows. 1, call the meeting to order. Roll call, invocation, announcements. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. A, witness oath. B, testimony. Small I, presentation, branches, divisions, departments, programs, budget reviews, Office of Management and Budget Staff. Rule 2 is, double I is oversight standing committee, chair, vice chair, or designee. And then C is BFC recommendations, directives, legislative concerns, conditions of appropriations. 4, close of budget hearing, recess, adjournment. So then it goes over the oath. Mr. Chair, those are the rules for the Budget and Finance Committee budget hearings.
Thank you for the reading of the rules. Shananda, Budget and Finance Committee members, is there a motion to accept the rules?
I'll motion, Chair, this is Delegate Yell here.
Shananda Delegate Yellow Hair, motion, second by Shananda Delegate Elmer P. Begay. With that, Shananda, Budget and Finance Committee members, any questions, comments on the hearing rules?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Shananda, Delegate Crotty, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Henio. Are these the rules we adopted for our budget hearing, or were these the rules that were also recommended as an alternative? I just need that clarification. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, not for that question. Peggy?
Chair Henio, these are the rules that the Budget and Finance Committee has had for several years, and they haven't been amended. And you just received a digital copy from Ramona that was just sent out about 10:52. The other information I think that Delegate Crotty is referencing is the guidelines that the Legislative Council provided as far as how you would proceed with the budget hearings. And those are not adopted by the committee.
Christina, thank you. Thank you for that response. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chairman, I do have one question as we move forward. Since this is the oversight budget, what is the committee expecting from the executive or the programs, like to read into the record? Can I get an idea in terms of what to expect?
Okay, thank you for that
Like, are they,
question.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure, go ahead, please. Go ahead, continue on.
I was just going to say, are we reading in just like Exhibit A of the legislation that would be the larger item for the business unit numbers? So for example, Department of Health would just read the total on Exhibit A, like, you know, their Department of Health, 203,232, and all the way down? Or is, I just need to know what the committee needs, because these are large budgets, and I just want to be able then to, just in terms of time management and being able to have my legislative concerns or conditions of appropriations as I document. I would just want to know from the committee how it move forward. I'm fine with just doing the high level on the budget form Exhibit A, but I'd like to defer to the committee just to make sure we're consistent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question. And as we move along with each of the legislations from the oversight committees, they'll oversight represented the committee representative, whether it be the chair, vice chair, or a committee member, will present the legislation to the Budget and Finance Committee, and then from there, I believe we'll handle it like legislation. Peggy, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we entertain a motion and second, and then from there we'll do the budget, OMB budget reports, and then once that report is done, and then we'll go to the director, and the director would provide the report budget, overall budget to the committee, and then with that, the director, division director should have all the program managers on the line in case the committee has certain questions for certain programs on their budgets and concerns. So therefore, it'd be up to the committee to question a certain program's budget and see if there are any concerns regarding that program, like as far as legislative concerns that might come up, maybe a COA that might come up, or an unmet need that might need to be presented to the committee. So as we move along, it would be the committee's prerogative to whether to accept the high level report, or to go a little deeper into each of the programs to assist them in getting their budgets in order. So that would be my take on the budget hearings, but I'll defer to Peggy if she has anything to add. Peggy?
Thank you, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I'm sorry, but I did hear part of your response, Chair Hinio. The rules say that the presentation would be at a maximum of 10 minutes. I'm not sure how the committee wants to approach that, but it's your budget hearing, and we just have to be mindful of the fact that this is all day. It's going to be just the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee presentations, the resolutions. And so it's really up to you on how you want to gauge your time as far as these presentations will go. And there are, I believe, 6 budgets that will be presented. Of course, there's all these programs under all of those divisions. Only the Veterans Office is the only single budget that's heard under that category, but there's 5 divisions that you will be reviewing. So keeping that in mind, you might want to budget your time accordingly. So that would just be my recommendation. But overall, it's just kind of like how we did the oversight budget hearings. And I'm thinking that you would want to adopt each resolution as we move forward. If there's changes and such, we would need to do those amendments. And there will be a day on the 25th. We will do revisits if there's certain questions that you have that you want different documentation to be provided, or if at the end of today, we can also, you can table the resolutions and ask for documents by the end of the day if the programs can access them, or it's basically your call on how you want to do this hearing today, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that response, Peggy. So Shananda, back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions or comments on the rules? Then I'll move forward to accepting the rules. We do have a motion and second. With that, Ramona, if you would lead us in a roll call vote to accept the rules.
Yes, Chairman, roll call vote for accepting the rules and affirmation of oath. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakati, how do you vote?
Senate Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bakati, and I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakati votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Thank you for that roll call vote. We have rules accepted by Budget and Finance Committee. With a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. With that, thank you for that. And we'll move forward to the next item on the agenda, which is Peggy. What's the next item? I'm on the road here, sitting on the side of the road, trying to look for my agenda on my phone here.
Okay, next is the reading of the resolution. The
Addition of HESI resolution?
Yes.
Okay, let me see if we have a member of HESI representative, Health Education Human Services Committee. Chairman Daniel So, Vice Chair Slater. Committee Member Paul Begay. Committee Member Penel Halona. Committee Member Charlene So. Committee Member Edison Wanika. Health Education Human Services Committee, second call. Chairman Daniel So. Chairman Daniel So. Vice Chair Carl Slater. Vice Chair Carl Slater. Committee Member Paul Begay. Committee Member Paul Begay. Committee Member Pernell Halona. Committee Member Pernell Halona. Committee Member Charlene So. Committee Member Charlene So. Committee Member Edison J. Wanika. Committee Member Edison J. Wanika. Health Education Human Services Committee. Third call. Chairman So. Chairman Daniel So. Chairman Daniel So. Vice Chair Carl Slater. Vice Chair Carl Slater. Committee Member Paul Begay. Committee Member Paul Begay. Committee Member Pernell Halona. Committee Member Pernell Halona. Committee Member Charlene So. Committee Member Charlene So. Committee Member Edison J. Wanika. Committee Member Edison J. Wanika. Peggy, we do not have Health, Education, and Human Services Committee on the call right now.
Mr. Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, I would recommend that we recess until we get somebody on the call from HES. I believe
Okay, please,
they may be.
reach out to the, Peggy, hold on. Peggy, reach out to Mr. Moses. I believe he's their, who's the advisor?
It's
Is it
Angelina
Mr. Moses or?
Angelina Denali, and I've been asking her to contact her members. You also have to remember there's that funeral for the former President Begay.
I thank you for that reminder. But
Chairman Hill, this is Ramona.
Have the advisor reach out to the committee members and advise them that we are on their agenda, on their legislation right now. Ramona?
Yes, Chairman, I'm sorry, but I did notify the legislative assistant for Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, Leonard Mose, that we are under resolution of Health and Education and Human Services, and it would need the sponsor. So he is aware, and he did notify the legislative advisor, Angelina Denali, as well. And she responded that she did notify the information. She sent the information to the members and vice chair and chairman. So they are aware.
Thank you. And who is the sponsor of this legislation?
I believe it would be chairman and or vice chairman.
Okay.
Daniel So and Carl Slater.
Okay.
Chair, it's signed by Carl Slater, the vice chairperson, and I did text them this morning, and Mr. Slater is wanting to continue to attend the litigation update. So that's
okay.
But no response from the chair, Daniel So.
Okay. Kushina, thank you for that. Let's recess for, what time is it now? It is 11:10.
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate. Before you
recess,
thank you, Chairman. I think I appreciate that. And so, Chairman, do we need to have a HES member on the line? Can we modify our budget rules and move forward? Because we are on a tight budget schedule and it's already 11 o'clock and we have folks on the line. Can I ask our legislative counsel or DOJ? I just think if we have the resolution, we can just move forward.
Thank you for that question. I believe that since we are in a regular committee meeting type mode, and this is a legislation that's coming before, and then that way it would have to be, the sponsor would have to introduce it to the committee for legal reasons, put it that way. If we were in an off mode, meaning where we didn't require a quorum and sort of just like a work session type thing, then I think we could have been a little bit more laxed on it, but that's my interpretation, Shananta. But I would, the legislative council, Ms. Tapahi, what's your input on this question here?
Could you give me one moment to consult with another attorney? Just one moment and I'll get back with you.
Sure. While you're doing that, I'll defer to Ms. Kristen Lowell, as she has previous experience with Office Legislative Council. Ms. Lowell?
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. You are in this kind of middle tier. You don't have live legislation in front of you. You have the legislation that the Oversight Committee is final authority on. However, the issue that I am looking at is not just what it says in the rules that were adopted by Budget and Finance Committee, but also the Appropriations Act, Section 840A, and what the language in the middle of the paragraph reads is the Budget and Finance Committee shall consult and negotiate with the respective oversight committees if any changes are to be made before making final recommendations to the Navajo Nation Council. So the format that you're in, the session that you're in right now, is called the Budget and Finance Committee budget hearing. And as part of the Budget and Finance Committee's charge to undertake that, you are looking at the resolutions that were approved by the Oversight Committee, looking at the program's budgets, and then there is this language in the code that says shall negotiate with the respective oversight committees if any changes are to be made. So before the Budget and Finance Committee makes changes to anything the Oversight Committee did, the code does impose a requirement to consult and negotiate. And the way I'm interpreting that is a delegate from the Oversight Committee would need to be present in order to be able to actually implement what the code is saying. It doesn't specific, now typically we have interpreted that as the person who sponsored the legislation, which is usually the chair or the vice chair. I'm reading this as if we have a representative from the committee, that would be sufficient. So it wouldn't necessarily be the chair or the vice chair. And Ms. Nakai may recall that we have done that in the past as well. So that's my interpretation of not only the hearing rules that were just approved, but also the Navajo Nation Code, Section 840A. Chair, members of the committee.
Thank you for that response, Kristen. And I believe we do have the committee members on the line right now, and therefore, but it's good to hear that. So in case down the line we do run into the same problem again. But thank you for that assistance, Ms. Lowell. With this, Vice Chair Slater?
Yes, Chair Henio.
Good morning. We are on Health, Education, Human Services Committee legislation regarding Department of Health. So with that, you have the floor. Hold on before we do that. And Peggy, if you would read the legislation into the record.
Excuse me for doing like 10 million things all at once. Okay, thank you. HEHSCAU-14-21, resolution of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, third year 2021, an action relating to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Health. Be it enacted. Section 1 authority. A, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee is the standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council. 2, and see Section 400A. B, the Health, Education, Human Services Committee is the oversight committee for the Navajo Nation Department of Health, 2 and C, Section 401C1. C, each oversight committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instructions 12 NSC Section 840A, Section 2A findings. 2 findings. A, the Health, Education, Human Services Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony regarding the Navajo Department of Health's fiscal year 2022 budget, 12 NSC Section 840A. B, the Health, Education, Human Services Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee a fiscal year budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Health, 12 NSC Section 840A. Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Health. A, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee hereby acknowledges the proposed Navajo Nation fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Health recommended by the President of the Navajo Nation as provided on the fund type budget summary attached as Exhibit A. B, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee requests that the Budget and Finance Committee and the Navajo Nation Council adopt the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary. Exhibit B, recommended changes to the General Fund budget. Exhibit C, recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns. Exhibit D, and recommended unmet needs. Exhibit E. C, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee authorizes the committee chairperson and vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. And this was passed by a vote of 5 in favor on the 11th day of August 2021. And it has the Exhibit A, which is the budget type, the fund type budget summary for FY 2022. And it's $174,179,860. Exhibit B is the general fund comparative summary, and it's for $12,457,150. Exhibit C is the changes to the general fund budget, and there are no changes. Exhibit D is the conditions of appropriations, legislative concerns. There are none. The Exhibit E, there are unmet needs totaling $192,037. And so we have the vote tally sheet that's attached. Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that reading of the legislation with this Budget and Finance Committee. Peggy, do we need to have a motion second?
Yes, Chair. If you're approving these resolutions as they come up, if you're in a meeting mode, then you would have a motion and second as you deliberate this resolution. So once the deliberation and the debate is over on this particular legislation, then you would vote.
Kashina, thank you for that guidance. I appreciate it. With that, Budget and Finance Committee members, is there a motion to accept this resolution?
Motion, Delegate Carty.
Motion by Shinada, Delegate Amber Carty. Is there a second?
Second, Elmer P. Begay.
Shinada, Delegate Elmer P. Begay, second. So with that, we do have a motion and second, and we do have a sponsor from the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. Shinada, Vice Chair Slater, you have the floor to introduce the legislation. But before that, let's hear from Office of Management and Budget for the report, and then after that, I'll defer to Shinada, Vice Chair Slater, to introduce the legislation. So with this, Office of Management and Budget.
Good morning, Budget and Finance Committees. This is Selena Begay, Senior Budget Analyst with OMB. I will be reading the OMB.
Ms. Begay, please hold on. We do have an oath that we need to administer, so therefore, everybody that will be presenting on this legislation, Office of Management and Budget, Department of Health, Dr. Jill Jim, and your staff, please take the oath so we can move forward with the presentation. So with this, one by one, starting with OMB, Office of Management and Budget, state your name for the record. And then after that, we will refer to the Department of Health and state your name for the record. And then Peggy will lead us in an oath. So with that, Peggy, you have the floor on the oath.
Okay, would you all stand and raise your right hand? Those that are presenting on this particular budget, the Health, Department of Health budget, and that includes OMB and anybody else that will be presenting information to the committee. And go ahead and start with Dr. Jill Jim. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Dr. Jill Jim, Executive Director.
Thank you. Just go ahead. Whoever's going to be presenting on this budget.
Christine Chavez, Senior Accountant.
Thank you. OMB.
Selena Begay, Senior Budget Analyst for OMB.
Thank you.
And Cita Largo, Senior Management Analyst for OMB.
Thank you.
Janet McCabe, Senior Management Analyst with OMB.
I didn't quite get that one. Can you please state it louder?
Yes, Janet McCabe.
Janet McCabe?
Janet McCabe with OMB.
Okay, thank you.
Dominic Bial.
Okay, Dominic, thank you.
Lisa Jim, Acting Budget Officer, OMB.
Okay. Anyone else from the Department of Health or OMB that will be speaking to the health budget? I didn't quite hear that one.
Tell them, Lisa.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you are about to give?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You may be seated.
Okay, thank you for that, Peggy, for assisting us in getting the oath. So with that, we'll move forward to the Office of Management and Budget Report. Ms. Begay, you have the floor.
Good morning, Budget and Finance Committees. This is Selena Begay, Senior Budget Analyst with OMB. I will be reading the OMB report. Also, Laverne Harrison with OMB CGS and Ancita Largo with MPS. The second page of the OMB report for DOH, Department of Health, has a table of contents. The third page is a FY 2022 Fund Type Budget Summary. Next page is Fund Type Budget Summary FY 2022. It's listed by business units. And the last column for General Fund total for FY 2021 General Fund budget amount is $11,128,209. Proposed General Fund budget $12,128,209. Indirect Cost Fund $147,962. General Wage Adjustment $328,941. Fiduciary Fund $279,073. Special Revenue Fund External $3,448,967. Total is $16,333,152. The next one is DOH total for external fund total. This one I will be reading the grand total on the last column. $174,179,860. The next one is B, FY 2021 third quarter budget status report. The next page is listed by budget status report as of June 30, 2021. Division of Health is listed by the general fund business units. General fund total original budget is 11 million. General fund budget grant. General fund total $3,119,687.37. Revised budget $13,359,575.49. Actual $7,598,499.85. Encumbered $74,949.14. Budget available $5,686,926.50. Overall estimate expended is 57.43. The next page, MPS will be reading that, and Cita Largo.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. The tab C is the FY21 third quarter performance assessment report for Division of Health. Division of Health average for third quarter as a whole is the 1.98, which is below 2.0. There are two business units. 113003 is 1.2, and also 113013 is 1.80. Going on to tab D, third quarter plans of operation status report for Division of Health. They are all updated. Going on to tab E, condition of appropriation legislative concern report for third quarter. Legislative concern 22 is non-compliant. They did respond for third quarter. Legislative concern number 23, no response, non-compliant. That completes the MPS report.
F, OMB CGS, Jermaine Jones or Laverne Harrison will be reading that.
This is Jan James. I will be reading in the at tab F with CGS. Good morning, everyone. We will go straight to the second page, the budget expenditure report for Department of Health. You'll see on top of the page a legend that will describe each column. Going down, I will read the last line, 245. Department of Health has 216 business units and 70 company numbers. Their original budget begins at $286,183,074.40. Their revised budget is $340,321.09. Their expenditures are $170,099,561.35. Their open commitments are at $2,881,030.74. Their available balance is $167,700,729, and their percentage spent is 51%, and their percentage balance remaining is 49%. And that will complete that portion.
G, FY 2021 single audit report. The following has a worksheet of the audit report as of July 19, 2021. And this concludes OMB report.
so Office of Management and Budget. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. Committee members in the Budget and Finance Committee, any questions or comments regarding the OMB report?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Cardi.
Delegate Cuddy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, committee members and OMB for the report. So on your page 6 of 22, it looks like this is a budget status report from June 30th. Is there an updated report that you could provide to the committee? I'm just looking at the total expenditure, and it seems when I ask questions regarding these total expenditures, the programs are saying, well, more. This report is about 2 months old. So can you update your reports to give us the most current information? That would be helpful. And I think in terms of, and I just want to verify with the legislative concerns. So it does say non-compliant and no response. Have you received any additional documentation regarding those legislative concerns? And then I would like to ask the program, since we're on the last page on the 2020 audit report, there's reoccurring findings. And so I'd like to know, actually, Chair, if because this is the OMB report, am I able to ask the sponsor, the Vice Chair Slater, or do I defer the question to Dr. Jill Jim regarding the audit report? Thank you, Chairman.
That question, you could wait till after Vice Chair Slater does his report, then when we defer to Dr. Jim, that question could be asked directly to Dr. Jim.
Okay, thank you. If I could get OMB to provide updated documents, because it's been 2 months. So the document that they're sharing with the committee, this was in June, and now we're in August. And the other question was if there's been any other responses regarding the legislative concerns. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Back to you. Office Management and Budget request.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Nancy DeLargo with OMB. So how do we?
Yes, you have the floor.
We can hear you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Nancy DeLargo with OMB, responding on the legislative concern. The legislative concern report was released on July 21st, 2021 to the branch chief, the division executive directors, the Navajo Nation Controller, Delegate Standing Committee of Navajo Nation Council. These reports are released every quarter, and any updated information would be compiled until the end of fourth quarter. In between there, we don't compile any other reports until the quarter is over. Then we compile the reports and release them. Thank you.
Kushina, thank you for that response from Office of Management and Budget. Back to Shananta, Delegate Amberton Azwakadi. Any follow-up?
Yes, Chair. I'm requesting for these OMB reports if there's an updated expenditure report.
Okay, thank you for that. Office Management Budget, updated expenditure report.
Good morning. This is Selena Begay, Senior Budget Analyst for OMB. We have present this to the HESI, and we're being inconsistent with what we presented to HESI. And the budget status report was as of June 30, 2021, and most of the time we do our reporting by quarterly. And if Ms. Honorable Claudia is requesting an updated, it's going to take a couple of hours, and so that's what all I have to say on that one.
Office of Management and Budget, I think this is coming from the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Therefore, on all the legislations that we presented today, Mr. Bial, if you could have your staff provide updated expenditure reports, whether how long it takes, therefore it'd be ready for presentation with each legislation. Can we do that, Mr. Bial?
Mr. Chair, committee members, well, it can be done. First of all, it's just going to take some time. But I want to elaborate on what Senior Analyst Selena Begay mentioned. Pursuant to the BIM for fiscal year 21 and also for 22, as approved by Budget and Finance Committee, all of our reports are done on a quarterly basis. And you'll remember Budget Form 2 is all by quarters as well. So this deviates somewhat from that, which is why it would take additional time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bial, for that response. Back to Shananda, Delegate Amber Canaspa-Crotty. You have a follow-up?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Henyo. So I think just in terms of understanding it's going to take additional time, is there a way that I could access information that has the current expenditure rate? I think that's what I'm looking for, because when it comes to a policy decision, like we have programs right here, the first line item, the administration, they only spent 12%. 12%. And so that rationale means maybe they should only be allocated 20% of their budget. So I think as a committee, we need to understand how much programs are actually using, because we are in a $40 million deficit. And so I'd like to see, would that be access through like FMIS? And if it is, then I think in the future we could just work on, is there like a read-only version of FMIS? There should be somewhere where I could just get information to make sure that, because all of the programs right now, Chair, should have, so this third quarter, I think, what is it? They should be spending 75%. So I just want to get a sense of if that is happening, or if there's sometimes what we call padding of the budget, or I don't know if the committee vice chair wants to address that, if the committee's taking any action on that. Thank you, Chairman Henyon.
Thank you, Shananda, for that question, and I believe we can defer to Vice Chair Slater on that question. With that, any further questions or comments on the OMB report? Office of Management and Budget, please just stay on the line in case there are further questions down the line. So with this, let's move to the Health Education Human Services Committee, and the sponsor, Shananta. Vice Chair Slater, you introduce your legislation to the committee and recommendations by the Health Education Human Services Committee.
Thank you, Chair Henio. This budget was not marked up extensively by the committee. And at the initial review, I was not present because of a conflict. So I think detailed questions should be asked of the program manager or the department director.
Kushina, so you're deferring to the Dr. Jim?
Yes. And then in particular, in regard to the 12% expenditure rate that Delegate Crotty is discussing, I think that the department manager or division director should present on that matter.
Kushina, for that presentation. With this, Dr. Jim, Department of Health, please introduce your budget to the Budget and Finance Committee. You have the floor.
Hey, thank you, Chair Henio. I will start off with my executive summary for Department of Health. I apologize, I had left the HES committee name on there and I had to send a version 2. So good morning, I'm Dr. Jill Jim, Executive Director for Navajo Department of Health. And just wanted to do an introduction. So Honorable Chairman Damie Henio and members of the Budget and Finance Committee and Legislative OMB and NDUIC staff, good morning and thank you for the opportunity to present the Navajo Department of Health's proposed fiscal year 2022 general fund budget today. For the record, as I indicated, my name is Dr. Jill Jim, Executive Director for Navajo Department of Health. I am accompanied here by today by members of NDUIC staff who will assist me in answering any specific questions you may have regarding the budget presented today. In general overview, the Navajo Department of Health's priority for fiscal year 2020 is to provide a higher level of services as in fiscal year 2021, with quality healthcare and wellness at the forefront of all activities, consistent with the goals of the Office of the President and Vice President. NDOH made it a priority to avoid layoffs or reduce hours in an effort to ensure direct service delivery is not impacted. The budget today shows no layoffs or reduced hours. The Department of Health General Fund budget allocation for fiscal year 2022 is $12,128,209, an increase from last year. The Office of the President and Vice President allocated an additional $1 million for the Division of Aging and Long-Term Support. The fiscal year 2020 IDC allocation for the department is $147,962. The fiscal year 2022 GWA allocation is $328,941. As far as major accomplishments, there's a completion of planning and intended construction of the DILCON project, the DILCON Medical Center by December 2021. There's continued response to the public health emergency for COVID-19 by maintaining some level of services to elders, families, and individuals across the nation. In regards to Division of Long-Term Support, the division FY 2022 base budget allocation was $10,392,385. There was an additional increase allocated from the Office of the President and Vice President. The GWA allocation for the division is $311,423. The total allocation for fiscal year 2022 is $11,703,808. 90% of the base budget is allocated to personnel costs and 10% to operating costs. Most external funds are allocated for operation costs. New Mexico House Bill 2 supports centers in New Mexico only. The additional $1 million will support reorganization of the division and operating costs. The administration budget increased from 176,996 to 568,755. The additional funding is to sustain employment for 4 employees during contract negotiations between July and September, in addition to support a senior planner with Doltech's reorganization plan. The department's unmet need request is in the amount of $192,037 to establish and expand the non-emergency medical transportation program and a consultant to support the Medicaid feasibility study and further development of health codes and compliance. Chair Henio, that will end my report. If you want me to respond to Shema Honorable Crotty's question regarding the expenditures, I can do that as well. Chair, back to you.
Dr. Shankana and Dr. Jim for that report. Please respond. Well, the question is out there.
Okay, Chair. Thank you for that question, Shema Honorable Crotty, for that. There is an amount of 12.69% that was only expended. The majority of those funds was allocated to the Department of Health during the comprehensive budget for last fiscal year to support the special duty pay in the amount of $750,000. Those budgets or those documents are still being processed by OOC. So that is a majority of the budget that was additional funding that was allocated to the department. That does not include the base budget or the IDC allocation for the fiscal year 2021. In regards to some of these expenditures for some of the programs, those are related to personnel expenses that have not paid out, or some individuals that are on leave without pay or will be retiring, are also impacting some of these personnel budgets that are still remaining for the rest of the months in this fiscal year. So I hope that answers some of your questions, Shema. Chair?
Thank you for that response to that question. So with this Budget and Finance Committee, are there any questions regarding the budget for the Department of Health?
Well, Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
No, Shinanta, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So prior to the start of the meeting, I did bring up the issue regarding the GWA as a restricted account, since the funding's from the permanent lapse savings. So I would ask our legislative council to develop an amendment, or Chair, if I'm in order, actually I need to ask, are we allowed to make amendments if this is a resolution, or are we just making recommendations to the comprehensive budget? I just need to clarify that, because I would want the amendment. And the second area would be, it doesn't look in the resolution that from Hess, the Hess resolution, I'm going to try to pull that up again, that there's any carryover request. And if this is the special duty hazard pay, I know that I've received a lot of concerns from constituents that they haven't received this funding. And if it was the recommendation of the committee for those carryovers, so I would need some guidance on how we want to do that at this point. And then my last question is, I do see for Department of Health Administration, you have $20,000 for liabilities. It looks like you have unpaid bills. I'm not sure if those are because of settlements, but I would need to know the nature of those liabilities. It's my understanding that the general does have a contingency fund. So if those are based off of a settlement, then they can cover those costs, if I could get that explained. And let's see, settlement. And the last asking was also in terms of your unmet needs, you have like this temporary position, but when the plan of operation was changed in 2018, there was actually multiple programs and positions that DOH would need to scale up. I just want to know then what is that going to be another plan that's coming out in terms of how you scale up to meet your plan of operation for 2018? Chair, if the oversight committee is already having these conversations, then I'll defer to the oversight committee. I'm merely asking in terms of what should be the anticipated budget, and because we're in now this fifth wave of the variant, what's the nation or how is DOH scaling up to be able to oversee all of these health issues? Thank you, Chair.
Shannon, thank you for those questions. And now the first question you have, and which is a good question, is the amendments made by Budget and Finance to a legislation that has already been passed by an oversight that has final authority. So I think that's where we need guidance from Office of Legislative Counsel. To what extent does the Budget and Finance Committee have in making amendments to a legislation that has already been passed? So with this, Ms. Tapahi, do you have a response to that question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What you have before you right now is a closed resolution. And so this is essentially, the committee is essentially in report mode. So no amendments can be made to this resolution at this point. However, the committee can vote and come up with a consensus, so to speak, for what it would like to see in the comprehensive budget resolution that will be considered by the council. And so that would be, I would take notes on that, and then I would have that written down and possibly put in the final exhibits that would be attached to the comprehensive budget resolution. But at this point, it's merely the Budget and Finance Committee's recommendation to change or to put in some sort of condition of or legislative concern to be considered by the council when it considers the comprehensive budget resolution. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tapahi. That's a good response there. We do need to take note of this. And so therefore, Peggy, take note of this as we move forward to the comprehensive budget, as this is an important amendment that needs to be addressed through all the budgets. As far as the other questions that were being posed, ADA, I'll defer to Vice Chair Slater, and maybe might defer to your agent, Vice Chair Slater, Shinanta.
Thank you, Chair. And was that in respect to the staffing up of personnel positions to continue administering the fight against COVID out of the Department of Health, or is this a different question that is being asked of me?
Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Somebody needs to put their phone on mute. You were interrupting Vice Chair Slater's response. Therefore, Vice Chair Slater, I believe I got part of your question here. This is regarding to Dr. Jill Jim and her staffing and the plan of operation for the Department of Health.
Thank you, Chair. But was the specific discuss or question about or related to COVID, or was it on another matter and I missed the part of the question? That's what I'm asking for clarification on.
Thank you. Shananta, Delegate Emerton Crowdy, if you would rephrase the question for Vice Chair Slater.
Yes, thank you. Vice Chair Slater, so in looking at the unmet needs Exhibit E, one position I think is a temporary position, but when the 2018 plan of operation has different, how do I say this? Different programs or enhancement of programs and positions that are required, but I don't see those positions in this budget, and I don't see the positions in the unmet need. So is the plan for the committee and the program to move forward with the 2018 plan of operation? Because that needs an investment and that needs a strategy, but I don't see it indicated anywhere as, because that would be from general funds, is my understanding for some of those programs. But if the committee is working on it, I'm going to, of course, defer to the oversight committee. I just need to know in terms of the budget. Is it something you want to, is it something that's then just to next year to implement the 2018? This is year 3 of that plan of operation. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Laura Ling from Legislative Council, if I may.
Vice Chair Slater, did you get the question though?
Yeah, I think I got it now. And I think really, because this deals with the staffing up of positions, I would like to hear from the program on their response to Delegate Crotty's question. So I would like to recognize or ask you to recognize Dr. Jim to discuss that. Thank you.
Before I recognize Dr. Jim, Mr. Pahi, Legislative Council.
Thank you. I was just going to mention that in the Exhibit A to the HES resolution, the column where it says general wage adjustment and then PLF in parentheses, if we could get OMB to explain how those numbers were generated, that would help for clarification for the committee. That's all I was going to suggest. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Dr. Jim, your response, please.
Yes, Chair Henyo, Honorable Slater, and Shema, Honorable Crotty for that question. Those additional funds that I'm requesting for unmet needs, there is a budget forms that are at the end of your electronic packet and binder in your electronic file. It starts at page 309. It identifies that specific amount, and also in the Exhibit E for that amount that is basically to implement the plan of operation that was approved in 2018. Part of those enabling legislation is unfunded mandate that we've been trying to identify funding as with the non-emergency medical transportation. There were fees that were collected when I came on board in 2019, and there was a delay in the fund management plan that reverted those dollars back to the general funds that basically wouldn't allow us to staff any positions at that time because the funds that were collected were put back into the general fund pot. So that was the amount that we would like to still support positions to continue to manage the an EMT office. The second request is to continue to look at the feasibility study that was conducted in the last administration regarding Medicaid, having their own Navajo Nation Medicaid. And I think that also looks at some of the enabling legislations for the department to begin monitoring 638 facilities. And so there'll be a combination of getting someone to assist within implementing some of these authorities that we have. And those are all valid to the extent that, of course, we're in a ongoing public health emergency, and any part of the healthcare system that we need to improve is very critical. So I'll end my comments there regarding the DOH scaling up to meet the plan of operation. And yes, in regards to the contingency and lost dollars, yes, there are still some issues that we ran into regarding payouts for previous settlements or bills that have been delayed just due to the pandemic, and those need to be settled as well. And that would be my response in regarding to the unpaid bills and settlements. So yes, there are some that still are need to be paid as well. So in regards to the special duty pay, there are no there wasn't a request for a carryover. My hope is that there was a last deadline that OOC provided to the divisions, and if those get all paid out, there shouldn't be a need for special duty pay, as all employees or programs have submitted for their special duty pay or hazard pay meeting OOC's deadline. It's just a matter of ensuring that those are paid out through the payroll with OOC. And so I will end my comments there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that response, Dr. Jim. So with this, back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Shnanda, Delegate Amber Kenneth-Karate, you have a follow-up?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So, so in terms of recommendations, Chair, from this report and in negotiation with Vice Chair Slater, just please let me know if you have any concerns or agree with the recommendations. So I'm going to write down as a legislative concern the expenditures for special duty pay, and that the Department of Health will report to the committee by first quarter on the special duty pay payout. Let's see, Chair, I'd like to recommend from the committee. I know that we don't know the carryover, but if we can recommend that the Department of Health receive carryover dollars for their business unit numbers that are on Exhibit A that receive general fund allocation. The second area is I could work with Legislative Council on legislative concerns and with the Oversight Committee regarding these settlements, identifying the individuals, or if Ms. Jim can let us know the individuals who are responsible for not for these late payments or these ongoing bills that need to be dealt with. The other area is a legislative concern regarding the Navajo Emergency Management Transportation. I know Delegate Brown had put a lot of effort into those conversations. So with this legislative concern, I'll need to know who is the program manager and when to develop the fund management plan. And I would need to know from Dr. Jill Jim what quarter? So could that be done by the second or third quarter? That would be helpful in the legislative concern. I was, and I'll ask Vice Chair Slater and Dr. Jill Jim, a legislative concern regarding the plan of implementing the plan of operation of 2019. It does, the committee did recommend your unmet needs. So that could be, I'll ask Vice Chair Slater in his recommendations if you feel the legislative concern should be developed for that, and who would be the responsible party and at the end of what quarter. And another legislative concern for Dultex. This year they've had problems. I know in my district we've had to deal with like food shortages, utility payments. We're hauling trash for the senior center at this point. So somebody needs to be responsible. So I'll defer to Dr. Jill Jim in terms of who is responsible, and if there's challenges with the program paying their utility bills, then if there's conversations that maybe it should go under NNTU under fixed costs so that we don't have to deal with these ongoing issues at the senior center. Thank you, Chair. I have that written down, so if you need me to reply, or if you want to go at one point, I'll defer to you, Chair, and committee members. Thank you.
Again, for those response and legislative concern, if you would send that to Peggy. That way she's compiling notes for us right now. So at the end of the last day, we could go over all the legislative concerns. So with this, back to Shenandoah. Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Chair. So I didn't quite catch for the legislative concern where you're asking for, or sorry, where Delegate Crotty is asking for a timeline and responsible parties. I just didn't catch which matter that was on. Was it for the Dultex program, or was that for a different program? And then I guess the clarification can be made now, but if you're going to be waiting until the last day of your budget hearings to review these and then affirm them or set them up, then I would appreciate some time to contemplate that with the chair and the committee on helping to fill in those details. So that's a request. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. You are correct. This is a negotiating between the Budget and Finance and the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. Therefore, Shenandoah, Delegate Ember Canessa-Crotty, if you will share the legislative concern with Vice Chair Slater. That way they could go back and then we could work together on implementing that legislative concern. As far as Vice Chair Slater is requesting is clarification on the questions that you were posing earlier. Shenandoah, Delegate Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So working with the advisor, we'll develop these legislative concerns. Legislative Council provided a template. So in that template, what we have to identify is the business unit and the program, the individual who's responsible, and because these are legislative concerns, we're not, it's not a condition of appropriation, so there's not a reduction, a possible reduction of travel or salary, but it would be, and then what they need to complete, and then by what quarter. So usually it's first, second, or third quarter. So that's overall for all of these 6 legislative concerns. I'm not sure what I needed to know from the program for expenditure special duty, who's that point of, who's the responsible party, because I need to add that into the template.
and that would be for first quarter. The second area would be, the second is my request to develop a carryover amendment. I'm going to start at, because I'll need to ask Legislative Council how we want to proceed with carryover. I don't see, I'm looking at the resolution and I don't see that as an amendment, or I don't know if that would be under Exhibit C, if I could just get that clarification. The other legislative concern is regarding the settlement or the liability. So I would need to know from Dr. Jill Jim who's responsible for paying those bills, and then what is the recommended solution, and when could that be presented to the Oversight Committee and a written report to like BNF? Let me just stop there because I know I'm doing a lot. So, okay, so let's go back. Or Vice Chair Slater, Dr. Jill Jim, through our chair for expenditures, who's the responsible party?
Agustin, thank you, Shananta. Yes, there is a lot, so let's take it one by one. Vice Chair Slater?
I'd like to hear from the program and what they believe would be an appropriate responsible party. In general, when it comes to these sorts of things, I believe it's the division director that should be responsible for the completion of the tasks, even if they are delegated to other folks. And I think that's what the committee would stand behind. And if the Budget and Finance Committee desires further elaboration on that, we can discuss it. But when it comes to the business unit number that we're discussing, I didn't catch that. And so I wanted to just hear that as well. But if the program could have an opportunity to provide their guidance on this, I think it could be helpful for all of us. Thank you.
Chair Hinio, may I speak? This is Peggy.
Thank you, Shananta. Vice Chair Slater for that response. And with that, Dr. Jill Jim, you've heard the concerns, but before I defer to you, our advisor would like to have an input. So Ms. Nakai.
Vice Chair, going forward, can we please have the business unit numbers when we're talking about these programs? And I think that'll help clarify a lot of these issues, because I didn't hear any of the business unit numbers pertaining to the legislative concerns that were discussed. And so far, as I know, there were 4 legislative concerns, and then I think, and from gathering from what was discussed, 3 or 4. So I just need clarification on that, please. Thank you.
Agustin, thank you for that, Peggy, because we do need to make it clear as far as what business units we're talking about, because you are taking notes for us. And so with this, I'll defer to Dr. Jim.
Yes, Chair Hinio, thank you for that, Peggy, as well. It'll be Business Unit 113001 for Department of Health. Most of the legislative concerns, the special duty pay, the settlement and liabilities, the non-emergency medical transportation, the implementing of the plan of operation, I believe can go to that department number 113001. The DOTEX legislative concern, it can go both to, which I've seen, to 113001 and the DOTEX administration, which is 113010, would be the budget or the account. And that would be my guidance, is to put them under the mostly under the Department of Health, including Doltex, to respond. I hope that provides clarity, Honorable Slater and Shema, Honorable Crotty, and Chair Henyu. Thank you.
Gasheen Kiana, thank you for that response. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Shinanta, Delegate Member Kadezwa Karate, follow up.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just want to know if that's the information. If I could ask Ms. Tapahi if you could resend the template for legislative concern and the COAs. I have the document on my end. For some reason, I'm not able to open the document, and so I can't actually see the template right now. So if that would be helpful, Chair. So if we got the business unit for the expenditures, the special duty pay, the business unit for Navajo Emergency, I don't know what that is, NEMT, and I would just need the business unit number for Deltec. Yes, so Ms. Tapahi, I received your email requesting the legislative concerns. If you could send me the template and I will send them over to you. Thank you.
Gasheen, thank you for that. So with this, Ms. Tapahi, I request to send an email template.
You'll look for it.
Send it to Peggy also. That way Peggy would have it.
Yes, I'm looking for it right now, and I will email it to all of the committee members and to Peggy.
Thank you. And then with that, back to the business unit numbers. Dr. Jim?
Yes, Chair Henyo, Department of Health business number is 113001, and the Doltex business unit is and for administration 113010. Chair, back to you.
Thank you for that response. Back to Budget and Finance Committee. Shinanta, Delegate Ember Knezba Karate, follow up.
Yes, Chair, I just want to make sure we have those documents, and I will send that over to our Legislative Council. I did ask the question when it comes to carryover. Would that be a recommendation to Exhibit C? How would our Legislative Council recommend if the committee also agrees in terms of the carryover for this for the Navajo Department of Health? Sure.
Okay, thank you for that. Vice Chair Slater, Shinanta, regarding the discussion on carryover from representing the Health Education and Human Services Committee, what is your perspective on carryover amendments?
Thank you, Chair Henyo. Thank you, Delegate Crowder, for the question. I apologize. My computer just crashed and my budget is on there that I was reviewing. So I'm trying to restart it right now. My recollection is that we didn't make any carryover requests, but we did support the unmet needs request from the program. And if I'm incorrect in that assertion, then I would ask someone who has the legislation in front of them to please correct me. Thank you. So, I mean, if you're asking for something beyond what may be conveyed in the legislation, then I think Delegate Crotty honed in on some items where expenditures were not meeting what should be expected of them at this time frame. And so I think that should guide the committee in how they consider carryover requests. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Slater. So with this, Ms. Tapahi, there's a question regarding the procedure for an amendment for a carryover.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at last year's budget resolution. As you know, I haven't been through this process before, so I'm looking at the previous years as a guidance. The conditions of appropriation, the carryover requests are actually put in the body of the legislation. There's no template for those. There's no exhibit for that. It's simply included in the body of the legislation. Thank you.
Now, Dr. Jim, and the subject of carryovers, would there be requests from Department of Health for carryover?
Chair Henyo, yes, that would be a request. We were anticipating utilizing expending as much as we can, as that is the intended goal. So I would concur with that agreement to support Honorable Prade's request, but I know that our intention is to spend down as much as we can. Chair, back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You're right that the closeouts will be happening real soon here, and therefore we'll kind of determine what might be available for carryovers. So please have the numbers ready when it comes to the legislation, the comprehensive legislation, so we could probably add that to the agenda as we went through the exercise last year. We went through the exercise of amending the legislation and adding carryovers that were identified for each program. So the Budget and Finance Committee, we just need to wait for the comprehensive budget legislation to come out to start making those, proposing the amendments for carryovers. We just need to be ready to see what amount we want to put in there. Chantal, Delegate Everton, Crotty, follow up.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd actually then would just want to pause because we have not, as a committee, recommended any carryovers. Could I just get guidance from the committee on how to move forward? Just because we don't know the carryover amount per se, we just give our best estimate. And so if carryovers are allowed, then are the programs required to resubmit their budgets? What I just want to do is reduce the amount of work that we're putting on our staff, because we need to start working on ARPA and moving out those projects. So I just wanted to get clarification on the committee on how we want to move forward with carryovers, or because initially before the CR, no carryovers were recommended except for like Eastern Land Board or something. Chair, if I could just get recommendations from the committee, because then we would need to start making those amendments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the quiz, Shananta. And so therefore, we need to work with the oversight, with the Vice Chair Slater and the programs to identify what the carryover amount would be, and then the amendments would have to be put forth at the time the comprehensive budget legislation is at the Navajo Nation Council. So because of the fact that Office of Controller, maybe let me go straight. Office of Navajo Nation Controller, are you on the line?
I looked at my account and have people.
Chair Henny, this is Peggy.
Peggy, before I recognize you, Office of the Controller, Navajo Nation Office of the Controller, are you on the line? Okay with this, Peggy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps Dominic can give us some guidance on this, on the idea of carryover. How does the OMB handle it once the comprehensive budget is adopted? Then that way it'll help you decide how you want to approach this. Dominic or Lisa?
Thank you for that. Thank you for that recommendation, Peggy. So since the Office of the Controller is not responding, Office of Management Budget.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, Mr. Biel, you have the floor.
Thank you. I think the Budget and Finance Committee is aware that over the years in the annual budget deliberations that a number of carryover requests would eventually be made. And so what B&F committee does is hear those and designate one of the staff members to start preparing a list. And there is a typical format that is used: the business unit number, the program, division, and then it would say something to the effect of it would either identify an amount or say, or the remaining balance. Sometimes it might be more specific than that, meaning certain object codes, not necessarily everything. It depends on the circumstances of the carryover. For example, what I mean by that is there might be some carryovers to build or construct or renovate a building, but it's suspended because all of the various clearances and so on and so forth haven't been done. And it's recognized that it's going to take a while for that to occur. And once that occurs, the funding still needs to be available for them to continue forward with it. So that's an example of how the object code might matter in some of these carryovers. So what has happened in the past is, again, OMB, not OMB, but B&F, when you get back to your revisits, that's when that list would be reviewed. And you would either pick and choose those that you want to go forward with and include in the overall budget resolution that you're going to recommend to the council. As you all know, Chairman Hinu, as you already mentioned, the committee went through this exercise last year and then in the end decided not to approve any carryovers because there was a lot of unexpended balances, which makes you wonder why there's a carryover request as well. Anyway, of course, that's a decision to be made later. But typically, that's how it's done. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Biel. We do appreciate your input on this, as you have many years of experience working with the council. So with this, back to the Budget and Finance Committee.
This is Delegate
regarding
Yell
the
here.
carryovers. Is there a question? I do hear Delegate Yell here. You have the floor.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chairman Shah. As far as I know, majority Budget Finance Committee, about 99% never approved carryover money. The only time they do carryover is there's any opening encumbrance and purchase order. If there's a purchase order is necessary, was not spent, sometimes it takes actions by being a committee purchase order that can be allowed to be carried over. It happens sometime. But at the same time, Navajo Nation Budget Finance Committee also accept supplemental funding requests too, which means that not 100% to be approved, but at least goes on the record a supplemental budget. That also helped. The carryover money, the Navajo Nation didn't spend the money. The program at fault. And majority, I know, being that committee, Navajo Nation Council never approved the carryover money. Mr. Bial, that's my memories of the carryover money. Because we also short on money in 2022, 23, 24. Those money are needed when the Navajo Nation close the book. I would not approve for a carryover money, as from my point. Jimmy L here from Black Mesa Councilman. Yeah. Going back on mute now, Chairman. And then, excuse me. From the Dr. Jill Jim, I don't see their budget binders. I wonder if they got one put together. The rest of other departments, they have those budget binders. Do they have one? Even I just get Chairman to Dr. Jill Jim. Yeah.
So you stopped at council chambers and you haven't received the budget binder yet?
I'm sorry, I didn't stop by council chambers. I was over at council's office. I'll go back later. According to Chairman.
Thank you, with this, Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions regarding this legislation?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Khadi.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. So I do have a question for Dr. Jill Jim on legislative concerns, number 22. It says that you're non-compliant, and also for legislative concern 23. So I'm going to recommend a condition of appropriation with the same language. And this at the end, and so we do have the business unit, so it'll be 11/30/10, and it'll be the same language, but just reframed for condition of appropriation. Who is the responsible entity? So it does say, I just want to verify it's Navajo Nation Agency on Aging, the administrator, because of a condition of appropriation would either be the travel or a percentage of their pay. And when it comes to legislative concern 23, who would be the responsible individual? And what would be the business unit number? Thank you, Chair.
Deshina, thank you for that question. So I'll defer to Dr. Jim.
Yes, Chair. Thank you, Shema, for that question. The responsible entity, are we going to still stay with in AAA, or are we going to change that to Division of Aging and Long-Term Support? That would be one correction. That is the correct business unit. I believe we did submit some reports. I think we have to, Ms. Francis, Charlotte Francis is not on the call, but I think we did follow up with submissions on that prior to, or it wasn't submitted, or it was submitted and it wasn't documented. I don't have that documentation with Ms. Francis, so I guess my question would be, I would disagree with that particular status, but the person that I defer to is on emergency leave, and it would be the correct business unit, but the responsible entity, I'm not sure if we're going to change that to the Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Support is the plan of operation name for that particular legislative concern 22. Does that answer your question for the first legislative concern 22?
Chairman Henry.
Deshina, thank you for that response, Dr. Jim. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Shananta, Delegate Amber Knezwa-Crotty, a follow-up?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So as these recommendations are in draft form, I did note that that it believes that there was a report provided to the committee. So if you could just provide that documentation, then we can move forward. But what about Legislative 23? Who's the responsible individual? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Back to Dr. Jim.
Yes, thank you, Chair Henyo. We did do an assessment on this. I don't know when this was implemented. We have been working on it. The only thing I think is interesting around this is I don't know if there needs to be recommendations in working with Division of General Services on these compliance issues because they oversee a lot of the facilities. That's my only overall concern regarding this particular legislative concern, is it's not, if the buildings belong to the tribal programs, would it be a different responsible person? I'm willing to look at it at a different angle to look at funding to support it, but even with that, it's really difficult to fund these implementation of handicap designated areas, especially if there are ramps or signage or bathrooms that need to be fixed within their budget across the board is what I'm looking at here. In addition, all divisions are to add policies, which is fine. And so I guess that would be my budget unit, which is business unit number 113001. And even though it says it's all divisions on there, so responsible party would probably be the Office of the Executive Director for Department of Health. Chair, back to you. Thanks.
So the responsible party would be yourself, Dr. Jim?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Uh,
Back to Shenandoah Budget and Finance Committee members. Shenandoah Delegate Amber Knezwa-Crotty, follow up?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think with this legislative concern, I could look back at my notes. I believe it was Delegate Key Allen Begay who created this legislative concern. And so with that information, in the draft, we'll just make recommendation to, we'll find out what delegate created this concern and if it really should be more focused on general services and then the programs would just do the policy aspect, since that issue was raised, Chair. So I'll just make that a note, Chair. I don't know if Ms. Nakai, how can we find out what delegate created these legislative concerns? Thank you, Chair and committee members.
Yeah, Delegate Connie. I believe it was Delegate Eugene So that created this concern, because he has always mentioned and always advocated for handicap accessibility. So with that, I believe Delegate Kealan McGay was with the bathroom additions was his advocacy. But Peggy could find out for us and make it more clear. So Peggy, make a note of it. With this, back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments on this agenda? On this legislation? We can move forward to the next legislation. We do have a motion and second, on this legislation here. If there are no further questions, comments regarding this legislation, no legislative concerns that we might have, then we can call for the question.
Chairman Henio, I do have one more question.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Diljim, Daltech and most other programs, but in particular Daltech, always have an issue with their insurance. As the fiscal year wraps up, has there been a plan or policy implemented to make sure that there's an overlap? At Budget and Finance Committee, we had discussed that. Is there a solution to that challenge? I know the vans are limited now, but if they're still out there providing services, I don't know if that's something we should expect this next fiscal year, or do we have an opportunity right now to address the issue? Thank you, Chair and committee members.
Thank you for that question. I'll defer to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee.
Mr. Chair, before we move on to the next legislation, I have a question for Delegate Crotty, please.
We are still on this legislation, so we haven't taken a vote. Vice Chair Slater, you have the floor.
Chair, I didn't really comprehend Delegate Crotty's question. Can you ask Delegate Crotty to repeat, please?
For the Health, Education, Committee member, Vice Chair Delegate Crotty, if you would restate the question at Vice Chair's request.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Vice Chair Slater, for the request. The question is, there's a challenge every year with Daltech and their vans regarding their insurance. Is there a policy change or recommendations to the budget to address this issue? There's an insurance gap, and so how is that being addressed in this budget? Thank you.
Vice Chair Slater.
This is not something that I think is directly addressed in here, except for funding the insurance for the vans. I mean, that's really an administrative function that the program should be able to take care of. And with respect to that gap, I think the committee is open to any recommendations that the Budget and Finance Committee membership may have on, to say, getting better performance from the program or making policy changes to the insurance protocols in general, maybe trying to streamline and have some of the processes automated. And if I know that's under the purview of this committee, so if the committee has ideas on how to do that, I'd be very welcome to hearing them. But if you'd like to put a legislative concern or a condition on appropriation related to that, it'd be helpful for you to put it together. We can review it and work together to make it stronger. So thank you.
Vice Chair Slater for that response. I'll defer to Dr. Jim. Do you have a response?
Yes, Chair Henyo, thank you for that question. Shema, Honorable Crotty, and also Honorable Slater for responding to that as a more programmatic function. There is always an effort to try to identify making sure that those are budgeted and also ready each year. That, as you know, I think some of the budget cycles that Doltech deals with is that some of their insurance costs could be divvied up for the new funding that is from the external funds that have impacted previous insurance purposes because we never had enough general funds. So I just would like to reiterate that I know the new health services administrator is working with all the teams and making sure that they are aligning themselves with preparing for this gap that we often see. So it is a mix of sometimes it's related to external funding as well as just regular funding that we get to general funds because of the different funding pools that Doltech's always receive. So I will mention that to the program and the managers. And one way to address all of this is to put these in their performance improvement plans as a way of complying with your legislative concerns. So as a director, I'm willing to support executing a sort of a accountability across all the agencies to make sure they're in compliance. That would be my response, Chair Henyo and Shema Honorable Crotty. Thank you.
Thank you for that response to the question from the committee. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee, Shananta. Any further questions, comments? We can move to call for the question with a roll call vote.
Chairman, I had a question, concern over Hartford area.
And Delegate Yellow over here, you have the floor. State your question.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman. This is going to go to Dr. Jill Jim. We have a continued problems over at Hartford. Heck cook is the issue we have. A problem is Mr. James Piquet. He needs to be really pay attention to get these cook higher immediately. And I don't know if they did hire one, but the issue with the head cook in Hartford area for senior citizen. Jill, I don't know if you ever talked with Mr. James Piquet, is a supervisor over at Chinle Agency. Jill, traditional kid, Gianni Senigi, the Dahuye Hartford. Thank you.
Thank you, for that question. Dr. Jim?
Yes, Chair Henyo, and also Delegate Yellow Hair. Yes, we'll continue to work with getting that position filled along with other positions that I know that We'll need to work with DPM on all of that, of course, but I will follow up with Mr. James to provide you a status on that particular position for Hard Rock. So thank you.
Okay, just don't get it.
Dr. Jim for that response. I'll go back to the Budget Finance Committee. For any further questions, I do hear Shananta Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Shananta, you have the floor, Shananta.
Can you hear me? I have trouble with the phone all morning. I'll speak okay.
Oh, Shananta did Saturday. We got
what the nuts say.
Jimmy only had too much nuts to this stuff. Hey, down. So too, Dr. Jim is delegate again. On the budget, I'm trying to look. I know that overall on your planners, I'm going to be for hospital planners, or I know that the one who will be retiring from here, the planner for Dalcon Medical Center. Okay, but overall, I know that there's position for that to plan for trying to get some hospitals onto the reservation. They're there for it, but my question goes to so what's your next step? Right now, what's your plan on the overall focusing as a division director from the Department of Health, Navajo Nation, working with these 638 hospitals? It became very important and I guess significant because of this pandemic happened. Because the way these hospitals are being treated, especially with the quarantine and isolation. We know that Winslow, we had a problem with them. Right now, how's your plan on, or what kind of authority do you have over them? Is there a position or personnel that is going to be overseeing those 638 when do we need to get their fundings, maybe to their audit? Do you have authority over them to show to you, other than the aid, how the clients are doing? Like I said, that you know, and I know that that at one time during the winter, Navajo Nation set aside a quarantine place for people for in my community in Holbrook and here. Winslow didn't even know, or they knew about it. They say that they didn't know about it, but there was a place for it in the Ohawaii that you knew until almost halfway across the that they started using it. So how are you going to your plans on coordinating that and more monitoring this effort between as a division director for these 638 hospitals? And if is there a position that's created with it for this fiscal year? How did and okay, they not discriminate. Thank you.
Appreciate you again for that question, Dr. Jim.
Yes, Chair Henyo, Ado Suche Dr. Ati, Honorable Begay for that question. You are correct. There are planners that will be retiring. we know that those facilities that were grandfathered in, most of them are going to be moved. They moved along in the process in the communities of Ottaway Gap, Dilcon, Pueblo Pintado, and JIMC. There's no steering committee for them. And so we don't have a planner assigned to them yet. But I know that with the planning office, those were a history. That's a history of the Navajo Nation always trying to support the communities and these steering committees. And I believe that this is probably a unique setup, and it is across Indian country and the Navajo Nation, where local communities are being authorized to offer healthcare services on behalf of the Navajo Nation. And the reason why this it exists already here on the Navajo Nation, technically we're empowering these hospitals to offer better services and better care for our patients out in the community, or people out there in the community. And so I believe that same sort of goal in mind was put in there to get steering committees to support these healthcare constructions and bridge that gap between what the tribe is doing and with the healthcare facilities that were at one time federally operated. And so as these facilities get built, of course, to my knowledge, I think the steering committees, it may not, they kind of diminish. And then the planners move on to new facilities, and there was always work for them. Right now, we don't have any new facilities here on the Navajo Nation other than one that hasn't broken ground is Gallup Indian Medical Center. Other facilities are already starting in the design phase, or either with Dilcon in your community that will be finished with construction in December 2021 this year, and people will be moving into the facility next year. But no new additional facilities have been approved under Indian Health Services' new budget formulation for new facilities that we ought to consider. But in regards to your question, yes, there'll be some changes in how we operate and work with Indian Health Service and 638 with the planning office going forward after these individuals retire and find a way to become more efficient. But I will want to thank all the steering committees and the delegates and officials in those communities and the planners that have been with the Navajo Nation for these number of years and their work to getting health access to the Navajo people. In regards to the healthcare services and quality issues and patient experiences, I believe there needs to be a lot of work in that area. The Department of Health does have the authority to do this. I'm thankful for the previous administrations and delegates before to give Department of Health the ability to enact and oversee these hospitals and also the entire comprehensive health services. And part of my request in this budget for an unmet need is related to what you're asking for, is for someone to come in and help me implement part of that plan of operation regarding the Medicaid feasibility study, and also looking at creating and beginning to start the planning process of finding funding and individuals to help me staff those compliance, being able to issue and have compliance officers for healthcare facilities in the future. So that will require work, and there is funding. There has been legislation and will be legislation working with the HES committee to look at implementing our Title I programs to Title V. also assuming remaining services that have not been assumed under our existing resolution for Title I. And thirdly, looking at options to manage and maybe take over the area office and other remaining healthcare facilities and beginning to oversee existing and working with existing 638 facilities. And so there is a plan that has been presented to the Health and Human Service Committee regarding initiating self-governance and self-determination to address what you're talking about. And this pandemic has definitely shown all our concerns about healthcare. And sometimes just because we get free healthcare doesn't mean that's the best care we get. We ought to be given the best healthcare regarding to time, services, physicians, but we understand all those issues. And I hope that in this administration, we move towards that before in the next year and a half to come to some sort of collaboration so that we can be with peace in our mind that our Navajo people will be getting better care. And that is the responsibility for the Department of Health. And I thank you for that question because I know that as a public health professional, I do look forward to initiating and trying to get sort of these laws in place and support and resources to support what you're talking about. So once again, thank you for your question and your concern for your own community and your own area, but it applies to everybody else in all the areas just to make sure that we have better access to care. So Tara, back to you.
Chair Hinio, are you still there on the call? I think we may have lost him. Vice Chair, maybe you could step up, please. Vice Chair Smith, are you on the call, please?
Okay, I'm back. I accidentally hung up on myself when I was trying to unmute here, but thank you, Dr. Jim, for that response. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee members. Any further questions, comments? We can move towards accepting this resolution with a roll call vote. I'm calling for the question. There's no further questions. Ramona, you would lead us in roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman, good afternoon. Roll call vote for the resolution number HSCA U-1421. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kennisbach-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Kennisbach-Crotty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kennisbach-Crotty votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Begay votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green, and this is 14-21, correct?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Thank you. Thank you for that roll call vote. We do have accepted this resolution. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. With this, moving forward to the next legislation on our agenda. And Peggy, if you could read that legislation to the agenda. Peggy, are you there?
Yes, Chair, I am. I'm just looking for the part in the binder where the veterans resolution is. Is there a resolution for the Veterans Department budget, or is that included with that might be included with the NABI budget with under executive offices? I need clarification on that. Laureline, can you let me know, please?
I'm sorry, could you please repeat the question real quick, Peggy?
I'm okay, never mind.
I'm sorry.
Chair Hinio and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, the HEHSCAU 09-21 resolution of the Health Education Human Services Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021, an action related to the Health Education and Human Services Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, be it enacted. Section 1 authority. A, the Health Education and Human Services Committee is a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council 2 and see Section 400A. B, the Health Education Human Services Committee is the oversight committee for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration 2 and see Section 401C6. C, each oversight committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instructions 12 and C Section 840A. Section 2 findings. A, the Health Education Human Services Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony regarding the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration fiscal year 2022 budget 12 NC Section 840A. B, the Health Education Human Services Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee a fiscal year budget for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration 12 NC Section 840A. Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. A, the Health Education and Human Services Committee hereby acknowledges the proposed Navajo Nation fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration recommended by the Office of the Navajo Nation President and Vice President as provided on the fund type budget summary attached as Exhibit A. B, the Health Education Human Services Committee recommends that the Budget and Finance Committee and the Navajo Nation Council adopt the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary Exhibit B. Recommended changes to the General Fund Budget Exhibit C. Recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns Exhibit D, and recommended unmet needs Exhibit E. C, the Health Education Human Services Committee authorizes the committee chairperson or vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. This resolution was approved by a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed on the 11th day of August. The Exhibit A shows a total of $9,605,373. That's the fund type budget summary. And then Exhibit B is the comparative summary sheet, and it just shows $1,563,184. Exhibit C, recommended changes, there are none. Exhibit D, recommended conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns, there are none. Exhibit E, the unmet needs budget, $350,000 is requested, and there's a vote tally sheet that's attached. Mr. Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, that's the reading of the Veterans Budget Legislation Resolution.
Thank you, Peggy, for that reading. Is there a motion, Budget and Finance Committee members?
All motion, y'all here. Okay.
They'll get y'all here motion. Second. Is there a second to accept this resolution? Is there a second going once?
Chair Henya, this is Delegate Cardi. I'll second.
Delegate Friday, second. Do you have a motion and second? With that, we'll go to OMB for the report.
Thank you, Chair, committee members. This is Lisa Jim with OMB. I emailed the report to Peggy and Ramona. I'll be reading that report today. Again, this is Lisa Jim with OMB. The Navajo Nation Budget and Finance Committee FY22 budget hearings. Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Navajo Nation OMB report dated August 20th, 2021. You see the table of contents. You have A, the FY22 fund type budget summary. B, FY21 third quarter expenditure report. C, FY21 third quarter performance assessment report. D, FY21 third quarter planned operation status report. And E, the FY21 condition appropriation legislative concern report. Moving on to Part A, FY2022 fund type budget summary. If you see there, you have the Veterans Business Unit 1031, Veterans Administration. The approved budget at for 2021 is $1,548,000. For FY22, the proposed budget is $1,048,000. Indirect cost fund is $0. The general wage adjustment is $15,184. External cash match is $0. Proprietary fund is $0. Fiduciary fund is $0. Special revenue fund internal is $0. Special revenue fund external is $0, giving you a total amount of $1,563,184. For general funds, for the fiduciary funds, you have FY 2021 $7,367,743. For FY22, we have 0 general fund, 0 IDC, 0 general wage adjustment, 0 external cash match, 0 proprietary. Fiduciary funds, you have $4,820,729. Special revenue fund is 0. Special revenue fund external is 0, giving you a total amount of $4,280,729. For business unit 903002, the loan program for FY21, the budget was $15,000. 0 general fund budget, 0 indirect costs, 0 general wage adjustment, 0 external cash match. Proprietary fund at $15,000. 0 fiduciary fund. Special revenue fund internal 0. Special revenue fund external 0, giving you an amount of $15,000. For the trust homes for FY21 is 0. General fund for 22 General fund is 0. Indirect cost is 0. General wage adjustment 0. External cash match is 0. Proprietary fund is 0. Fiduciary fund is set to 3,746,460. 0 special revenue fund internal. 0 special revenue fund external. Giving you a total amount of 3,746,460. And the total special revenue amount for 21 was 7,382,743. 0 general fund amount, 0 IDC, 0 general wage adjustment, 0 external cash match. Proprietary fund was 15,000. Fiduciary fund is 8,027,189. Special revenue fund internal 0. Special revenue fund external 0, giving you a total amount of 8,042,189. Moving on to Part B. I did send an updated report for dated as of today. I can read this one since it's attached to the handout, and I can read the other one as well. The original budget for the Veterans Trust was $4,583,483.25. The revised budget is $7,367,743. Actuals is $2,184,624.65. 0 encumbrances. Budget available is $5,183,118.35, giving expense total of 42.46. For business unit 103015, original budget was $422,679.86. Revised budget is $1,543,501.78. Actuals is $851,667.94. Encumbrances is $39,911.28. Budget available is $651,922.56. Getting expense total of 57.76. For the loan program, the original budget was $3,750. Revised budget was $15,000. Actual amount was $1,501.75. 0 encumbrances. Budget available is $13,498.25. Giving expense total of $10,001. And then the budget status report as of today for the Veterans Trust Fund. Did you all receive this? I can read it again. Original budget.
Which one are you talking about?
The budget status report as of today, it says as of 8/31/21, but the date to the right is 8/20/21 at 11:58 a.m.
Committee members, do you have that report?
Yes, Chair. This is Delegate Crowdy. I received the report. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Ms. Jim, continue on.
Thank you, Chair, committee members. The original budget, the Veterans Trust Fund, as of today is $4,583,483.25. Revised budget is $7,367,743. Actuals is $3,179,055.87. 0 encumbrances. Budget available is $4,188,687.13. Expense total 42.46. For business unit 103015, Veterans Administration, original budget was $422,679.86. Revised budget was $1,543,501.78. Actuals is $884,932.23. Encumbrance is $39,304.80. Budget available $619,264.75. Expense total 59.88. For business unit 903002, the loan program, original budget was $3,750. Revised budget was $15,000. Actuals is $1,501.75. Encumbrances is $12,900. Budget available is $598.25. And expense total of $96.01. Okay, moving on to Part C, I'll hand it over to Janet. I don't hear you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. This is Janet McCabe. I will refer to tab C.
Okay, Mr. Cade, did you take the oath yet?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. Please continue.
Okay, tab C is the performance assessment report. Currently, there are 7 business units. I will reference to the bottom average quarterly assessment recent scores. For the first and second quarter, the program was on a continuing resolution. So the first quarter average was 1.09. Second quarter is 1.29. The third quarter is the FY budget at an average of 2.00. Moving on to tab D, the third quarter plans of operation status report. Again, there are 12 business units. They have the statute reference, and all the plans of operations for the Navajo Veterans Administration are updated. And below is the Legislative Council resolutions. Moving on to tab E, the conditions of appropriation legislative concern. The program had 1 legislative concern, number 23, which was due at the end of the second quarter. The program did not respond. The status is non-compliant. There are no FY 2021 external funds expenditure reports and no single audit reports for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. That concludes the report for OMB, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that presentation. Are there any comments, questions, committee members?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crowdy.
Shanda, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So thank you, OMB staff, for your report, and Ms. Jim for the updated budget forms. It does improve the Fort Defiance Agency and Western Agency distributions. But if you could help me understand the $2.4 million for Fort Defiance Agency, was there a supplemental increase of that amount to Fort Defiance? And if you could let me know, or if you happen to know, for the loan program, what happens to the funding that's not utilized? Where does that go back? Is it a proprietary account? Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the report.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. Back to Ms. Jim.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate Crowdy. Your question regarding Fort Defiance Agency, as you recall, the 21 budget was consolidated. The Fort Defiance agencies and the Western agencies were both consolidated into one business unit. I'm sorry, Fort Defiance Agency was consolidated in one business unit, and so was the Western Agency chapters were all consolidated to one business unit. That's why you have 2.4 for Fort Defiance, and Western has the 1.3. Those chapters have been consolidated into one business unit. And as for your loan program question, yes, that's a proprietary fund. So those unexpended balances will just go back into the loan program proprietary fund. Mr. Chair, committee members?
Chair Himio, are you still there?
Yeah, I just I keep hanging up on myself when I'm trying to unmute here. I'm back on the line here. Thank you for that, Ms. Jim, for that response. Back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions or comments?
Chairman Henio, I do have a question for OMB.
You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. OMB, I thought there was either a legislative concern or a condition of appropriation in regards to the veterans count. Could we just verify, or if you could give me guidance in terms of if you received any legislative concerns or conditions of appropriation requiring the Veterans Administration to finally complete a veterans count? Thank you.
Ms. Jim, are you able to respond to this question?
I'll refer that to Janet McCabe. She handles the COAs and the LCs.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you for that question, Honorable Claudia. There are no updates that we received from the program after the third quarter report was due to OMB.
Okay, thank you for that response. So with this, back to Budget and Finance Committee, Delegate Amber Knowles-Crowdy, do you have a follow-up?
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll just look at my notes and see, or I don't know if Chair Slater recalls if that actually was a formal legislative concern or a condition of appropriation to develop or to conduct and finalize the Navajo Nation veterans count. Thank you.
Kushina. Vice Chair Slater?
Thank you, Chair Henyo and Shimon Crowdy. I believe that was included as a legislative concern in the fiscal year 21 budget. And if I could make one request, I haven't seen it, but I also am in a place with very poor internet connection, and I'm downloading like 400 emails and barely at about 350 left to go. But if the advisor could send out the emails that are being submitted to the committee, so we're all reviewing just the same documents, it'd be helpful to myself. And then I think the committee is still very invested and supportive of conducting the veterans count. But I think the program have a response that I won't articulate on their behalf about conducting veterans counts and then the funding required to do so. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Slater for that response. Back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments for Office of Management Budget?
Mr. Chair, this is Janet from OMB.
Ms. McCabe, you have the floor.
Okay. There were some condition of appropriations that were cited by the oversight. However, they were line item vetoed. And that was condition of appropriation number 1 and 2. Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that information. So that COA pertains to what we're discussing right now, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that information. It's helpful, and I'll defer back to the Budget and Finance Committee regarding our discussion with the veterans count. Shananta, Delegate Amber Bakari, any follow-ups?
Thank you, Chair. No, I have further questions, but it'll be for the program during the budget. Thank you.
Kashina, with that, if there are no further questions for Office of Management and Budget, I will move forward to the actual legislation and the program budget. And so with this, I'll defer to Shananta. Vice Chair Slater, you would present the budget and the legislation, the legislation and who your agent will be for this legislation to the Budget and Finance Committee. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair Henyo. Jim Sverline is the Nation Veterans Administration Director, and this is the budget that the program compiled. The committee reviewed it. Chairman So is the sponsor. I did preside over the consideration of the legislation, but I'm actually not a sponsor of this legislation. So I think it'd be prudent for the committee to direct questions to Director Zerline, and then if there are questions about oversight or programmatic things based off the budget that's before you, I'm happy to discuss what the committee has considered and discussed in the past. Chair Henyo. Thank you very much.
For that, and Mr. Zwerline, are you on the line?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Yes, I am.
Okay. Who will be presenting along with you? Is it just yourself, or do you have other staff members that will be presenting?
At this time, it is just myself, sir.
Okay, sir. If you would, Peggy will administer the oath. Peggy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Mr. Swerline. Can you raise your right hand? You swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give.
I do so swear.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you for that, Peggy, and we're moving forward. Mr. Zwerline, you have the floor. Present your budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the honorable members of the committee. The Navajo Nation Veterans Administration for fiscal year 22 received a general fund allocation of $1,548,000 and an additional general wage adjustment of $15,184. Those general wage adjustment dollars can be seen in our budget form 4 on page 5 of 12 under the line item for salary adjustments. We also allocated additional funding from our general fund allocation for additional adjustments in the wages. The Veterans Loan Program receiving a proprietary fund allocation of $15,000. That number is calculated based on previous and forecasted revenues generated by the Veterans Loan Program, and these funds are intended for aiding in the operations of the program. These are not the funds that are actually used to provide loans for qualified veterans. For the Veterans Trust Fund, Business Unit 703 XXX-1 for Eastern Agency, for a FY22 allocation of $761,078. That is the allocation based on 17.78% of the total veteran population for fiscal year 22. For Business Unit 703 XXX-2 Northern Agency Veterans Trust, an allocation of $902,838. That is based on an allocation of 21.09% of the total veteran population. For Business Unit 703 XXX-3 Veterans Trust Fund Chinle Agency, $559,069. That is for a allocation of 13.06% of the total veteran population. Business Unit 703125, excuse me, for Fort Defiance Agency. That is an allocation of $1,348,498 based on 31.50% of the total veteran population. And then Business Unit 703126, Western Agency Veterans Trust Fund, in the amount of $709,246. That is for a total of 16.57% of the veteran population. Then this year we have an allocation for Business Unit N01373 for Veterans Trust Homes in the amount of $3,746,460. That provides for a total of $4,280,729 for veterans financial assistance and $3,746,460 for veterans home construction and home improvement, as well as financial assistance and home down payment assistance. Those numbers are based off of a memorandum received from the Office of the Controller dated July 6, 2021. The Veterans Administration does a rolling count and adjusts our numbers accordingly. For fiscal year 21, we were planning allocations based off of a veteran population shown to be 12,495 veterans. When our numbers were recalculated and updated for fiscal year 22 calculations, we are now showing a veteran population of 9,663 veterans. So our count, as I mentioned, it is continuing. It is becoming more accurate as we continue to verify with individual veterans based on the records that we maintain within our agency offices. And our numbers are adjusted accordingly to correspond with those veteran counts. So with that, I'll remain on the line and I look forward to your questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Zwerlein, for the presentation. And with that, back to you, Vice Chair Slater, to conclude your presentation.
Yes, thank you, Chair Henya.
Kushina, there is a motion and a second. And Sinandal Budget and Finance Committee members, the floor is open for questions regarding the presentation. Are there any questions?
Chairman Henya, this is Delegate Crotty.
Shinanda, Delegate Crotty, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zerlin, for your report, and Vice Chair Slater for being on the call and presenting to Budget and Finance. In light of the many years of challenges with this department and their budget forums, I'm looking, so first I want to make sure that I have the most recent budget form because I am finding some issues. So if I could just get verification from our staff when that was sent out. I did pull up the report that was emailed to me today, but if there's from at 9:53, but if there is a corrected version, at first just want to make sure I have the right version, Chair. Thank you.
Kashika for that question, and I'll defer that to Office of Management and Budget, who manages the budget forms. Please provide a response.
Good afternoon, Chair, committee members. This is Lisa Jim. I do not know what forms Budget and Finance Committee have, but I do have budget forms here in the office. Mr. Chair, committee members,
What's the date of the form you have in the office?
for the loan program, I have, for business unit 103002, I have it signed by Mr. Zwerline on July 22nd. For Veterans Trust Northern Agency, I have Mr. Zwerline's signature is 7/13/2021. And for Veterans Trust Eastern Agency, also have Mr. Zwerline's signature for 7/13. Veterans Trust Western Agency, also dated 7/13/2021. And the Veterans Trust Chinle Agency, also for 7/13/2021. And then I also have the Veterans Trust Housing, also dated 7/13/2021. Then I also have the, let's see, 10/30/15, dated, hold on. $723. Mr. Chair, committee members?
Thank you for that, Ms. Jim. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Is that the dates of the budget forms that you have on hand?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Shananta. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. So my first question will be to the Veterans Administration, Business Unit 103015. The documents I have were signed by the program manager on July 30th and Mr. Paulson Chaco on August 2nd. So I don't know if OMB reviewed these documents. I think Ms. Jim had mentioned a different date here.
Kashina, thank you for that. Ms. Lisa Jim, I believe the committee, Budget and Finance Committee, to have budget forms that are more recent than what you have. Can you explain why that would be?
Mr. Chair, committee members, this is Lisa with OMB. They were sent back for revisions, and I believe I did receive those back on, let me, just a minute, please. Mr. Chair, this is Lisa with OMB again. Yes, I did receive those. I just had to check when they were logged in by our staff. But I did receive those, and I just don't have the exact date of when they came in.
Okay, thank you for that response, Ms. Jim. So back to Budget and Finance Committee members. Delegate Amber Kanasaakani, do you have a follow-up? They do have.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I'll be referring to those documents that Ms. Jim is going to look up. There's on my page, so on my electronic copy page, well, let me see. It doesn't, it's cut off what page number, so it's budget form 4. I'm assuming it's going to be it might be page 6 of 12. I don't see the budget breakdown for the travel expense. So the admin is asking for about $92,000 in travel, and that's just not part of my packet. So I just wanted to make sure that, they're asking for $92,375. I don't know if that's a scanning issue, but that's not part of my packet that I received, Chair. And because then I saw another issue. It looks like there's going to be a lot of new personnel. And it looks like for the loan program, business unit 903002, and I have those signed on July 30th, and someone signed for Chief of Staff July 30th. And it also has identified travel expense at $1,500. But on my page 3 of 3, there's not a breakdown of travel. So I just saw those two as a theme, and I just need to know then, do I have the most accurate forms that were reviewed by OMB? Thank you, Chair.
Back to Ms. Jim regarding the budget forms. Question is, what we have here, are those the most accurate and recent and latest and greatest forms that we have, Ms. Jim?
Okay, Mr. Chair, committee members. OMB did receive those back on August 8th, but the copies that we received through the email were unsigned, so they were returned to the program for signature. And I'm looking to see what it was sent back to me. And I did receive the colored copies that you all received this morning, earlier at the beginning of the week on Monday. So I do have those copies. Mr. Chair, committee members.
Thank you, Shana. Thank you for that response, Ms. Jim. With that, the Budget and Finance Committee, there are questions regarding the budget for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration.
Chairman Henio, can you repeat that? I just don't think I have the right budget forms.
Ms. Jim stated that the forms that you were referencing is what she has as part of her file as the budget form that OMB is using.
Okay, Chairman, so I'll restate the question. Where's the travel budget for business unit 103015 and the travel budget for 903002? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that question. Back to Ms. Jim. Regarding the budget forms that you have, where is the travel budget for the two business units that were cited?
Mr. Chair, can you hear me now? Mr. Chair, committee members?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, yep. Delegate Karate is correct. I am missing the travel budget pages. Those pages are missing from the budget. But I do have it
Ms.
here in, I'm sorry, Mr. Committee members.
Okay. So, Ms. Jim, if that page is missing from your official files, does that make this budget a complete budget or not?
Mr. Chair, committee members, the PDF version that you have is missing that page. The budget forms I have it. If you would like, I could email that page right now to you all. I can start with the 10/30/15 and email that to Peggy and Ramona right now.
Thank you. We'll wait for it. Peggy, did you receive the email?
No, it'll take a couple of minutes.
Okay, we'll wait for a little bit there. Let us know when you receive both emails of the two business units.
I'll send it out.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, so Peggy, are we ready to go now?
I just sent out the one page that she sent for the program, but not for the loan program, or the other one that was missing that was mentioned.
Okay, we'll wait for a little longer then.
Chair Henio, can you please remind programs to make sure that they check their copies that they send out to make sure we have everything, so we don't have delays. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, committee members, I do not have that page for the Veterans Loan Program that does have the travel on it. I do not have that page. I have the same page that Mr. Zwerline had just submitted.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Jim. So with that, back to the question I posed earlier. Does that make this budget a complete budget or not?
What do they get to do with that money?
Office Legislative Counsel, Mr. Pahi, as far as the legislation that we are reviewing, there is one page missing from one of the business units. So my question to OMB is not being answered, so maybe you can help me with that response, Ms. Pahi. Does this make this a complete budget or not?
Can someone please mute your radio or your background, please?
That's mine. I'm listening to the litigation, so it's my phone.
Mr. Chair, this is Lurleen from OLC. I thought that OMB was going to email the budget forms for 103015 and 903002 in response to Delegate Crotty's question. If that was emailed, I did not receive a copy, and I would recommend that we need those forms to justify, to back up the figures that are in the budget forms that we have now. We don't have a breakdown of what's in those two business unit numbers. So I think we do need those.
Thank you for responding back, Ms. Tupahi. So with that, Budget and Finance Committee, we are missing one budget form page for one business unit. Therefore, we do need to get that one page. Mr. Zwerline, are you able, do you have that form, or do you need to create that form, that one page form?
Thank you for the question, sir. I have emailed that page, which would be page 6 of 12, that includes object code 3110. I have emailed that to OMB and to Peggy. They should have it any minute. That was the page that was missing. It was missing in our copy as well. And then for business unit 903002, the form 1 is incorrect. We had made corrections, but we were missing apparently the correct signed form 1. There is no travel expense. So the data that is reflected in the budget form 4 on page 3 of 3 for that business unit, that data is correct. So we have a corrected copy of the form 1 headed to OPVP as we speak for counter signature, either by Chief Paulson Chaco or his delegated authority.
Thank you, Mr. Zwerline, for that. response. With this, I'll defer to Health Education Human Services Committee. I understand, Mr. Shinanta, Vice Chair Slater, that you're not the sponsor, but you are representing the Health Education Human Services Committee. So, therefore, what would be your response, your recommendation on regarding this legislation?
Chair, I think it's really up to the committee. There were quite a few programs that had to go back and submit corrected budget forms on some of these technical issues. So in order to comply with the budget process, we passed them with them. They just needed to update the exhibits. So we'll defer to your program, or sorry, your committee on how you'd like to move forward. If you want to table this for now and then revisit it once those forms are in your possession. But I think one of them is a corrected first page. The second one is a form that the program did submit. It just didn't make it to the committee, it sounds like, in the scan that you obtained. Thank you.
Gashena, thank you for that. Shinanta, Vice Chair Slater. This Shinanta Budget and Finance Committee, what the committee wish to do with this legislation? Continue moving forward, or look at a revisit?
Chair, just in terms of time, can we just do a revisit? There also will be some other issues because Northern Agency did ask that the CBOs be individualized. So I think that'll just be a request as we move forward with the comprehensive budget. But I think if we could just move on, because this is only our second item, and I appreciate we're all trying to navigate that ill-scheduled litigation meeting. But if we have human resources and they're ready, then we can move forward. Thank you, Chair.
So to do a revisit, Shinanta, we would need to table the legislation, and from there set it up for a revisit at the end of our comprehensive budget hearing, which would be Wednesday. So floor is open for a motion. Would that be your motion, Shinanta? Delegate Amber Knudsen-Crotty? No, Shinanta Budget and Finance Committee. How do you wish to proceed?
Chair, did you need me to motion?
Yes, if this legislation is going to be slated for a revisit, there needs to be a motion to table, and then a second, and then a vote. And more likely, the tabling motion would need a time of when it would be revisited. Shinanta, thank you for that question.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll motion to table. I am just looking at our schedule. We're going to meet Monday. Maybe we can meet.
It would be
or
Wednesday,
come back to us on Tuesday.
Sure. Peggy? Peggy, when would we need to bring it back?
Good afternoon, Budget and Finance Committee. Can you please mute your phone? Okay, thank you. The Wednesday, the 25th, the morning of Wednesday, the 24th at 8 o'clock is our revisits. So that's what I would recommend, is to table it to the 25th. Please, thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. Shinanta, Delegate Amber Knudsen-Crotty, your motion would be to Wednesday morning for revisit. To table till Wednesday morning on August 25th.
Okay, yes, thank you, Chair. I hope that gives the program enough time to review and fix the budget forms. Thank you, Chair.
I'll motion second. This is Delegate Yella here.
Kashina, so we do have a motion on the floor to table this legislation to make sure we get all the correct budget forms in correct order, all the pages there, signatures there, and with, I guess, OMB, if you would please assist the program. With that, there's a second by Delegate Jimmy Yella here. We do have a motion and a second to table this. Therefore, with that, we'll go to roll call vote. Shnanta, with the tabling motion again. Ms. Rona Nelson, if you would lead us in a roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman, roll call vote for motion table. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
How about green?
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Cardi, how do you vote?
Shadow Delegate Amber Kenneth Cardi, and I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth Cardi votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Thank you for that roll call vote. We do have a table motion that is received a due pass. So with that, let's move forward to the next legislation. Peggy, if you read the legislation to the record.
Chair Hunio, who seconded that motion for tabling, please?
Delegate Yellowhair.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and read the next legislation. That is for the Human Resources Division. HEHSCAU-11-21 Resolution of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee of the Navajo 24th Navigation Council Review 2021 and action related to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Human Resources be it enacted. Section 1 authority. The Health, Education, Human Services Committee Standing Committee of the Navajo Nation Council 2 and C Section 400. A. B. The Health, Education, Services Committee is oversight for the Navajo Nation Division of Human Resources 2 and C Section 401C1. C. Each oversight committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with annual budget instructions 12 and C Section 40A, Section 2 findings. A. The Health, Education, Human Services Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony regarding Navajo Nation Division of Human Resources fiscal year 2022 budget 12 and C Section 40A. B. The Health, Education, Human Services Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Human Resources 12 and C Section 40A. Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Human Resources. A, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee hereby acknowledges the proposed Navajo Nation fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Human Resources recommended by the Office of the Navajo Nation President and Vice President, as provided on the fund type budget summary attached as Exhibit A. B. The Health, Education, and Human Services Committee requests that the Budget and Finance Committee and the Navajo Nation Council adopt the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary. Exhibit B, recommended changes to the General Fund budget. Exhibit C, recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns. Exhibit D, and recommended unmet needs. Exhibit E. C, the Health, Education, Human Services Committee authorizes the committee chairperson or vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with the Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. And this was approved by a vote of 5 in favor on the 11th day of August. Exhibit A totals $106,895,549. Exhibit B has a total of $2,669,100. Exhibit C, recommended changes, there are none. Exhibit D, the conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns. There is one for business unit number 114001, Division of Human Resources Administration. Conditions of appropriation. The Division of Human Resources shall assist the Division of General Services in conducting a survey on Navajo Nation employee housing and assist in reporting back to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee no later than the third quarter of FY 2022. Exhibit E are the recommended unmet needs, and there are none. And there's a committee report or vote tally sheet that is attached. Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that reading. Is there a motion to adopt?
This is Delegate Brown on motion.
In this case,
Kushi, Delegate Nathaniel Brown motion. Is there a second?
Chair, this is Delegate Cardial, second. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We do have a motion and a second to accept this resolution as read. With that, Office of Management Budget, your report.
Good afternoon, Budget and Finance Committee. This is Selena Begay, Senior Budget Analyst for OMB. I will be reading the OMB report for Division of Human Resource. The second page have the table of contents. And next page, A, F022 Fund Type Budget Summary. The next page has a worksheet, Fund Type Budget Summary by business units. There's a listing of business units. I won't be reading the bottom total. FY 2021 General Fund Budget. Total amount is $2,669,100. Proposed General Fund Budget, $2,696,100. Indirect costs, $1,650,266. General Wage Adjustment, $109,179. Matching Fund, $900,000. Proprietary Funds, $105,000. Fiduciary Fund, $66,611,900. Special Revenue Internal, 0. Special Revenue Funds External, $64,850,104. Total, $106,995,594. I'm sorry, $106,894,549. Next page, B, FY 2021 third quarter budget status report. Budget status report as of June 30, 2021. I will be reading the bottom column, General Fund total. Original budget is $1,077,994.84. Revised budget, $5,043,393.30. Actual, $2,456,051.25. Encumbrance, 169,406.10. Available, 2,417,935.95. Overall expended 52 and 6. The next column is the fiduciary funds. That has a total of 11 million. Original budget is 11,794,750. Revised budget 55,613,369.95. Actual 40,528,357.92. Encumbrance 286,679.27. Budget available 12,798,332.76. Overall expended 76.13. Next one, C. Ms. N.C. Talagio will be reading that.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Tab C is the FY 2020-21 third quarter performance assessment report for Division of Human Resource. The third quarter average is 2.29. There are a couple of business units that are below 2.0. Business Unit 114002, 1.00. Business Unit 114006, 1.8. Business Unit 114010, 1.4. Going on to D, the third quarter plans of operation status report for Division of Human Resource. Business Unit 114007, Navajo Occupational Safety and Health Administration needs to update their plan of operation. Going on to tab E is the FY21 Condition of Appropriation and Legislative Concern report. Legislative concern number 23, the Division of Human Resource did respond for third quarter, but they're still in non-compliance for the status. Legislative concern number 3, they also respond for third quarter, they're in compliance. Number 4, they respond and they're non-compliant. That completes the MPS report. FY 2021 External Fund Expenditure Report will be read by OMB CGS staff.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chairman Henyo, members of Budget and Finance Committee members. I'll go ahead and read in section F and G. Okay, for FY 2021 External Funds Expenditure Report.
Excuse me. Your name?
Jermaine Jones. I'm Deputy Contracting Officer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. The first attachment is Contracts and Grants section OMB FMIS Budget Expenditure Report explanation for active externally restricted contracts grants as of June 30th, 2021. The next page lists the budget expenditure reports for Division of Human Resources. I'll go ahead and read the bottom total. Okay. Column C lists the contract identification numbers. Column D is the start date. Column E is the end date. Column F is the number of business units. Column G is the number of company numbers. Column H lists the business units. Column I is the title of the programs. Column J is the original budget entered into FMIS, which totals $22,245,406. Column K is the revised budget entered into FMIS, which totals $32,313,957. Column L lists the expenditures, which totals $6,973,249.32. Column M lists the open commitment, which totals $492,890. Column N is the available balance, which totals $24,884,992. $847,817.68. Column O is the percentage spent, which is 23%, and column P is the percentage balance remaining, which is 77%. Section G is the FY 2019 single audit report, which there is none for this year, for 2019. Thank you. That concludes OMB's report.
Chair, this is Selena with OMB. I do have the budget status report as of August 2021 for Division of Human Resource. If you want me to read that, I can do that as well.
Yes, we still have the floor. Go ahead.
Okay. Budget status report as of August 2021 Division of Human Resource is listed by the business unit. The general fund total original budget is $1,077,994.83. Revised budget $5,089,056.30. Actual $3,009,355.21. Encumbered $257,960.48. Budget available $1,821,740.61. Total expended is $862.20. This concludes OMB report.
Thank you for that report. Committee members, questions from OMB report?
Chairman Henya, this is Delegate Crotty with a question. Yes, thank you. So, OMB, thank you for your report. I did have a question on the K accounts on page 20 of 21. It looks like K accounts, I don't know how I could identify this. Well, on your index, so it starts at index 13 to 18, and then again from 20 to 22. So that last phase was, the start date was July of 2020, and the end date was June 30th, 2021, but there's been no expenditures. Can you give me a little bit more information about this account and the account above that also has no expenditures? I'm just looking at them. These look important. So youth programming, I'm assuming these are workforce type funding. So, you know, for Navajo Nation, we allocate general funds for summer youth. And I just need to know a little bit more about this account, and if we're, if there's a possibility of reversion or how this account is used. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that question. Back to Office Management Budget.
Good afternoon. This is Laverne Harrison with OMB. I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
Delegate Amber from Responsibility. Can you state the question for OMB?
Yes, this is for OMB regarding your report on page 20 of 21. I'm not sure how to identify these K numbers, so I'm just going to column A, it says index. So from index number 13 to 18, this account has no expenditures. And from index account 20 to 22, no expenditures. Are these funds, well, it looks like the the last portion, the end date is June 30th, 2021. Are these funds in danger of being reverted? And if you could give a little bit more information to the committee on these types of funds. Thank you.
Okay, I think this, I would have to research this real quick. Can I get back with you and we'll go back to this question, please?
Absolutely, thank you.
And thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions and comments for Office of Management and Budget? If not, we can go to sponsor. At the same time, we'll have OMB come back to us with this response.
Chair Henyo, are you recognizing yourself?
I believe I will be recognizing you right now. I don't hear anybody asking me for a question on OMB, so Samantha, Vice Chair Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Budget and Finance Committee members and Chair Henyo. I would direct your attention to Exhibit D that lists the COA that the HES Committee has issued for DHR. And it says that the Division of Human Resources will work with the Division of General Services and compile a report that will be submitted back to the HES Committee no later than the end of the third quarter regarding employee housing. And the idea is to examine how far people have to travel to get to work and other housing and employment issues related to Navajo Nation employment. I'm happy to stand for any questions that the committee may have related to this budget and the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Who's the agent?
Be Dr. Fowler.
Christina, thank you for that, Vice Chair Slater. Dr. Fowler, are you on the line?
Oh, Shana, I'm here.
She's here, Dr. Fowler, who will be presenting with you on this budget.
It will be, thank you, Honorable Chair. It'll be myself. I also have my Administrative Service Officer. I also have my program managers for any direct questions. So I have 11 of them. With me will be 12 of us. Thank you.
Peggy, if you would administer the oath to Dr. Fowler and her staff.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. To the Division of Human Resources, those managers and Dr. Fowler who will be presenting the budget for the Division of Human Resources. Please stand and raise your right hand and state your name for the record, please.
Perfilia Fowler.
Thank you. Go ahead, the other presenters.
Lorraine Tabaha.
Thank you, Lorraine.
Racita Toddy.
Thank you, Racita.
Ron Duncan.
Thank you, Ron.
Judy Platero.
Thank you, Judy.
Andrea Holmes.
Thank you, Andrea. Anybody else?
Roberta Roberts.
Thank you, Roberta.
Shar Kruger.
Thank you, Shar.
Ron Curtis.
Eileen Ness.
Eileen.
Jolene at City.
Thank you, Miss at City.
Edsel Pete, Program Manager, Navajo Nation TV and Film.
Thank you. That's all. Anyone else?
Good afternoon, if you can hear me. Navajo OSHA,
Thank you.
Walter Hudson.
Thank you, Walter. Anyone else? Okay. You all swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give regarding the DHR budget?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, we do.
I do.
Okay, thank you very much. Be seated.
With that, thank you for taking the oath. Dr. Fowler, you have the floor to present your budget to the committee, and you can defer to any of your staff if you wish to do that.
Oh, ich Shanat Masini, Shana, Vice Chair, Chair Hinyo, Honorable Vice Chair, Shana, Mr. Smith, Honorable Crotty, Adona Shache Anasa, Honorable Begay, Honorable Brown, and Ado Shana, Honorable Mr. Yellowhair. To the members of the Budget and Finance Committee, the Navajo Division of Human Resources fiscal year FY 2022 comprehensive budget includes 15 business units, 223 regular full-time positions, and 29 Navajo Nation vehicles. The following shows a difference in the DHR planning allocation for current FY 21 and the proposed FY 2022. We did provide binders to all the members. So for our fund type, general fund in FY 2021, it was $2,669,100. In FY 2022 is $2,669,100. So there's no difference. So we pretty much got the same amount as of last year. The indirect costs for FY 2021, $1,485,239. For FY 2022, $1,650,266, and the difference of $165,027. The proprietary for FY 2021 is $20,000. In FY 2022 is $105,000, and the difference of $85,000. With the additional allocation of FY 2021 GWA allocation, the decreases in fringe insurance premiums and other applicable rates, we are proud to inform you that our division does not have any unmet needs or for this budget season. Our highest priority as follows, as recognized during the emergency health crisis. The Navajo Occupational Safety Health, NOSHA, is understaffed and requires additional staff to address safety plans and reoccupancy compliance. In FY 2022, there were allocated additional general funds to include one more senior safety technician to its current staffing. Although the Navajo Office of Vital Records and Identification is 100% 638 funded, they have been extremely busy assisting with the hardship assistance program to constituents of the Navajo Nation. The Department of Personnel Management is an eminent essential component of the Central Navajo Nation government operation, equal of similar to the Office of Controller and the Office of Management and Budget. Several DPM reclassification and positions did occur in FY 2021 and absorbed in FY 2022 budget. Plus they are proposing one new position, and there are many initiatives in progress within the DPM, which are monitored by an improvement initiative issued by myself as a division director. The Navajo Nation Band has been administratively transitioning to the office of the president and vice president. However, an allocation FY 2022 is included in the NDHR comprehensive budget. The OPVP is also pursuing the legislative transitioning through the HES and the Navigatia. As the essential division of the program continued to provide service during the Navajo Nation government closure within 2020 and 2021. First, the alternatives and curbside method window service to now reopening our doors. However, all meetings are continued to be held in virtual platforms, Zoom, WebEx, Google Meets, Microsoft, and etc. We continue our operations and have approximately 90% workforce back in their workplaces to further maintain CDC safety guidelines. Our division has instrumentally in the department of various procedures such as a COVID-19 leave, telecommuting policy, the return to work policy, and other guidelines that other divisions may need guidance. Much participation has been completed through community outreach, including weekly town hall. All the DHR program managers are in attendance today for any further questions. Next, I have the overall comprehensive budget that was introduced by OMB. We have those same documentation that is attached, and it's the same as what is indicated in the resolution that was approved, and also is also indicated in the OMB budget. Part of our FY 2021 accomplishment division of human resources include that we were in central program. We also issued some chain of command hazard duty pay policies, then Navajo Cares Act Hardship Assistance Program, and then Vital Records assisting the Navajo Public Safety and Social Service on PPEs and burial sites. In Q2, we did conduct a virtual division director's address. Nikizad Liniye, Lido, Ajin Sagokwati, the Kosnas States Ata. Bebene Kahigi, Sato, Nakana, Nishigi, Sato Big Edit, a workplace safety training. In addition to the Navajo Nation Mental Health Coalition. In Q3, we, the Navajo Nation, with the support of with your committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, Navajo Nation Virtual Retiree Celebration, with the enhanced retirement program being enacted on the Navajo Nation official enrollment, which is now more than 400,000 Navajo citizens, and then our ongoing virtual community outreach. Those are just some of our accomplishments. I know I just got a few more minutes. I don't know how you want to do this, but when we reported to the HESI, we did go through each business unit. We did indicate for the record budget form 1 and then budget form 2. I'm not sure what your approach is, Mr. Chair. If you want me to go through each one, I can do that, and then have questions at the end with my program managers being available. Just let me know how we want to proceed with this as far as our budget unit, and we'll go for each budget per budget unit number. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Christina, thank you for that presentation. And with this, Shanantal, Vice Chair Slater, does that conclude your presentation for this legislation?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
With this, moving forward to the Budget and Finance Committee, are there any questions, comments on this legislation?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crowdy with a question.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate the report and response from us. That's the link. My computer is just trying to download all of those documents. So while I wait for that, I did want to ask with the Oversight Committee and Vice Chair Slater, what's the plan for NOSHA in updating the plan of operation? Is there a legislative? I didn't see a legislative concern. So is that document being worked on to move forward? It is important, and it does need to meet some of our modern requirements as we deal with COVID and subsequent variants. The other question that I had for Vice Chair Slater and Shama is, in terms of the legislative concern number 4, if the recommendation then is to move that to a condition of appropriation since it's not compliant, I would just need to know who's the responsible entity and then on what quarter, so we could draft that condition of appropriation. I did ask about those 2 K accounts. I'm not sure, Shama, if you have your program manager from Workforce Development. I would appreciate any insight. What I'm really concerned about is if there's any possible reversions. Navajo Nation, we do use our general fund for summer youth programming, And so I'm not exactly sure the nature of these funds, but it's combined, combined it's about $10 million. So I could receive that here at the committee, or if you need to follow up, I can denote that here in my notes. Let's see. 3 more questions. So in terms of vital records, I don't see an unmet need for vital records, but we know through the hardship process that there was a need for additional support, like for technology, also access, and individuals who were requesting their documentation. And also in our litigation update, there was some mention of how vital records is important to the ICWA process. So I wanted to inquire on what are the unmet needs for for that program. And lastly, or you mentioned the band, the plan is to move them under OPVP. Do you envision then OPVP will, they're gonna assume that budget? What should we expect for next year's budget, since they're still allocated dollars off of your fiscal year, although your expenditures across the board are below average? And so that does indicate that your division may not need the type of funding that you're requesting. And as I look at Exhibit A, it actually looks like you're requesting additional dollars. Wait. That's strange. Oh, okay, I see, because it includes your fiduciary funds. So it looks like you're going to get the same general funds, but you're getting your IDC and your general wage, so there is an increase. So I just wanted to get a comment on that in terms of your expenditures. And the last item is, what is the status of the Navajo Women's Commission? Historically, it's been under this budget, and I don't recall seeing it under the executive offices. So if you could give me an idea on the status of the Navajo Women's Commission. Thank you very much, Chair and Vice Chair Slater. Shema.
Thank you for those questions, Shananta. I'll defer back to Ms. Fowler, Dr. Fowler for response.
During our oversight committee, there were no adjustments that were made to the budgets. And however, there were some concerns that were brought to our attention, and we did provide a written summary. And those departments were ONLR, Office of Naval Labor Relations, Department of Personnel Management, Office of Background Investigation, and then also our Naval Office of Vital Records and ID. And as far as the conditions of appropriation, that's the responsibility of the Division of Human Resource Administration Business Unit 114001, and I'll be collaborating with the Division of General Services Division Director, Mr. Tom Platero. So the oversight of the NOSHA, the plan, I'll go ahead and defer that to our NOSHA supervisor. He is in the process and working on getting a sponsor on that matter. I'll have him elaborate on that a little bit once I'm done. The next one is a legislative concern that is in FY 2022. I know there's a legislative concern number 4 under Department of Personnel Management. We did submit, it does state non-compliant, and the individual that's responsible is Ms. Rosita Toddy, who is our delegated Human Resource Director, and myself as a division director. So we're collaborating on that. As far as the legislative concern number 23, the responsible individual is each of the program supervisors. We do have one that's in compliant, our NNTV film. So we can work with our Office of Background and NNTV film program managers to get us in compliance. But in the meantime, those are ongoing, but it is the responsibility of our program managers. As far as the K count, after Mr. Hudson, I'll defer that to our workforce development, and she will explain more briefly on the terms of service. And I think we have to understand that some of those K counts have a different physical year. So we'll go ahead and have Ms. Roberts explain that. The next part on the vital records, I know that we did not request any unmet needs. There is a lot that we need to do with vital records. We do have some monies. It's just a matter of focusing on what is really needed as far as technology-wise, and we're also working toward our Navajo, our own updating our ID, Navajo Nation ID, and I can have Mr. Duncan elaborate on that right after Ms. Roberts. As far as Navajo Nation Band, we did have that under business unit. For business unit 114002. And with that, under the Navajo Nation Band, it is within our budget. Under Part 2 General Fund, the amount is $65,632, which is at 100%. And under Part 3 of the budget summary, the approved original budget $65,632. The proposed budget $65,632 with a zero difference. There are no positions budgeted, and there are no vehicles that are proposed or budgeted. We are transitioning this over to the OPBP, and they are working on an updating of plan of operation, and we don't properly communicate that to the band members as well. As far as the expenditures, I can have our administrative service officer elaborate on that, and I'll have her in with the status of the Navajo Women's Commission, which is also transitioned to the Office of the President and Vice President's office. So with that, I'd like to defer the first one to our Chiche Nosha. So if you can provide Ms. Crotty and our honorable members an update of the Nosha plan of operation. Chiche.
Okay, now, thank you, Dr. Fowler. Starting with Chairman Henio, Heside, Mr. Slater, thank you. Aron the Naidin Kitigi, Shadeja, Ms. Crotty, although 19 to be in compliance, first of all, is that we have amendments with the NOSHA Act 2000, along with our program plan of operation, an amendment for our fund management plan. Those are the three that we are in the process of amendments. When we first submitted it back in 12/2/16, this has been a long process. And we got that going, and it was reviewed by DOJ. And from there, it was brought back. We got it back. We did some amendments. We did some changes, corrections, so forth on the amendment. And we resubmitted the second time, which was on May 27th, 2021. And we got that back on July 1st, 2021, our amendments. And the changes that is being requested this time is that we had listed DOJ in most areas and kind of bypassing hearing and appeals office, because most of the time we have been working directly with DOJ on a lot of discrepancy, advisory notices, corrective measures, corrective actions with any of the departments, programs, enterprises, entities, chapters, and contractors. So those that we've named, we've been working with. I had the good privilege of working with Mr. Richard Bates and then the staff, Melanie James, in getting these paperwork processed. And right now I've changed since I have this amendment on our laptop, we've changed from DOJ duties back to Office of Hearing and Appeals, because the question was mainly, why does DOJ have to be responsible and carry out all of these duties? So in that, with that question, we went ahead and went back to the act and changed most of it to go through back on hearings and appeals, Office of Hearing and Appeals. So we got them back in the process. So we're going to be resubmitting this. Most likely, I was hoping today, but maybe Monday we'll be taking the DOJ request back to them so that they can review again for the third revision. Hopefully it'll go through. Again, like I mentioned, that the plan of operation is attached to it, and it is asking for increased staff within NOSHA. With the fund management plan, we mainly are asking, since under our account 1853, we generate very few dollar amounts within that through training of our trainers are providing training to different departments, program, etc. So we generate very little revenue, and we're just asking that the revenue remain with Navajo Nation OSHA administration and not revert back to the general funds. And we had developed a habit of expending most of the 1853 funds before the end of the year, and we start back after October 1st. So hopefully those will go through, and I hope this answers your question. And NOSHA has been heavily involved with the COVID. We went through the department safety officers and safety monitors training provided by Navajo OSHA, Mr. Richard Bates, and also with the assistant of Mr. John Potero from Safety and Loss Program. So we are working with different departments trying to get what we need to get done with this. So yes, we were given the opportunity by Division of Human Resource to develop that safety plan and the safety program through Dr. Fowler. I hope that would answer your question. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I can have the next three provide a brief response. Ms. Roberts.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable committee members, Chairman Hinio, and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Yat e do ahiha. Ado she Roberta Roberts and she do kia ani shlon toward cheating a bashing to cheating dash chedo tedeshki dash nana ebek echo yat e ado and then to Shadeja, Honorable Crotty. Now I didn't kitty your question. I'm happy to provide a brief overview and to your concern. I appreciate the question. Workforce Development gets a grant from the Department of Labor and then also from the Department of Health and Human Services. And those grants are separate from the youth program that is currently being undertaken by the chapters or for the summer youth. Ours is a federally funded program, and they are on a program year, and each of them are a little bit different. When I say each, we serve adult program and youth 14 to 24. The new program, which is the Native Employment Works, we serve from 14 and up as well. And of course, during the program year 2020, for us, we were very challenged because of the pandemic. And so we were only able to continuing to assist the current participants that were in the program. And then until we got to reopen in October, November last year, did we start enrolling for new participants. And so during that time, we focused, and when we reopened, we focused on expenditures for PY18. I just want to say real quickly, though, that each grant that we get for each year has, we have 12 quarters or 3 years to expend. So we are closing out PY18 currently, and we are on the third year, beginning the third year of PY19. And so we do have a budget plan and an aggressive expenditure plan, because next June, we will need to fully expend 19. And in the process, we are also starting to look at, have an expenditure plan for 2020. And we are still working with Department of Labor and Department of Health and Human Services for the PY21 dollars. So yes, there's minimal to no expenditures. There's 3 categories for each grant. There's administrative costs at 20%, training and support services at 25% of that, of the yearly allocation, and 55% is reserved for direct training costs for direct services. So based on all of that, we move any one physical year for the Navajo Nation, we are expending 3 years of program year dollars. So it gets a little complicated, but in a nutshell, I want to say that $19, we have a budget and expenditure plan. We are starting their 3rd year, so we still have time. There's no recapture or reversion happening at this time for 19, as we still have some time to spend. 2020, we are starting our 2nd year. We will also be looking to fully expend those 2 grants. And then as 2021 comes into full service, then we'll go ahead and continue that that expenditure. So we're always spending at least 3 grant years every year. However, due to the pandemic, we had to make adjustments. And so we're getting back to business, getting back to services, and we're being very creative in terms of opportunity for the youth, be it work experience or even being creative and having a virtual program in place and beginning other types of, maybe a school year program. So we can elaborate a little bit more and have a little bit more discussion as necessary. But in a nutshell, the grant is not, has still 1 year on the 19 and 2 years for the 2020 as far as expending and closing out those grant years. And that will be my statement at this point in time. If you had none to the Budget and Finance Committee members.
Mr. Duncan, if you could provide your response.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. My name is Ron Duncan. I'm the Program Director for the Navajo Office of Vital Records and Identification. And thank you, Delegate Crony, for bringing up the question and the concern about our unmet needs and all that. Now, when we're talking about vital records, you have to keep in mind that we're a 638 program, okay? So our calendar, our fiscal year is a calendar year. So it runs from January until December, okay? And right now, actually, our legislation should be coming up soon for the 5-day comment period for next year's funding, okay? And actually, it's a contract renewal for 3 years. But our budget for next year, we put in extra funding for our personnel needs and things like that for our unmet needs. So we're actually looking toward the our 638 contract to make up any differences in any unmet needs. Okay, so and actually that should be coming before budget finance after it goes through HESC. But as for now, yes, the hardship program, this whole COVID experience has taught us about what we need to do with our enrollment database. Okay, big thing, and you had mentioned this, Delegate Crotty, our issue with technology, and our database is outdated. It's a legacy database, and we just need help with the expertise. And what I mean by that is that we just need a network person to help us in designing a whole new system. And so we've taken we're creating that position, a network manager. And so we're getting that together. But that network manager would be the person that would help design the next step of what we need to do for the enrollment database, the enhanced travel identification cards, plus this technical assistance to our agency offices. I've got most of our agency offices rigged to remote software, but that's not very efficient. And we just need that type of expertise to help move this program along. Ideally, once we get on board with a complete new system, I want access to our enrollment database information available to Scholarship Office, the ICWA, programs like that, so they can do their own research. So we can focus our efforts on maintaining our database, and that's how it's supposed to be. And so, but with that, really, I'm looking toward the government through 638 contract to meet our unmet need, okay? But of course, I mean, should we need to have that type of assistance from Navajo Nation, that would be forthcoming too, okay? And that's all I have.
Ms. Tabaha, if you can provide a response to the question on expenditure, and you might have to elaborate on the band and also Women's Commission. Ms. Tabaha?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Fowler, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. First, I want to cover the allocations for the Division of Human Resources. And we do have a new report, first of all, regarding the expenditures. It's what also Selena read into the record. We did an internal summary on our own as well. So our expenditure summaries, expenditure levels, sorry, are a bit higher than what you see in the packet from the OMB report for third quarter. Our budget information is, and theirs is updated as of today. So we do have higher expenditures. Again, the general fund it was allocated at the same amount as the FY21 current this year. And the IDC is allocated from the OOC as well as the proprietary. So we don't have a hand in that distribution, as well as the new GWA allocation. So just the one for the general fund is what we have a distribution in, a hand in. So that's regarding that. So we do have expenditures a little bit higher. And let's see, we have, you mentioned also about Navajo Nation Band having a low rate. A lot of their budget form 2 performance goals, they were based on their performances at the agency fairs, but as everyone knows, those were all canceled. So there was no performances, which result in a low number overall grade for them at one and not meeting standard. They do have, we did send the plan of operation document, Word document to the OPVP, and Tamara Johnson is the executive staff assistant that's handling that now. So they did have a performance recently, so they are going to expend some of their funds. For the Navajo Women's Commission, executive order was issued back in 2018 by the former administration. We did do a transition packet in December 2018 as well to answer the executive order. And after that, we did also have a budget for them in FY 2019. 2020, 21, and we don't have one for 2022. The transition has not completed. The plan of operation, our department did prepare that for the OPVP to Sonia Begay on June 8th this year. So that's going to be moving forward. We also assisted them with the advertisement for the Navajo Times in June as well, and to get those for the commissioners. So we do have an executive summary that was prepared and presented to the HTHSC, our oversight, in January 2020, describing a status of the Navajo Women's Commission. But right now, that is assigned to Sonia Begay. She does communicate with us with the legislative documents for that program. That's my summary. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tabaha. Honorable Slater and Honorable Chair Henio and Honorable Delegates, those are our response to Honorable Delegates' questions. Mr. Chair.
Christina, thank you for that response, and we'll move forward. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Are there any further questions, comments regarding this legislation?
This is Delegate Yellow Hair.
Shenandoah Delegate Jimmy Yellow Hair, do you have the floor?
You share, Chairman, Tele, on the Deja, Dr. Fowler, and your team. Thank you very much to the Honorable Slater, too. Thank you very much for bringing us the budget for comprehensive budget for FY22 operations. We have some serious problems with the Navajo nations with the sense that we have a hardship. Hardship funds was given to the nations, Navajo nations, and there's a really big issues with the what's going on right now, as we all know. It's about a CIP office. Mr. Duncan just mentioned it. As we see, there's a lot of a backlog. I think the way they handle their information system, they really need a basic information that has to do with what they're looking for today's system to computerize those documents, put in the Excel or better up-to-date system. This is the issues with the CIP office with Ron Duncan. He needs to start moving on with these. The people have problems, comes out trying to bring their stuff and trying to get their information from CIP, which they everything kind of slow process. And the problem with these Baker Tilly had took everything information with the Navajo Nation, and they can't get information in return. So even Mr. Duck don't even have that. This is the issue we have today's system. We need someone to start developing for a CIP office. We don't want to have this problem anymore. The cost of delay. It's the people that they need help. We're trying to help them. I'm looking for a better operation CIP. If they can't handle, give it to somebody else and let them do the job, because they need to catch up with today's technology. They can't just come back next year just about the same thing again. We'll have the same problem. We don't want to do that. We got to move on. Need to get some money to get this process going. About this thing for you should be the ages should select. As usual, that is need to the next is on the candidate CIP office. Or not abeda is need to na zino na banda hachi done or even the nebkati chahian so not ever peso da yaro da yat eho and what all in so I kid the directorski version Excel Italia because instead of waiting a long line takes too much time. They need to have better operations. We need to help our people out there. I have some questions, but I've been riding around to helping my chapter 2. I've been going off and on, so I'm kind of lost on the budget. So maybe I found an order. So good group by their business unit number. Double card. Thank you very much. Go back on mute now.
Delegate Yellow Hair. Now on to the next question. Delegate Amber Spakani.
Yes, Chair. So I just wanted to ask Delegate Slater, so with those areas that I raised, I'll be developing legislative concerns of that one condition of appropriation for the non-compliant legislative concern, and we'll send that over to the committee for Hess's review. Thank you, Chair Henno.
Thank you for that. Any further questions, comments, on committee members? Then I'll defer back to Dr. Fowler. Response to Delegate Jimmy Yellow here.
Oh, yeah, shana, adoshia, anosa, ko yeah, 19 kidi ni hot the CIP de slini kata lei o you sa to ski so pa ata na ta ashi ni ski so to lesinte just these building business angles, some of them are federal buildings. Just some of our offices are in these federal buildings, so once they close, we close, but we are working with other programs and our division, like for example, like workforce development, or that's CIP no. So I'm happy you brought up that concern. Mr. Duncan, a plan and we can provide a summary to our oversight. And I can work with Mr. Duncan in creating that plan. I agree, we need a better system. We need some better collaboration. And then we also need additional personnel, and we can look at some of the pool candidates that can really assist us in some of these CIB. I understand that there is a lengthy process in reviewing, but you also need to understand that we are experiencing some fraudulent cases. And so yeah, your cheating they to kashina la sa I betata then does leo that they or you or cheating they so eben na boyot na hiteta ko ishin also na haba ako na sendole. So Juno she but we'll go ahead and provide an update to our oversight. That's my response. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
For that response. Budget and Finance Committee members. Any further questions, comments on this legislation?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crowdy. I need to ask Vice Chair a question later.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Do you know what the condition of appropriation that's on the exhibit passed by HEF? So there's a few more requirements. I don't know if Legislative Council, could we get the information, because it'd have to be a condition of appropriation, and was the committee's intent to, if it was not in compliance, there would be a reduction of travel, like a freeze on travel, or is it a reduction in a freeze on salary? And who do you identify as the individual who's responsible to carry out that condition of appropriation? That'll be helpful, and we could modify that and update that in the draft that we send over to the committee. Thank you, Chair. I don't know if Ms. Tapahi has any other questions on that COA. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Question directed to Shananta, Vice Chair Slater. Any response, sir?
Thank you, Chair Henio, and thank you, Delegate Crowdy. I think that the responsible parties for this are the respective division directors, and then I guess we have the time frame in terms of what it will be conditioned upon. I think it should be the division director's salaries. Unless the committee would like to do it on travel, but I'm not sure that the programs, well, I think the committee is open to working with the Budget and Finance Committee to identify what they believe is the appropriate mechanism for ensuring accountability on this particular matter. And I'm also fully confident that Dr. Fowler and Mr. Platero will complete these assignments prior to the beginning of the third quarter so that there are no adverse outcomes. Thank you.
For that response. Shananta, Vice Chair Slater. Mr. Pahi, do you have a wish to provide any type of input?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe the question, I'm going to specifically address Delegate Crotty's question about language on conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns. If I did email the budget resolution from last year, which I believe was CJN 8820, CN 8820. If you look at Exhibit H and Exhibit I, those were the conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns. And you'll see that there's language in there in sort of the standard template that talks about the freeze on the program's expenditure of travel funds or withholding up to 10% of the program director's gross salary. For example, in Exhibit H to last year's budget resolution, it did say, based on the quarterly COA status report, the Office of Management and Budget will immediately report a program's non-compliance to the respective division director, appropriate branch chief, appropriate oversight committee, and BNF. And then the second part is OMB will notify BNF of any non-compliance, and BNF may by resolution vote to implement a freeze on expenditure of travel funds or withhold up to 10% of the program director's gross salary, or extend the time period for the program to fulfill the condition or vacate the condition if it is infeasible for the program to fulfill. The controller, it also goes on to say the controller shall immediately freeze the program's travel funds or withhold 10% of the gross salary of the program director of the responsible program after 10 working days from Budget and Finance Committee's action, provided that the directors whose salary is being withheld does not file an appeal with the Office of Hearings and Appeals. So anyhow, there's language about this in last year's condition of appropriations, and we Office of Legislative Counsel will include all of that same language in a condition of appropriation for this year's budget as well. However, I do want to point out that out of, let's see, there were 4 conditions of appropriations attached as Exhibit H to last year's comprehensive budget resolution, and OPVP line item vetoed every single one of those. So just FYI on that. There also Exhibit I to last year's budget resolution, comprehensive budget resolution, is the legislative concerns. And there were, let's see, there were 23 of those, none of which were line item vetoed by the president. So I hope that answers Delegate Crotty's question. If not, please let me know. And I believe I might have missed a second question. I'm not sure if you could please repeat that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Pai. Back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Delegate Amber Knuzva-Crotty, any follow-ups?
Chair, I would just say as we draft this, with the help of Vice Chair Slater, we'll just work with the HES committee on how they envision, since they are the entity that added this as an exhibit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, and we will entertain this at the on Wednesday, August 25th, when we complete with when we're done with the revisits and we do the COAs and the LCs. So with this, any further questions, comments, Shinandao Budget and Finance Committee?
This is Delegate Yell here.
Delegate Yell here. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Give me the floor again. Thank you, Honorable Crowdy. Yeah, we'll entertain this Wednesday. This is one of the best things we could do. on this appropriation that you just talked about it. Oh, para rito stile. One so yeah. We thought so. Go back on mute now.
Back to Budget Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? Tanoya, I'll call for the question to accept this legislation.
Chair, this is Delegate Crotty. May I ask a clarifying question?
Yes. Yes,
Thank
you.
you.
Have the
So
floor.
with these, I appreciate that. So seeing that we're like technically in a report form with making all of these, do we need to revisit the budget? We're not, these legislative concerns, we're not making any action to change budget forms. So on Wednesday, will we just have a listing of legislative concerns and COA, so we could vote on this budget, and we can do that separately on Wednesday? Is that the plan? Thank you, Chair.
The way I'm seeing it, yes, that is the plan, but let me defer to our advisor, Ms. Peggy Nakai, for some guidance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. If you look at the last page of the agenda, there is that's when the revisits will be done. But what the committee will be doing on the day of the revisits is developing the exhibits to the comprehensive budget legislation with the Office of Legislative Counsel and Department of Justice. And there is a part where you will be recommending COAs as an exhibit, legislative concerns as an exhibit, unmet needs as an exhibit. And then if you're going to be doing the GWA for FY22, you will be specifying the percentage in the resolution language. And so all those items go into as attachments, as exhibits. And so as we're going along in this budget hearing, we're noting your concerns and your ideas. And so then at the end of the budget hearings, we'll all sit down together and we'll share notes and develop the exhibits for the comprehensive budget legislation. I hope that helps.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, it does.
may I just add something real quick?
Hold on, please. Ms. Nakai, thank you for that guidance. We do appreciate it. And please make a note of this COA that will be forthcoming on Wednesday, August 25th. And so therefore, we'll be reminded that we can. So in a sense, what Budget and Finance Committee members, please understand that we can still vote on this legislation. And then at the same time, we'll be developing a separate exhibit for all the COAs, legislative concerns, and unmet needs, and possibly carryovers too. That's for the comprehensive budget. So that's what it was recommended and advised by our advisor, Ms. Nakai. With this, Ms. Tapahi, what do you have anything to add?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry for the interruption. I just wanted to add to what Ms. Nakai said. In last year's resolution, the carryover issue was handled in the body of the legislation. However, in the previous year for 2019, there was a separate exhibit that was prepared by OMB for the carryover amounts. So to add to what Ms. Nakai said, on Wednesday, August 25th, after all of these legislations are heard and all of the conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns are compiled into a comprehensive list, OMB should, if the committee wishes, OMB should prepare a new exhibit for the carryover amounts. However, I haven't heard the committee yet instruct OMB to do that. So at some point, the committee does need to issue a directive to request OMB to do that if they want the carryover items to be included in a separate exhibit. Thank you.
Thank you for that input. With this, back to the Budget and Finance Committee. You've heard from our advisor, Ms. Navajo, and in none, so therefore we are ready to vote. I'll call for the question to accept this. You would lead us in a roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote for resolution number HSCAU-1121. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Botcardi, how do you vote?
Shadow Delegate Amber Kenneth Botcardi, and I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth Botcardi votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 2 members not voting. Chairman?
Kashina, thank you for that roll call vote. Legislation receives a due pass. The vote in favor, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. With this, thank you. And let's move forward to the next legislation. Peggy, if you would read that legislation into the record for us, please.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. The next item is HEHSCAU-13-21, resolution of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, third year 2021, an action relating to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Diné Education. Be it enacted, Section 1, Authority A, the Health, Education, Human Services Committee, Standing Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, 2 and NC Section 400A. B, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee's Oversight Committee for the Navajo Nation Department of Diné Education, 2 and NC Section 401C1. C, each Oversight Committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instructions. 12, NC Section 840A, Section 2 findings. A, Health, Education, and Human Services Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony regarding the Navajo Nation Department of Diné Education. Fiscal year 2022 budget, 12 NC Section 840A. B, the Health, Education, Human Services Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee a fiscal year budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Diné Education, 12 NC Section 840A. Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Diné Education. A, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee hereby acknowledges the proposed Navajo Nation fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Diné Education recommended by the Office of Navajo Nation President, Vice President, as provided on the fund type budget summary attached as Exhibit A. B, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee requests that the Budget and Finance Committee and the Navajo Nation Council adopt the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary. Exhibit B, recommended changes to the General Fund budget. Exhibit C, recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns. Exhibit D, the recommended unmet needs. Exhibit E. C, the Health, Education, Human Services Committee authorizes the committee chairperson or vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. And this was approved by a vote of 5 in favor on the 11th day of August 2021. Exhibit A totals $8,701,120. Exhibit B, the General Fund Comparative Summary, is $8,149,903. Exhibit C, recommended changes to the General Fund budget, and it says all listed except 1090-22. Percentage of 2.6722% across all departments. And then Business Unit 1090-26, Navajo Nation Board of Education. General Fund allocation amount increases to $140,000. Increase of its full membership of the Navajo Nation Board of Education and no vacant positions. There were vacant positions last fiscal year. And then Exhibit D is the recommended conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns. The first one is a legislative concern for Business Unit 1026, Navajo Nation Board of Education. And then it says legislative concern pursuant to the requirements of Navajo Nation law. The Navajo Board of Education shall forward a resolution 1 without conditions on the appointment of a superintendent of Department of Diné Education for confirmation by the Navajo Nation Council. And then a condition of appropriation for Business Unit 1090-01, 1090-26, Doty Administration and the Navajo Nation Board of Education. Condition of appropriations, the Department of Diné Education through the superintendent and the Board of Education, consistent with the Navajo Nation Sovereignty and Education Act, shall resume all efforts of the Navajo Nation in implementing all 638 contracting activities for the purposes of assuming complete control over Bureau of Indian Education administrative duties and responsibilities over the education of Navajo children within the Navajo Nation. At the end of the first and second quarters of FY 2022, the Department of Diné Education through the Superintendent and Board of Education shall provide a written report on the efforts of the Nation and progress towards assuming all functions currently exercised by the Bureau of Indian Education under federal contracting activities. Exhibit E is a recommended unneeds budget, which totals $5,533,909. So for a new business unit, Doty Administration, $5,182,170. Doty in EIS technology budget proposed in FY 2021, updated current needs for technology. 1090-06, Office of Navajo Nation Library, $164,731. 2 library assistants, funding for tribal vehicle, new books, and professional development and membership fees. 1090-08, ONNSFA, $109,008. Additional funds to cover shortage and sales tax commission budget. Sales tax commission budget is $3,500,000 less than the FY 21 budget. 1090-26, ODAC, $75,000. Funding for principal accountant position with ODAC. Position is currently in process of classification and listing with NNDPM. So you have a vote tally sheet that's attached to the legislation, Mr. Chair.
Christina, thank you for that reading. Shenandoah Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion to accept this resolution?
Motion, Delegate Crotty.
I'll second Delegate Brown.
Shinanda Delegate Member Knowles Crowdy motion, second by Shinanda Delegate Nathaniel Brown. So we do have a motion and second. And then with this, so I'll defer to the Office of Management and Budget for their budget report. Office of Management and Budget, are you on the line? There's somebody on the line.
Chair Hideo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Press *6.
Yes, I was muted. Now I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yes, state your name for the record.
This is Nanette Francisco with OMB. I'll be reading in the report.
Okay, Ms. Francisco, initially, did you take the oath today?
No, not today.
Okay, with that, Peggy, if you would administer the oath.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Anyone else from the Department of Education that will be speaking to this budget, as well as OMB staff, please raise your right hand and state your name for the record.
Nanette Francisco.
Rose Graham.
Joseph Colletti, Delegate Administration.
Paula Stines, Director for Office of Special Ed Rehab Services.
Patricia Ghani, Acting Superintendent, Department of Diné Education.
Derek Franklin, Education Program Manager, Office of Net Accountability and Compliance.
Vera Johnson, Education Program Manager with the Office of Standard Curriculum and Assessment Development.
Donovan Pete, Acting Program Supervisor, Office of Navajo Nation Library.
Thank you. Anybody else from OMB?
Rachel Arvizo, Principal Budget Analyst with Contracts and Grants, OMB.
Thank you.
Jermaine Jones, Deputy Contracting Officer, Office Management and Budget, Contracts and Grants Section. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else?
Albertina Tom Sandoval, Principal Contract Analyst with Office of Management and Budget.
Okay, thank you.
Cordell Shorty, Contracting Officer, Contracting Grants.
Thank you. Anybody else?
This is Eileen Ness for Office at the New Youth.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Alice Dodson for the Johnson O'Malley program.
Okay, thank you. Do you swear to tell the
Delegate
truth?
Daniel So.
Okay, do you all, thank you.
Jonathan Santi with Navajo Prep.
Okay, anybody else? Annette College, is it, are they there, or Navajo Technical University, Phoenix Indian Center?
Peggy, this is Darlene Sam from OMB.
Thank you, Darlene.
Delegate Daniel So is on the call.
Thank you. We're doing an oath right now.
Colleen Bowman from Navajo Technical University.
Thank you. Annette College show. Okay.
Monty from the Net College.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Russell.
Jolana Begay Kropa from the Phoenix Indian Center.
Okay, thank you. You all swear to tell the truth in the testimony you are about to give. Please respond.
Yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, Elmer Guy on the call too.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, and we'll proceed.
Christina, thank you for that oath, and we'll move forward with the Office of Management and Budget, Ms. Francisco. If you would provide us the report, and then if you wish to hand off to another staff member, you may do so, just to continue finishing the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'll be reading the Nomination, Budget, and Finance Committee Fiscal Year 2022 budget hearings for the Department of Diné Education.
You go to the table of contents, you have 6 items there, A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. We'll go through each one of those. First is A, your FY 2022 fund type budget summary. And you'll see there's Department of Ed fiscal year 2022 budget summary by fund type. There's 2 pages. I'm going to the second page and reading the bottom line total. For FY 2021 approved budget, you have $39,496,941. Proposed general fund budget for FY 2022 is $8,149,902. Indirect costs, $360,839. GWA, $190,379. External fund cash match need is $6,591,588. Higher ed set aside fund, $12,400,000. Proprietary zero fiduciary, $664,511. Special revenue fund internal, $4,302,948. Special revenue fund external, $120,225,510, giving you a total of all funds for Department of Ed, $152,885,677. Going on to tab B is your FY 2021 third quarter budget expenditure report. I have updated this to today's date, and I can read that in now or at the end of the report. Going on to C will be Ancita.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Tab C is the F1 2021 third quarter performance assessment report for Department of Education. The third quarter average for Department of Education is 2.28. There are 6 programs are underperforming 2.0. Going on to the grants, their average third quarter assessment scores is 1.67. The net college 1.40, Navajo Technical University 1.80, Navajo Preparatory School not applicable, PIC Phoenix Indian Center is 1.80, average is 1.67. Going on to tab D is the third quarter plans of operation report for Department of Education. They're all updated except for Business Unit 109026, which is the Board of Education. They need to update their plan of operation. Navajo Nation grants, their plan of operations are all up to date. Going on to tab E, condition of appropriation, legislative concern. Legislative concern number 20 is assigned to Navajo Nation Board of Education. They did respond for third quarter, but the status is non-compliant. Legislative 23 is for Department of Education, no response for third quarter, non-compliant. CGS will be doing the tab F.
This is Jermaine Jones, Deputy Contracting Officer. I'll go ahead and read in the next 2 items. Okay, tab F is the FY 2021 External Funds Expenditure Report, which is the Contracts and Grants section. First page is the Contracts and Grants section, OMB FMI's Budget Expenditure Report explanation for active externally restricted contracts grants as of June 30th, 2021. Page 21 at 24 to 22 of 24. I'll go ahead and read the bottom line totals. For column C is the contract ID number. Column D is the start date of each contract. Column E is the end date of each contract. Column F is the number of business units. Column G is the number of company numbers. Column H lists the business unit numbers. Column I lists the contract title. And column J is the original budget entered into FMIS, which totals $101,627,390.89. Column K lists the revised budget entered into FMIS, which totals $125,339,682.26. Column L is the expenditures, which totals $37,231,915.12. Column M is the open commitments, which is $6,359,472.98. Column N is the available balance, which is $81,748,294.16. Column O is the percentage spent, which is 35%. Column P is the percentage of balance remaining, which is 65%. Tab G is FY 2019 CEO audit report. With the Navajo Department of Diné Education for 2019 audit findings, there were 3 findings. The first one is finding number 2019-004. And the program responsible, this is a cross-cutting finding, which includes Department of Diné Education, and the compliance requirements is equipment and real property management, material weakness and internal controls over compliance and instance of material non-compliance. The description of finding is of the 10, again, this is a cross-cutting, which includes water resources, but for Head Start, it's equipment and items tested for equipment. 3 did not contain appropriate Navajo Nation asset tags. This is a repeat finding. Question cost is none. The finding is cleared and not repeated in FY 2020. The second finding is 2019-005, and this is with Department of Education. Special Education Grant State is the program responsible. The compliance requirements is a subrecipients monitoring, material weakness and internal controls over compliance and instance of material non-compliance. The description of finding is the nation has 12 subrecipient schools totaling 2.6 million. 5 sampled totaling 1.8 million indicate the nation not taking timely and appropriate action to resolve deficiencies included on monitoring report. This is not a repeat finding. The finding is cleared and not repeated in 2020 audit. The third finding is 2019-006, and this again is a cross-cutting finding which includes higher education and Head Start. The compliance requirements is allowable costs, material weakness, and internal controls over compliance. Description of finding, the nation did not properly monitor cost allocation and internal charges on health benefits, internal service funds. Major change occurred in FY 2018 and 2019 in which corresponding charges to federal programs were not adjusted. This is not a repeat finding. Out of the 9 grants listed on which question costs exceeded 25,000, the finding cleared and it's not a repeat finding in FY 2020 audit. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Nanette again. I'll be reading the updated expenditure report as of 8/20/21. The general fund total for original budget is $3,023,431.47. Revised amount is $12,319,679.49. Your actual $8,621,981.03. Encumbrance is $149,445.05. Our budget available is $3,548,253.41. Percent expended is 71.20. Special revenue fund total. Original budget is $2,230,770. Revised $9,872,739.67. Your actuals is $7,458,416.65. Encumbrance is 0. Budget available is $2,414,323.02. Percent spended is 75.5. Fiduciary funds, original amount $9,478,093.44. Revised budget is $22,412,000. $25,450.44. Actuals $17,733,230.71. Encumbrance $113,323.97. Budget available $4,578,895.76. Percent expended is 79.58. The grand total of all funds, the original budget is $14,732,294.91. Revised $44,617,869.60. Your actuals $33,813,628.39. Encumbrance $262,769.02. Budget available $10,541,472.19. Percent expended is 76.37. Mr. Chair, that concludes the report. Thank you.
Thank you for that report from Office of Management and Budget, Budget and Finance Committee. Any questions, comments on the budget report from OMB?
Chair, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Shananta, you have the floor for your question.
Yes, I'd like to ask Ms. Francisco, thank you for the update. So I did receive, did you read off the email that was sent to Peggy, Ms. Nakai at 3:58? I just want to make sure I have the right numbers for expenditure. I'm not sure if Chairman Brown can see the expenditure, but on this updated report, it looks like there's only been 1% spent of the net language immersion program. So out of an allocation of $30,000, only out of an allocation of $30,000, only $517 was expended. Is that correct, Ms. Francisco? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Any further questions, comments? Budget and Finance Committee? No, defer back to Ms. Francisco.
Mr. Chair, the question brought up on the expenditure report, this is unit 109007, the net language immersion. Their revised budget is $30,000. The budget available now is $15,762.05. So they spent about $15,000. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
So, what Delegate Amber Knudsen has is incorrect then, Ms. Francisco, where it only shows they only spent $500.
Mr. Chair, they also encumbered $13,720 based on the expenditure report. I think she's looking at the right expenditure report, but there's $13,720 that was encumbered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Back to Delegate Crowdy. Follow-up question?
Thank you, Chair. I don't think I have the most updated, for this line item, there's no encumbrance. On my, let's see, in the corner, it says 7/19/2021. Is there a more recent report that I should be looking at? And if so, just let me know when that was sent to the committee and I could pull that up. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Francisco?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, this revised updated report for the expenditure was sent to Peggy about like an hour ago, maybe.
Okay, Peggy?
Chair, members of the committee, I believe, I wasn't sure what time I sent it out, but it was around 3:40 or something like that. I sent that out again. So here goes again. So as of 3:56, you should be getting that email again.
Thank you for that, Becky. So wait for a little bit for that email to go through. Are there any questions, comments on the report from Office of Management and Budget?
And Chair, this is Delegate Crotty.
Okay, Sheena, hopefully you got your email. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. It looks like the same email because, let's see. Oh, no, I got the correct one. Thank you. I did want to still ask a question.
Followed by pound. Hey, Key, this is Peggy. Joseph Colity, didn't you
Peggy,
send
we can hear you.
no hard copies and no email education?
Peggy, are you addressing the committee or do you need to use your phone?
Enter participant ID followed by pound. Otherwise, just press pound to continue. You are in the meeting. More than
Somebody needs to mute your phone, please.
This meeting is.
My
Okay,
apologies.
thank you. Delegate Hamilton, County, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I received the updated dated August 20th, so I think this gives us a clear picture, but also a delay in expenditure. So I'll just defer to the Dinebazad subcommittee on how they want to move forward with that language immersion. I did have a question on the previous OMB report. It did give me a breakdown on the Phoenix Indian Center report or spending. And if I could just get some help where I would find it on this updated report that was sent out dated 8/20. Thank you, Chair.
Christina, thank you for that question. Back to Office of Management and Budget as far as the question being posed right now.
Mr. Chair, this is Nanette. I forgot to do the tribal grants for the division or Department of Dene Education. I can do that and I can send it out. Thank you.
Chairman. Yeah, I think
Okay,
Chairman.
Ms. Francisco, do you wish to finish your report with tribal grants?
Mr. Chair, this is Nanette Francisco again. I have it right here. I'll read it and then I'll send you the copy. Okay, this is for for Dene or tribal grants for Department of Dene Education. There's 4 tribal grants. I'll read the bottom line total. You have an original budget, $2,229,209.25. Revised, $15,172,790.40. Your actuals is $1,910,000. $10,271.67. Encumbrance is $1,532,701.75. Budget available, $11,729,816.98. Percent expended is 22.69. And then I'll send you it right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. What are the travel grants being awarded?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, there's Business Unit 119001, Dene College. Business Unit 119002, Crown Point Institute of Technology. Next business unit is 119006, Navajo Prep School. The last one is 119025, Phoenix Indian Center.
Thank you for that. So with this, Shenandoah Budget and Finance Committee, this will be emailed out as we speak here. Shenandoah, Jamil here, did you have a question?
I had a question, Mr. Tele. I was looking at the worksheet on the computer. I don't know what happened to my my computer right here. I can't find that information. I was going to bring these out. One of the worksheet was read by OMB staff. It was on one worksheet, and I was looking at it because I was looking at it in a binder, two binders they begin, and they had to go back into computer. So anyway, I don't have any questions. I lost that worksheet right here. I need to find it. Okay, Chair.
Kushina, thank you for that. Any further questions or comments? Shenandoah Budget and Finance Committee for Office of Management and Budget. Tenoya, let's move forward to the program budget. With this, I'll defer to the sponsor. I believe, is it Chairman Daniel So, or is it still Vice Chair Slater? Who is the sponsor?
It should be Yellow Hair and Slater.
Yeah, Dave.
So sponsor, you have the floor.
Oh, yeah, there's a chair. Honorable Chair of the Okay, Sache, can you hear me?
Sache.
See, I gotta slow down. Basically, the Health, Education, Human Services Committee reviewed the budget, and we presented the questions, and we revisited the budget. The main item that we revisited on is the budget for Navajo Nation Board of Education. We realized that there are now 11 members on the board, and they have the authority to meet with other governing boards of the states of New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah. And we felt like they needed additional monies for stipends and travel. And so that's part of what we added to them in the area of unmet needs. We did receive statements and testimony from each of the programs, and the questions regarding the audit is what we basically looked at, and we still have questions regarding how to address it, mainly with Head Start. The question of needing extra funds, for matching funds. OMB provided a document that basically says Head Start is part of the matching fund pool, so that extra request for monies was basically pulled back. The other is the fact that one of the requirements was to amend the plan of operation, and those items have to be represented to the committee, both for Head Start as well as for Doty. The other item that I think is of importance is the committee basically put conditions of appropriation, and there is the condition of appropriation to have the Department of Education bring back the proposal to assume the administrative duties of, to contract the administrative duties of the Bureau of Indian Education, all in the concept of expanding educational sovereignty. So those are some of the things that the committee focused on, and we do we did support them wholeheartedly with a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, to move their budget requests forward. Mr. Chair, that would be my opening statement, and I stand for questions.
Agent to speak on behalf of the program.
Ms. Patricia Ghani will speak to the specifics of each of the program budgets. Yeah, Chair.
Ms. Patricia Ghani, do you have the floor to present the overall program budget for the this legislation?
Good afternoon, Chairman Henio. Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you.
Oh, Yate, Ado, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, good afternoon. Ado Ihehet Kwado, Department of the Net Education, Banata Hos Aigi, Paege fiscal year 2022 peso. Nachaj Edet Ahigi, A Kwado Bayel Kitole. Ihehet Shay Kwado Shadeje, A Pat Ghani Initiado, Acting Superintendent, Nish with Department of the Net Education. Ado Bitindash Nishigi, Ilto Program Managers, Ilto of Kodon Kitaholo. Ado Joseph Colity, Ilto Accountant for Department of Education, also on the call to answer any questions and for presentation of our fiscal year 22 budget for Department of the Net Education. Thank you, members, for hosting us. Ado Tsanajini, Aya Nashnido, Ashin Bashin, Tachini Dashachedo, Todachini Dashanale. Kodo Aya Anidia Bahonnet from Office of Budget and Management. Yadi Eso Bendat on the Shigi, Adastogo Aya Kodon Hitchin Yeltra. AD 11 programs Besnade in the Kodo Department of the Net Education. So we have Office of Special Education Rehab Services, Office of Educational Research and Statistics, Office of Standards Curriculum Assessment Development, Office of Navajo Nation Library, Office of Scholarship Financial Aid Assistance, Office of the Diné School Improvement, Dodi Administration, Navajo Head Start Program, Office of Diné Accountability and Compliance, Johnson O'Malley Program. Programs Office of Diné Youth, I so apologize. I don't think I mentioned them. So bayini ked nana ben nada on the shigi. The past year, Ben Dashil Nishigi, Health Education Human Services Committee, highlights of the accomplishments from the previous year. Public schools within.
Ms. Connie,
go ahead.
Please provide us the budget numbers from your overall budget. That's what we need to hear, your proposed budget for this coming fiscal year.
Thank you, Chairman Henyo Nana. For the proposed general budget for Department of Diné Education Programs, we are requesting $8,149,902. Also have budgeted proposal indirect cost funds in the amount of $360,839. And the general rate wage adjustment allocation in the amount of $190,379, with a request for external funds cash match need in the amount of $591,588. Special revenue funds external grants in the amount of $108,277,866, for a total budget of $123,570,574. That is a plan that would support the budget for all of the 11 programs. As also read into record by OMB as well, we do have external funds, beneficiary amount total for $600,511. I'm sorry, actually, those total amounts equate to $152,885,677 is what I have on the sheet of paper I have. We do have also a budget amount for Diné College, Navajo Technical College, and then also for Navajo Nation Scholarship Office, Navajo Prep, and Phoenix Indian Center as well. That is the reading that I have for the budget for Department of Diné Education. Chairman Henyo, I also do have Joseph Colity on the call as well. Joseph?
Yes.
I'm here for any questions. I'm here.
Thank you, Ms. Connie. Does that conclude your presentation, or do you have more information to present?
Chairman Henyo, thank you again. We also did present a request for unmet needs with Health Education Human Services Committee. And Chairman So was also able to speak to some of those matters as well. Furthermore, there are a couple of conditions that were placed on the budget proposal that we have as well. The first item, which request for a submission of a candidate to fill the vacancy of the superintendent seat. I believe that that is already being addressed by Board of Education. There is a recommendation that has left Department of the Net Education to travel up the ranks of authority. And for the second piece, we do have actions currently in place to resume all of those conversations relating to actions that would implement an expansion of Navajo Nation's exercise of schools by way of looking at a possible 638 contract with BIE for those sections. So I just wanted to share some of those updates with the Budget and Finance Committee this afternoon. If there are any specific questions about the budget, we do stand for questions, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Gani, for that. Also, maybe provide us numbers on the unmet needs as far as what numbers are we looking
at? Chair Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
Kashina, thank you for that. Before I defer to the committee, Chairman Daniel Su, Ms. Patricia Gani, does that conclude your presentation?
You have the unmet needs numbers. If you need me to read them again, this is Joseph Policy.
Okay, maybe we'll hold off on that in case if there's a question regarding that. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Henyo.
Che, yes, that would, and again, the department and program folks stand for questions. I know that the other entities, NTU, Diné College, and Navajo Prep are also on the line should there be questions posed to them also. Thank you, Sache.
Chairman So. With that, I'll defer to Budget and Finance Committee members. If there's any questions regarding the presentation, and I did hear Delegate Amber Kanaswa Crowdy. If you have a question, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. So I am trying to follow the budget. Can you help guide me in terms of what documents was just referred to? I appreciate you reminding Ms. Gani to use business unit numbers. Is that exhibits from the legislation or actual budget? I'm not really understand. It's not clear to me from how this is organized for the Department of Diné Education. I'll need some help. Thank you, Chair.
What is the date on the form that you have right now currently in front of you?
Chairman Henny, if that question is for me, I would just literally forward all of these budget, like a huge budget email at like 15 minutes ago. So is Dodie's from the email that was sent out at 4:04 p.m.?
Okay, Shana, thank you for that. Back to Ms. Gani. Ms. Patricia Gani, if you would provide a response as far as what are the correct budget forms that you are referencing for the committee's understanding.
Thank you for that, Chairman Henyo. The numbers that I'm working off of are from the attachments of the PowerPoint that was distributed. by Ms. Nanette Francis. And I believe it was sent out early this morning for committee members, and this is under Section A, Fund Type Budget Summary, is what I'm working off of for fiscal year 2022.
Okay, thank you for that, because I believe there was an email sent at 4:04 p.m. I don't know if you're aware, if you, somebody from your department sent that emailed out. Peggy, can you explain the email that we are referencing right now that was sent out at 4:04 p.m.?
Chair Hinio, are you referencing the OMB, email?
I am. There was an email that was sent at 4:04 p.m. Did you receive an email?
Oh, from Mr. Colity?
I believe so.
Okay, perhaps you can have Mr. Colity go over those budget items. But the OMB email that was sent out at 4:13 that I forwarded to the Budget and Finance Committee at 4:14 or 4:15, it indicates that the budget exhibits to the resolution are not correct. That Exhibit A has the cash match funds, higher education, set aside funds, fiduciary funds, special revenue funds, and internal special revenue fund, external funds are missing. And that Exhibit B is over by $1. Business Unit 109023 is the program that is over by $1. So that's what Doty has met, but I mean, that's what the OMB sent as an email. Now, the one that Mr. Colity sent, I think that those are, it says budget items on them. Is that the one that you're referencing that was sent out?
Yes, the hard copies actually have them by tab. So I have 31 tab binders, and I'm delivering 6 right now to Ramona. I did call Peggy to see what we needed in preparation for the meeting today, and we barely got the agenda.
Mr. Colity, please wait to be called upon and recognize I'm still addressing the Budget and Finance Committee here. So this explanation, Peggy?
So the ones that Mr. Colity sent at 4 o'clock, which you received at 4:04, it says budget item, budget finance opening statement, then the Doty accomplishments, then the budget item. It says FY22 exhibits, the final matching, and then the FY 2022 allocations. And I'm not sure if there's more. And that looks like it's just a spreadsheet. Let me see. Then it goes on to NNOMB exhibits, OMB fund summary, special revenue allocations. And there's several, it's a huge document. It looks like it's all of the detailed budgets for each one of the entities that are under Doty, Mr. Chair.
Okay, yeah, no, I believe that's what Delegate Amber Knessler-Crowley is referring to. But going back to your first concern regarding the issues with the budget forms, I'll defer to Office of Management and Budget as far as the issues that Ms. Nakai had pointed out. Are those the same issues you're looking at, Office of Management and Budget?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, this is Nanette Francisco with OMB.
Yes.
I took a little break and I just had listen to the last part, but the exhibits, Exhibit A and B need to be replaced.
Ms. Francisco, can you speak louder to the phone? We can barely hear you.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, this is Nanette. I know that I took a little break and I came back and I just heard the last part of it, but I know Exhibit A and Exhibit B need to be replaced because they're not correct in the legislation.
Okay, is there anything else? Because I believe I did hear it's not safe to say that there was one form that was over by $1.
Mr. Chair, the Exhibit B, Business Unit 109023, only on the exhibit is over by $1. The individual budget forms are correct. Thank you.
Hello?
Okay, thank you. So,
Chairman.
Ms. Francisco, so what needs to happen here? We need some. The Budget and Finance Committee will need guidance. Can this be fixed right away, or will the program have to go back and fix these issues before we continue?
Mr. Chair.
Chairman.
Ms. Francisco, please continue.
Okay, Mr. Chair, the email Peggy was talking about, that whole document, that large document, the correct exhibits are listed under budget item 00 in O&B exhibits. If you open that exhibit or that attachment, it has the correct Exhibit A and the correct Exhibit B. You can just replace those with what's in the legislation. Thank you. Mr. Chair, this is Nanette. You can refer that to the Legislative Council and see what they recommend. Thank you.
Chairman, this is Doug Yell here. Chairman, this is Delegate Yeller here.
Okay. Thank you. My phone battery died on the other phone, so I just barely logged back in. I am hearing Delegate Yeller here, but I did not hear Ms. Francisco's remarks, so I apologize for that. Just when she started speaking, my phone went out. But with that, let's it'll be up to the committee to decide how they wish to proceed with this legislation. Delegate Yeller here.
Oh, yeah, today I when I talked to you about budget here, and budget is I'm confused about they put in numbers right now. Look at this budget binder we have is not even close what they're talking about. If they go by account number, started with the Department of Net Education, started with the business unit number 10901. This should be better that way because we just without confusion, it's not even close to the budget that we're talking about. Maybe just bring this budget back on Wednesday, that one we did. They need to clean this budget binder too. The one I have, and they were rating another one. They're mailing in on a computer. Those are different. So that's what my concern, and maybe we'll just take it back like we did to the other. We'll discuss this until the final day in the August 25th, Chair. If I could motion this one here.
So, Delegate, your motion to table?
Yeah, to move on. Yeah, until Wednesday. They need to clean up the book. And the binder I have is kind of different too. The one I got here this afternoon.
Delegate Jimmy O'Hare. Your motion to table this legislation. With that, before I recognize the tabling motions, Peggy, do you have any comments to make? Like I say, I missed Ms. Francisco's recommendation that I was trying to log in on my personal phone now. What would be your input before I recognize the tabling motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I have not seen the hard copies of the budget binder. As far as I know, their accountant for Doty informed me that he was only bringing 6 for the Budget and Finance Committee. And so the rest of us, we didn't get any copies. And then the email copy was just barely sent to us. And so we haven't had a chance to review. But what Nanette indicated, and I made a copy of the exhibits, is that the exhibits A through, okay. All right, thank you. So I did get a binder now, but I haven't had a chance to look at that. But the A through E, the exhibits that OMB referenced, what Nanette said is that we can swap those out with one of the emailed copies that Mr. Colity sent. The one that was, I believe I sent that around 4:04 or something like that. And the one that is the biggest email. And so, but I haven't really had a chance to see what the binder looks like. And so I do have a copy of the binder now. We didn't have copies before, so I'm not sure how the committee wants to move forward on this.
Can I speak real quick? This is Joseph Colity. I was trying to coordinate with the front desk people at legislation.
Hold on, please wait to be recognized. I'm trying to, there's a motion, the pending motion to table this legislation here. Okay, thank you, Peggy, for that input. And Delegate Jimmy O'Hare in his proposed tabling motion is stating that he's the budget binder needs to be in order. He's having a hard time following along, and so that's why he's recommending that we table this legislation for Wednesday for a revisit. And by that time, things should be in order. It seems that we are getting information here and there. One from the Office of Management and Budget, and then at the last minute there was a big email that was been sent. So with this, I'll defer to I should say Delegate Chairman Daniel So, and I do believe you have an agent that wishes to address the committee, Mr. Colity. So Chairman Daniel So.
Chair Kenio, may I speak again, please?
Yes, Peggy. We just need to get things clear in case we do table this legislation to make sure we are giving out the right instructions to the net education. Peggy.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was reviewing the binder that was provided, and after the PowerPoint presentation, there are exhibits, but those exhibits are different from what the OMB pointed out that could be swapped out. So it is kind of confusing, but there's two sets of exhibits in the binder, and I think that might be why Delegate Yellowhair is questioning the content of the binder as well. Actually, there's three exhibits. And so I can see why he would be confused when I look at this document. And it's prior to the first tab. So it is kind of confusing.
Okay, thank you.
July 29th.
Thank you for that, Peggy. With this, okay, Chairman Daniel, so are you still on the line with us? Vice Chair Slater, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm on the line.
Okay. Are you listening? Were you listening in on the concerns that we are having right now with the budget binders and the exhibits?
I told
so
Joseph too to correct the exhibit.
Yeah, I think your recommendation at this time is to table the legislation until Wednesday so that they can be rectified and streamlined.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, or is there
Mr.
something else that you're asking, Chair? Oh, I apologize.
I'm sorry. Yes, it's just that you have an agent that wishes to speak, and I've been holding him off because he hasn't been recognized yet. But Mr. Colity wishes to be recognized, so Shinanta Vice Chair Slater, if you wish to call upon him to explain what our dilemma is.
Chair, I think it would be beneficial to hear from Mr. Khalidi.
Mr. Khalidi?
Okay, I think it's just a small misunderstanding. I'm named the budget liaison, so I should get all emails concerning the budget. I got no emails. So the only thing I did get was an agenda, and that's because I had to call legislation to get that agenda. But on that agenda, there were chains of emails with like 40 names under there. And I guess when you name a budget liaison for a department, email should go to them. So that, and also I was working with the legislation front desk. I've been going back and forth between legislation to see what was needed. And I was working with them, and to the best of their knowledge, that's what I prepared for. So the 6 budget books, I know I did call Peggy yesterday, but she was getting the agenda out, but it was a miscommunication, and I don't know if I can work with just one person in the future, because I'm getting, during HESI, I was getting like 5 different emails from 5 different people and addressing them all. But this time around, I got no emails.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Khalidi, for that. I believe right now your point person would be Ms. Peggy Nakai for all information that will be needed to given to the Budget and Finance Committee.
I can work with it. Thank you.
And with this, back to Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. You have the floor on your proposed motion. You still wish to entertain that motion?
Hello, yeah, and on here to the chairman. I'd like to do a motion table just because we don't have a clean book on this one right here. So a little bit confused on the budget. They need to put everything in order. And also they need to exercise their duty as group by the business unit number 2 will be better for my colleagues budget and finance committee. So I still motion table this come back and visit Wednesday. And there you are, we're wasting time. We need to move on with another one. So we've got quite a ways to go. Chairman, to my colleagues. Yeah.
Appreciation, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, recognizing your motion to table this legislation till Wednesday morning for a revisit. Is there a second to this tabling motion?
I'll second Delegate Crotty.
Appreciating that there is a second by Shananta, Delegate Amber Knez-Bakrati. So we do have a motion and a second to table this legislation. With this roll call vote, Ramona, if you would help us out.
Yes, Chairman, a roll call vote on the motion table. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shadow Delegate Amber Knez-Bakrati will vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Chair Henio, this is Peggy. May I speak?
With that vote, the tabling motion receives a due pass with the vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. So this legislation is tabled till Wednesday morning for revisit. With this, before we go on to the next legislation, Peggy. Peggy, you have a comment?
Yes, thank you. Elmer P. Begay voted green for the tabling motion. He did that by text.
Kushina. So this, Ramona?
Yes, Chairman.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay text in green vote.
Okay. So recounting the vote, it is 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and chairman not voting. Chairman?
Kushina, thank you for the official count. Is 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. With this, so we'll move along to the next legislation. Peggy, how many legislations do we have left?
Vice Chair, we do have the Division of Social Services is next, and then General Services, and that would end the day for today.
Okay, thank you.
Legislations.
Okay, thank you. Just need a time frame so I can put my cheat in the oven. Thank you. With that, can you read the legislation into the record, please?
That sounds really tasty right now. Okay, good. Budget and Finance Committee, HEHSCAU 10-21. Resolution of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, third year 2021, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Social Services. Be it enacted, Section 1 Authority A, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee is a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council 2, and see Section 400A. B, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee is the oversight committee for the Navajo Nation Division of Social Services 2, and see Section 401C1. C, each oversight committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instructions. 12 NNC Section 840A, Section 2 findings. A, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony regarding the Navajo Nation Division of Social Services fiscal year 2022 budget. 12 NNC Section 840A. B, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee a fiscal year budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Social Services. 12 NNC Section 840A. Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Social Services. A, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee hereby acknowledges the proposed Navajo Nation fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Social Services, recommended by the President of the Navajo Nation, as provided on the fund type budget summary attached as Exhibit A. B, the Health, Education, Human Services Committee requests that the Budget and Finance Committee and the Navajo Nation Council adopt the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary. Exhibit B, recommended changes to the General Fund budget. Exhibit C, recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns. Exhibit D, and recommended unmet needs. Exhibit E. C, the Health, Education, Human Services Committee authorizes the committee chairperson or vice chairperson to meet with and negotiate with Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. And this was approved by a vote of 5 in favor on the 11th day of August. Exhibit A totals $336,232,845. Exhibit B, which is the comparative summary, is $4,662,758. Exhibit C is the recommended changes, and that is blank. And then Exhibit E is the recommended unmet needs budget. And so there is a total of $146,000 for 6 business units. And then and that's the unmet needs budget for Exhibit E. The Exhibit D, I'm sorry, I'm going backwards here. I flipped the page. 117001, Office of the Executive Director, the Division of Social Services by the first quarter of 2022, and pursuant to memorandum issued by the Office of the Controller attached hereto, shall develop for approval a new fund management plan for daycare centers. And so that memo is attached for your review. And then the vote tally sheet is attached, Mr. Chair.
Kashikialan for that reading of this legislation. With this Budget and Finance Committee, their motion to accept this legislation.
I'll motion.
Motion, Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Yellowhair. I'll take second.
Delegate Anderson Nussbaum Crotty, motion to accept this legislation. Second by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Okay, with this, so we do have a motion and a second, and then we'll defer to Office of Management and Budget to provide us with the OMB report. Office Management and Budget.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is Darlene Sam with ONB. I believe Selena is having issues getting on the line. So going to the ONB report for Division of Social Services, tab A is your FY22 fund type budget summary. You have your one pager there. There are 6 business units listed there for general funds. For the FY21 general fund budget amount, $4,564,017. Proposed for FY22, proposed general fund budget, $4,161,183. Indirect costs, $447,593. General wage adjustment, $53,982. External fund, $330,570,087. Total recommended budget of $336,232,845. Going on to tab B is your FY 2021 third quarter budget status report, and this is as of June 30th, 2021. Original budget, general fund, $1,143,174.41. Revised budget, $7,036,672.36. Actual expenditures, $3,112,761.80. Encumbrance of $204,264.97. Budget available, $3,719,645.59. Expenditure rate of 47.14. And you have listed on the bottom 3 daycare accounts. The actual expenditures is $39,121,096. Encumbrance of $10,205.64. Budget available is an over expenditure of $49,327.60. And CETA will read tab C and D. Going on to tab C, Mr. Chair, third quarter performance assessment report for Division of Social Services. Their third quarter average as the whole division is 1.70. There are four programs that are below 2.0. Going on to D, plans of operations status report. Division of Social Services, the plan of operations are all updated. And then going on to E, condition of appropriation legislative concern report. They have a couple of legislative concerns. Legislative concern number 16, they respond for third quarter, they're in compliance. Legislative concern number 17, they respond for third quarter, they're in compliance. Legislative concern number 18, third quarter they respond, status compliant. Legislative concern number 23, third quarter no response and non-compliant. Going on to tab F, Darlene will continue reading on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, going on to tab F is your FY 2021 External Funds Expenditure Report. There's a one-pager there explaining what each of the columns represent. And the next pages are the budget expenditure report. It's a 5-page document, page 1 of 5. So I will go to page 5 of 5 and just read the bottom line for the external fund grants under division, the active externally restricted funds under Division of Social Services. So on column J, line 182, original budget is $382,574,764.09.
Column K is your revised budget of $416,005,742. Column L is your expenditure, $162,249. $162,249,501.23. Column M, open commitments, $17,485,703.49. Column N, available balance, $236,270,537.28. Column O is your percentage spent, is 43%. Column P is your percentage balance of 57%. Next is your G, tab G, FY 2019 single audit finding. There are 2 single audit findings under the Division of Social Services. And that completes OMB's report. Chairman Henyu and committee members, thank you.
Thank you for that reading of the report. Budget and Finance Committee members, are there any questions for the OMB report?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crowdy.
You have the floor for your question.
Thank you, Chair. Can OMB or Ms. Malkai, when was this report emailed out? I'm having a hard time finding it in my email. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that question. Now, back to Ms. Malkai. Peggy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I sent this out yesterday on 19th at 11:10, I believe, but I'll go ahead and email it again.
Okay, thank you for that. And just email it again, and we'll wait for it to get here.
I sent it out at 4:58.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any other questions? Budget and Finance Committee? No, Shananta, Delegate Crowdy, did you receive the email that Peggy sent out?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I received the email with the OMB report, and I did have the updated expenditure report, so thank you. I'm just going to review this document. Thank you, Chair.
I appreciate that. Shananta, Delegate Jimmy Yellow here, did you receive the email report?
Oh.
I appreciate that. Shananta, Vice Chair Smith, did you receive the report too? Shananta, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, did you receive the report?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Did you receive the latest email from Peggy regarding the OMB report? With that, Shananta, do we have any questions for the Office of Management and Budget? Tonight, we can move forward to the legislation and the presenter. The sponsor, Chairman Daniel So or Vice Chairman Slater, Charles Slater, Sheila, who will be presenting this legislation.
Che, can you hear me?
Oh, Che, I can hear you loud and clear.
Sheila, I'll go ahead and sponsor this particular presentation. The Health, Education, and Human Services Committee reviewed the general fund budget, and we did have a revisit on certain items. And I'm driving, and I'm sorry I don't have the actual document with me, so I'm pleading with the committee to allow for that aspect. But I will just tell you that the committee voted in doing the revisit. We adopted the legislation, and the agent will be Miss Diana Neswood-Gishi, and then she can call on her staff to present the budget, business unit numbers and budget numbers, and then from there we will go forward. Then DNF committee members, I beg for your indulgence to do this minimal presentation, as, like I said, I'm driving 8 Quaggy Shabawan of Sundolish, and I so Shehat Sache for allowing me to speak on behalf of this legislation.
Chairman Daniel Stovia. With this, Division of Social Services Division Director, Ms. Neswood-Gishi, are you on the line?
Yes, Honorable Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is Deanna Neswood-Gishi.
Gashina, thank you for acknowledging that you're on the line. And what staff member will you be on the line with you to help you with any questions that might come up?
Thank you, Chair. I will have Ms. Brenda Sosi, our Principal Accountant for the Division of Social Services, and myself.
Gashina, with that, the two will be deferring to Peggy to administer the oath. Peggy, if you would.
Okay, if you would please stand, whomever is going to be providing testimony to the Division of Social Services budget, and state your name for the record, please.
Deanna Neswood-Gishi.
Brenda Sosi.
Okay, thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to provide?
I will.
Yes, I will.
You may be seated.
Okay, thank you for that. With this, we'll move forward. Ms. Neswood-Gishi, you have the floor. Present your budget to the Budget and Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I will have Ms. Brenda Sosi read into the record our budgets. Brenda.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. We have the business unit that I will read into the record is the business unit 117001, and I'll read the column A. That's 1,675,543. Then the proposed FY22 column B is $1,697,608. And then there's an increase of $22,065. Number of positions we have for
this current year and current year in FY 2022, we have both 11. Number of vehicles budgeted is at 44. And then we have the performance, program performance criteria. That's budget form 2, which we read into the record during our meeting with our Health, Education, and Human Services Committee meeting. Then the form 3 is also attached, and then we have budget form 4 is also attached, a detailed budget and justification, and budget form 5, which is the summary of changes to budgeted positions, and then budget form 6, the external contract and grant funding information. Then we go on to business unit 117008, general funds, school clothing program. And the total amount for column A is $1,132,000. Then column B is $1,296,990. And then there's an increase of $164,990. For fiscal year 21 and 22, there's 0 positions budgeted, and there's 0 vehicles budgeted as well. This is all to public assistance. Then we have the budget form 2, the program performance criteria, and then the budget form 3 is the listing of positions and assignments for personnel. And budget form 5, summary of changes to budgeted positions. Then budget form 4, detailed budget and justification. Now we go on to business unit 117010. That's Department of Child Care and Development, Chinle Child Care Center. And the fiscal year 21, there were 0 amount that was allocated. Then the proposed budget for fiscal year 22 is 5,000. So there's a difference of an increase of 5,000. Number of positions budgeted, and also vehicles budget is 0 for both years. And then we have budget form 2, budget form 3, and budget form 4, I'm sorry, excuse me. Then going on to business unit 117010, that's Department of Child Care and Development, Chinle Child Care. Budget form 1, the FY21, there's 0 allocation. For FY22 is 5,000, and the difference would be 5,000. Number of vehicles budgeted is 0, and also for positions, both zeros for both years. And we have the budget form 4, which is the detailed budget and justification. Budget form 5, summary of changes to budgeted positions. And business unit 117011, that's Department of Child Care and Development, Fort Defiance Child Care. And fiscal year 21 is 0, fiscal year 22 is 5,000. There's an increase of 5,000. Number of positions budgeted, and also number of vehicles budgeted, both 0 for FY 21 and 22. Then budget form 2, program performance criteria, and budget form 4 is the detail and budget justification. Then we go on to business unit 117012. This is the Department of Child Care Development, Shiprock Child Care. The number for FY 21 is 0 allocation. Proposed budget for FY 22 is 5,000. Number of positions budgeted is 0 for both years. Vehicles 0 also for both years. Then we have the budget form 2, program performance criteria, budget form 4, detail and budget justification. And then we go on to business unit 117022, Department of Family Services, for fiscal year 21. That's 1,668,160. Then the proposed budget for FY 22 is 1,668,160. The difference is 0. Total number of positions budgeted for fiscal year 21 is 17. For 22, it's 19. Number of vehicles assigned is 7 for 21 and 7 for fiscal year 22. Then you have your budget form 2, the program performance criteria, budget form 3, listing of position and assignment. Budget form 4 is the detailed budget and justification. And budget form 5 is summary of changes to budgeted positions. And that concludes our business unit for Division of Social Services. Mr. Chair.
Kashina, thank you for that presentation. So with that, Ms. Nesbitt, that completes your presentation?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, thank you.
Kashina, and then I think Chairman Daniel Soe is driving, so I'll defer to the committee, the Budget and Finance Committee. Are there any questions for this legislation?
Yes, this is Delegate Cardi with a question.
Shananda, you have the floor.
Thank you. Appreciate the report. I wanted to look at where would I find the breakdown for the former Strengthening Families program. And so that would be my first question. I want to make sure that that funding is not being reallocated, and because I'm going to look to see what the original allocation was for the advocates. I do have questions regarding 3 areas. So in terms of the budget, one of your K accounts, I did text and email that the Family Violence Prevention Grant, we were notified by the technical advisors that that's set to expire at the end of September and cannot be renewed. If I could get an update on the status of that funding. I'm also going back to the conversation on the establishment of Navajo Child Advocacy Centers and what has been the progress in moving that initiative forward. We do have investigative reporters that are producing news articles on what is happening here in Navajo Nation when it comes to child sex crimes, and in particular what happened in the Watchman's case. And the family does claim that that they did report some behavior and it was never followed up. So I think in terms of the child advocacy centers, those are the individuals that could follow up on those cases. So I'd like to receive that update so I could draft out my legislative concern. And the other area was in terms of Oh, the school clothing program. I did read that 100% of the school clothing program is used on the program and not overhead costs. If you could just let me know, I'm on your digital copy of your budget. If you could just let me know what page that's on, that would be great, so I could review that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Shin, thank you for that question. Are there any other questions, further questions for the presentation? Tanoya, I'll defer back to Ms. Nezut Kishi for response.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you, Honorable Delegate Crowdy, for your questions. The first one is the family violence grant that is due to expire September 30. Those would be provided to the 7 domestic violence shelters that we currently have active contracts with. And so because it was going to be an increase of funding, we were advised that we needed to do a new contract because it was more than the 20% that we could not just do an amendment. So those are currently going through the process to the facilities. Regarding an update on the Child Advocacy Center, there has been numerous meetings early on in the latter part of 2019 and early 2020. And at that time, we had members from law enforcement, Office of the Prosecutor, the judicial branch. And so in those meetings, we did have discussion that this is more of where the outcome of any type of child sexual abuse is a crime. And that's where there was discussion that Department of Public Safety would be taking the lead on a Child Advocacy Center because we already have the positions available, such as Child Protective Services that would be involved to looking at the safety of the child. And then we also have family therapists to work with the child due to the trauma that have been inflicted on them. So Delegate Crowdy, I will go back and meet with my colleague, Delegate Jesse Delmar, on this initiative to see how we're going to move forward. And the last question regarding the school clothing program, that is 100% given to direct pass-through. I was trying to switch to find the page in the digital copy. It does have it. I'm sorry?
I have it, Deanna. It's on page 115.
Thank you, Brenda, for that. I'm trying to get that. Lastly, I forgot the question on the breakdown from Strengthening Families program. So with this past fiscal year, all of those funding had been directly given to the Department of Family Services. That's where the Strengthening Family program moved under now is the Strengthening Harmony program. And so their funding went directly there. And then regarding the victim witness advocates, those have also been placed under the family violence grant as well, because they are doing direct services. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that response. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Are there any further questions or comments?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crowdy.
Commissioner Dowd, you have the floor.
Okay. Yes, thank you. I appreciate that update, and it's wonderful that the clothing program is now 100% being used for the clothing or for direct services. I appreciate that. I would like to know, in terms of strengthening harmony program, or I'm sorry, family harmony program. There was modifications when that was developed to the plan of operation for advocates would include human trafficking. Where are we at? I know you said on the First Lady Task Force when it comes, the group that's looks at a number of things, but also looks at our missing and murdered and their relatives. Do you have draft language on how to provide advocacy or victim services to those families that are faced with a missing individual, a missing relative? Chair, that would be my question. And my second question is if we could get an update on the Title 4E. It's my understanding that was a multi-million-dollar opportunity to enhance services. And I just want to know if that needs to be a legislative concern moving forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for those questions. With that, back to the presenter, Ms. Nezo-Gishi, for response to the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you, Delegate Crowdy, for the follow-up questions. Regarding the Title 4E reimbursement, we are working more collaboratively now with Office of the Controller. We did have a meeting with the acting controller and her team, as well as President Nez and his team, I believe 3 weeks ago. And so we have given our binders to where Office of the Controller is looking at how they will make sure that the claims submitted can be reimbursed to the nation. And they're currently sitting in the Federal Payment Management System, PMS, for immediate drawdown. And so when we had our successful meeting, it was where they are prioritizing this. So we're working collaboratively now with Office of the Controller to move forward with this initiative. And so we're looking to do drawdowns for fiscal year 2016 at this point, and then we will move forward with the following fiscal year 17, 18, and 19, and 20. Those had been in limbo for several years. Lastly, the question on the Family Harmony Program, human trafficking, and those are some initiatives that we're working with. The Department of Family Services administers this initiative, and so with the victim witness advocates. And right now, we currently have our Title 4E initiatives, as well as our other case management policies, are currently being reviewed by Department of Justice. So those are some areas that we're continuing to work to make sure that we do have updated policies and procedures for the employees to be working on for consistency. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that response, Ms. Nezo-Gishi. I'll defer back Budget and Finance Committee if there's any further questions or comments.
Chairman Henio, I'd like to ask, is Chairman So or Vice Chair Slater on the line?
Shay. Chairman Daniel So, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Oh,
I believe there is a question that will be posed by the committee. Delegate.
But thank you, Chair. I hope it's not you're a little spotty, but I hope you can hear me clear. Chairman So Shiaj, I wanted to, I'm going to develop a legislative concern under Business Unit 117001, the Office of Executive Director. And this would be to work with Navajo Nation law enforcement, Navajo Nation Office of the Prosecutor, and I could relook at who have been identified as stakeholders to develop the Navajo Child Advocacy Center. And so I just wanted to, in previous legislations, what we're going to do is just draft the legislative concerns, submit them to the committee, and hopefully the committee can review and make any recommendations before the comprehensive budget. So that'll be the legislative concern on this resolution. The other area for a legislative concern will be for Business Unit 117022, Department of Family Services, their Family Harmony Program, to develop language to support families of our missing relatives and how and in their advocacy. So right now they cover predominantly domestic violence, sexual assault. We added human trafficking cases, and so I'd like to add in the missing victim services. We've been waiting a number of years, and so I think by this legislative concern, hopefully would highlight the need to insert this into Navajo law. And Chairman So and committee members from BNF, I don't know if we need to create a legislative concern when it comes to Title IV-E funding. This is a multi-year issue, I think going back to maybe 2015. I can't remember the exact time or if that funding has expired, but I'll leave it up to the committee if you want to develop a legislative concern regarding that funding. Our concern is, of course, if it gets reverted or the proper policy and procedure. So thank you, Chair. I'm just looking for that guidance. I appreciate that.
Thank you for that. With that, if you would email the possible legislative concerns to Peggy, and that way she could make it part of her notations, and we'll bring it out on next week on Wednesday, and to put that as part of our listing. With that, do we have any further questions from the committee, Budget and Finance Committee, on this legislation?
Che, Honorable Chair Kenyo.
Che, I forgot. Response from your, as Chair of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. You have the floor.
We're bringing up that legislative concern. I do support that aspect. I think the other part is to include Navajo Nation Department of Justice, the Human Services Unit, and possibly the Division of General Services to help identify either a building or other related facilities to work with the Division of Social Services. Back to you, Sache, Honorable Chair Kenyo. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Lurleen with OLC, if I may.
Okay, Chairman Daniel So for that response to the legislative concerns that will be forthcoming. So with this, Ms. Tapahi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since we're on the issue of legislative concerns, if you will all turn to Exhibit D to this legislation. This is the Health, Education, Human Services Committee formally approved recommended conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns. Again, this is Exhibit D. With respect to business unit number 117001 that Delegate Crotty mentioned, it does have a statement there, the Division of Social Services by the first quarter of FY 2022 and pursuant to memorandum issued by the Office of the Controller attached here too,
shall develop for approval a new fund management plan for daycare centers. Unfortunately, it does not identify whether it is a condition of appropriation or whether it is a legislative concern. It's just a statement there. So if there is someone on the line there that can clarify exactly what the committee, Health and Education Human Services Committee meant by that, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
This is Jalissa Johnson.
For your input on this matter. With this, back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Are there any further questions, comments? Tonight I'm not hearing any. With that, so if there's no further questions or comments, I'll call for the question to accept this legislation. Then Lauco, with that, let's move forward to Chairman Danielson.
If we could ask the BNF committee to include that as part of this legislative concern. I don't know if you allow more than one business unit to be expressed in a legislative concern, but knowing that the committee had expressed that particular aspect, because the daycare centers reopen, those that are income challenged, they do not pay any fees, but those that are economically, let's say in a higher income bracket, then they do pay fees, and that's why the committee wanted a fund management plan to be developed by the first quarter. And there was none pre-existing, so even not with that.
So noted. So on Wednesday, we can move to include those in Exhibit B as part of the exhibit for legislative concerns and also conditions of appropriation. So with that, who's calling?
Chair Henyo, this is Jalissa Johnson. I can answer Lori Lean's question.
Okay, who's Jalissa Johnson?
Yes.
From
Office of Legislative Services. Yes.
Okay, I believe you need to be sworn in.
Oh, okay.
You need to speak in this matter. So, Vicky, if you would conduct an oath for Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. Jalissa, could you please state your name for the record?
Jalissa Johnson.
Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Johnson, thank you for joining us and listening. You have the floor.
Yeah, hey, everybody. Good evening, Budget and Finance Committee members, Otto, Mr. Chair. To Laura Lean's question on the Health, Education, Human Services Committee amendment to Exhibit D of the resolution, the language is actually a conditions of appropriation, and that is indicated on the committee report from the HES committee. Mr. Chair.
Christina, thank you for that clarification, and we will take that into consideration at the on Wednesday, August 25th, when the listing of the legislative concerns and condition of appropriations are being developed, and for the comprehensive budget. Thank you for that clarification. So with this, back to the Budget and Finance Committee.
Mr.
If there's no
Chair.
further questions, comment?
Mr. Chair, this is Deanna Neswagishi.
let's see. I'm calling for the question here to accept this resolution. And so those conditions of appropriations that are recommended by the year oversight committee will be taken into consideration also. So if there are no further questions or comments from the committee, Ramona, if you would lead us in a roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote for resolution number HEHSCAU-1021. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond
Green.
Smith Jr. vote. Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Barcrotti, how do you vote?
Shadow Delegate Amber Kenneth Barcrotti, and I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth Barcrotti votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green. Delegate Begay.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, and Chairman not voting. Chairman?
No, thank you for that roll call vote. We do have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. This legislation receives a due pass. Okay, with that, we are at the tail end of our agenda. We have one more legislation to consider. So Peggy, if you would read the legislation into the record.
Thank you, Chair. Video. See the HEHSCAU-12-21. Resolution of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee of the 24th Nomination Council, 3rd year 2021. An action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee approving and recommending to Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Nomination Division of General Services. Be it enacted, Section 1A, Authority. A, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, Standing Committee of the Nomination Council, 2 and see Section 400. A, B, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee is the Oversight Committee for the Navajo Division of General Services, 2 and see Section 401C1. C, each Oversight Committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instructions 12 NSC Section 840A, Section 2 findings. A, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony regarding the Nomination Division of General Services fiscal year 2022 budget 12 NC Section 840A. B, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee a fiscal year budget for the Nomination Division of General Services 12 NC Section 840A. Section 3, approving and recommending to Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Nomination Division of General Services. A, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee hereby acknowledges the proposed nomination fiscal year 2022 budget for the Nomination Division of General Services recommended by the Office of the Nomination President and Vice President as provided on the fund type budget summary attached as Exhibit A. B, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee requests that the Budget and Finance Committee and the Nomination Council adopt the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary. Exhibit B, recommended changes to the General Fund budget. Exhibit C, recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns. Exhibit D, and recommended unmet needs. Exhibit E. C, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee authorizes the committee chairperson or vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with the Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. This was approved with a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed on the 11th day of August 2021. Exhibit A has a total of $96,378,691. Exhibit B, the comparative summary, has a total of $4,420,357. Exhibit C is the recommended changes to the general fund budget. Exhibit E is the recommended unmet needs budget, and that totals $1,125,000. The exhibit, let's see. Okay, I'm sorry, backing up to exhibit D. It's the legislative condition, the conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns. This is for business unit 112001, Division of General Services, condition of appropriation, divisions of general services is in collaboration with the Division of Human Resources shall conduct a survey on Navajo Nation employee housing and report back to the Health, Education, and Human Services no later than the third quarter of FY 2022. Mr. Chair.
Kashina, thank you for that reading. This Budget and Finance Committee members, is there a motion to accept this legislation as read into the record?
Vice Chair Smith. Delegate Brown will motion.
Thank you, Kashina.
Delegate McGinn.
I heard Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, I'll do the second then.
Vice Chair Smith is motioning to accept this resolution, second by Delegate Elmer P. Begay. With this, moving forward to the OMB report, Office of Management and Budget.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is Darlene Sam. I will be reading the OMB report for Division of General Services. Going straight to tab A is your FY 2022 Fund Type Budget Summary. Division of General Services FY 22 Budget Summary by Fund Type. For fiscal year 2021, approved general fund budget is $4,170,524, and you have your proprietary funds listed. The total is $77,427,548, and external funds of $853,133 or 130. So grand total for FY21 is $82,451,202. Proposed for FY 2022 Navajo Nation funds, proposed general fund amount $4,420,357. Indirect cost $2,809,276. General wage adjustment $149,375. Matching funds $189,294. Proprietary fund $80,046,800. Special revenue external $8,763,589 for a recommended budget of $96,378,691. Tab B is your FY 2021 third quarter budget expenditure report. However, I did update it and emailed it to Peggy, so I will read the updated version as of 2020-21. Division of General Services, General Funds, original budget amount of $1,712,495.17. Revised budget $9,072,455.90. Actual expenditure $5,393,186.77. Encumbrance of $447,113.18. Budget available $3,232,155.95. Percent expenditure rate is 64.37%. And the next page is your budget status report as of August 20th for your proprietary funds under Division of General Services. Original budget $17,521,220.75. Revised budget $82,448,393.07. Actual expenditure $49,192,993.12. encumbrance of $2,716,948.75. Budget available $30,538,451.20. Expenditure rate of 62.96%. And tab C and D will be covered by NCEDA. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Tab C, third quarter performance assessment report for Division of General Services. The average score for third quarter is 2.09, and there are 4 programs that are underperforming 2.0. Going on to tab D, the plans of operation status report. There are 4 programs that needs to update their plan of operation. Business Unit 112001, Division of Social Services Administration. The Business Unit 112005, Navajo Transit System. And then Business Unit 112010 and Business Unit 8012004, they all need to update their plan of operation. Going on to legislative concern report for Division of General Services. They have legislative concern number 19, which is assigned to Navajo Air Transportation Department. They did respond for third quarter. Their status is compliant. And then legislative number 23, majority of the programs are in compliant, but there's 4 of them that are not in compliance. That completes NPS report, Mr. Chair. Going on to tab F will be covered by Deputy Contracting Officer Jermaine Jones. Okay, he's not on the call. This is Darlene. I'll go ahead and do tab F, which is your FY 2021 External Funds Expenditure Report. If you go to the one-pager, the Budget Expenditure Report, the Active Externally Restricted Funds, Division of General Services, go down to row 22, column J, original budget of $9,869,679.63. Column K is revised budget of $9,869,679.63. L, expenditures $3,632,803.95. Column M is your open commitments of $119,685.83. In available balance $6,117,189.85. Column O is your percentage spent, which is 38%. Column P is percentage balance of 62%. Column G is your FY19 single audit report, and Jermaine will cover that.
Good afternoon, Chairman. I'll go ahead and read in the FY 2019 single audit report. There's one finding with Navajo Transit System, which is a cross-cutting finding, and that's 2019006. The finding is an allowable cost, material weakness, and internal controls over compliance. The nation did not properly monitor allocation or internal charges on HELP, benefits, internal services funds. Major change occurred in FY 2018 and 2019, in which correspondence charges to federal programs were not adjusted. This is not a repeat finding, and the finding was cleared and not repeated in FY 2020 audit. That concludes the report. Thank you.
Back to you, Chairman Henu. That completes OMB's report.
Kela, thank you for that report. This Budget and Finance Committee members, any questions, comments on the report? Hearing none, I'll defer to the sponsor. Chairman Daniel Stowe or Nanda, Vice Chair Slater, who would like to present?
Tonight, Chair Stowe, are you there?
Yes, I am, Cecilia. You want a tag team on this? I'll go first.
Ash Brothers. Just kidding. I'll defer to you, Chair.
I'll go first, and then if there's something else that I can't present, then I'll defer. I'll tag out the Vice Chair.
Okay, don't forget to change your mascot too. So, Chairman Daniel, so.
Okay, thank you, Suche. So, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, we are pleased to present and recommend the budget. The Health, Education, Human Services Committee basically deliberated on this particular budget and send it forward to the BNF committee with the exhibits attached. Again, I'm on the road, so I don't have the actual document with me. And I defer to Division Director to basically provide the actual information. But we do support the budget request, and if Honorable Vice Chair wants to add some additional language on behalf of this budget request, I'll defer to him. Che, back to you.
Chairman Daniel, so who is the agent for this legislation? Okay, with that division of
Sure, and you, I think it should be. Oh, sorry, Mr. Botero.
No, yeah, go ahead, Shananta. Vice Chair Slater.
Just to answer your question, I believe that Mr. Platero is the agent for this presentation.
Thank you for that. Mr. Tom Platero, are you on the call?
Mr. Chair, this is Tom Platero. I have with me Loretta Largo, and I'm not sure which one of our managers are on the line. If you could identify yourself, please.
This is Pearl Lee with Navajo Nation Telecommunication Utilities.
I believe that's it, Mr. Chair. We're ready to proceed.
Tom. With this, for Peggy will administer the oath, and so therefore, Peggy, if you would administer the oath there.
Mr. Chair, please state your name for the record, those who will be providing testimony for the General Services Division budget.
Tom Platero.
Loretta Largo.
Thank you.
Pearl Lee.
Thank you. Anyone else? Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you are about to give?
Yes. I will.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. With this, with the Division of General Services for this legislation. Mr. Platero, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I'm sure it's been a long day for everybody, so we'll go on ahead and proceed straight to the reading of the budgets. We have a multitude of budgets, so we'll go on ahead and start right now. Business Unit number 112001, Division of General Services Administration, General Services Executive. Part 2, Funding Source General Funds, $299,517 for 56%. IDC, $225,126, 42%. Personnel Lapse Fund, $8,234 for 2%, for a total of $532,877, 100%. Underneath Part 3, fund type is 1. Original budget is $557,242. Proposed budget is $532,877 for a difference of a reduction of $24,365. Number of positions budgeted is 5. Under proposed budget is 5. Number of vehicles budgeted, original budget is 1. Proposed budget is now 2. We now proceed on to budget form 1. We have attached budget form 2 and budget form 3 and budget form 4 and budget form 5 for this budget. We next proceed on to budget 112003, Insurance Services Department, General Services Executive, Part 2, Funding Sources, General Funds, $89,907 for 40%, IDC allocations $127,993, 58%, Personnel Lapse Fund $4,651, 2%, for a total of $222,551, 100%. Underneath Part 2, funding type code is 1. Underneath original budget is $241,615. Proposed budget is $220,551 for a reduction of $19,064. Under positions budget is 2 and 2. Vehicles budgeted is 1 and 1. We have attached budget form 2, budget form 3, and budget form 4. We now move on to budget 112004, Risk Management Program Safety, General Services, Indirect Costs $40,638. General funds 100%, general funds 100, 0% for a total of $40,738, 100%. Funding type code is 1. Original budget is $36,574. Proposed budget is $40,738 for an increase of $4,164. Under number of positions is 00. Number of vehicles is 00. We have attached budget form 2 and budget form 4. We now proceed on to Business Unit 112006, Navajo Nation Telecommunications and Utilities, General Services Executive, Part 2, General Funds $207,845, 39%. Indirect Costs $309,889, 58%. Personnel Lapse Fund $14,661, 3%, for a total of $532,395, 100%. Underneath Part 3, funding code type is 1. Original budget is $530,707. Proposed budget is $532,395 for an increase of $1,688. Under number of positions is 9, and this is being reduced to 8. Number of vehicles is 1 and being proposed for 2. We have attached budget form 2, budget form 3, budget form 4, and budget form 5. We now proceed on to Business Unit 112007, Navajo Air Transportation, General Services Executive. Under Part 2 is General Funds, $561,088 for 72%. Personnel Lapse Fund is $7,772 or 28% for a total of $568,860, 100%. Under fund type code is 1. Original budget is $557,763. Proposed budget is $568,860 for an increase of $11,097. Under number of position is 4. Proposed budget is 2. Number of vehicles is 1, and then proposed is 2. We have attached budget form 2, budget form 3, budget form 4, budget form 5. We now proceed on to Business Unit 112008, Facilities Maintenance Department, under General Services, Division of General Services, Part 2, General Funds $1,555,451, 55%. IDC Recovery $1,231,414, 43%. Personnel Lapse Fund $65,658, 22%, for a total of $2,852,523 for 100%. Underneath Part 3, funding type code is 1. Original budget is $2,308,470. Proposed budget $2,852,523 for an increase of $544,053. Total number of positions is 49. Proposed budget is 44. Number of vehicles was original budget is 0. Proposed budget is now 24. We have attached budget forms 2, budget form 3, budget form 4, and budget form 5. We now proceed on to 112009, Department of Information Technology, Division of General Services, Part 2, funding source, general funds, 1,446,610, 61%. IDC, 874,216, 37%. Personnel lapse fund, 406,427, 2%, for a total of 2,367,253, 100%. Underneath Part 3, funding type code is 1. Original budget, 2,367,253. Proposed budget is 2,367,253. Number of positions is 22 and 22. Number of vehicles is 2 and 2. We have attached budget form 2, budget form 3, and budget form 4. We now move on to business unit 112010, Records Management Department, General Services Executive. Funding sources, general funds 259,839, personnel lapse funds 1,972, total 261,811. Part 3, funding type is 1. Original budget is 99,248. Proposed budget is 261,811. Difference is an increase of 162,563. Under total number of positions, budget is 5 and 5. Number of vehicles is 1 and 1. We have attached budget form 2, budget form 3, and budget form 4. We now move on to proprietary. 812002 at Navajo Air Transportation Department, Division of General Services. Proprietary funds, 378,000 for 100%, 378,000. Underneath, funding type is 8. Original budget is 0. Proposed budget is $378,000 for an increase of $378,000. Original number of positions was 0, which is now increased to 2. The number of vehicles is again 0, 0. We have attached budget form 2, budget form 3, budget form 4, and budget form 5. We now move on to 812003, Fleet Management, General Services Executive, Proprietary, $11 million, and a total $11 million. Part 3, funding type is 8. Original budget is $10 million. Proposed budget is $11 million for an increase of $1 million. Number of positions is 58. New will be 57. Number of vehicles is 22. We have attached budget form 2, budget form 3, budget form 4, and budget form 5. We now move on to business unit 812004, Records Management Duplicating Services, General Services Executive, Internal Proprietary Funds, 800,000 for a total of 800,000 under budget form. Budget type code is 8. Original budget is 800,000. Proposed budget is 800,000 for a difference of 0. Number of positions is 5. Number of vehicles is 0. We have attached budget form 2, budget form 3, and budget form 4. We now move on to the next budget. Budget 812005, Risk Management Department, General Services, Proprietary Funds, 11,153,800 for a total of 11,153,800. Funding type code is 8. Original budget 9,947,548. Proposed budget is 11,153,800 for an increase of 1,206,252. Positions is 15. Vehicles is 4. We have attached budget form 2, budget form 3, and budget form 4. We now move on to 218016/212017, Employee Benefits, Group Health Self-Insurance, General Services Executive. We have funding for $780,000 and then additional funding for $51 million for a total of $51,780,000. Under funding type is 8. Original budget $51,760,000. Proposed budget $51,780,000 for an increase of $20,000. Number of positions is 10. Number of vehicles budgeted is 2. We have attached budget form 2, budget form 3, budget form 4. We now move on to 812018, Navajo Transit Systems, Division of General Services. Proprietary funds is $15 million. Funding type code is 8. Original budget is 0. Proposed budget is, $15,000.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry.
I apologize.
This is Delegate Cardi. Is it 15 million or 15,000? Thank you.
I apologize. This actually shouldn't be in here. This was one that was discarded, I believe, from the process, and I apologize that it's in here. This was one that was taken out. There were some questions that were raised during the process, so I apologize for this being here. If you look at Exhibit A, this actually isn't included in there. Yes, it is. 15,000. My correction. Yeah. I'm bad. 15,000, ma'am, I apologize. 15,000 and 0 number of position is 00. You have attached budget form 2 and budget form 4. We now proceed on to 814001, Workers' Compensation Program, proprietary $4 million, funding code is 8. Original budget is $4 million, proposed budget is $4 million. Difference is 0. Number of position is 8. Vehicles is 3. You have attached budget form 2, budget form 3, and budget forms 4. We now move on to 912001, Employee Housing Program, General Services, proprietary funds $920,000 for a total of $920,000. Funding type is 9. Original budget is $920,000. Proposed budget $920,000. Difference of 0. 10 positions, 4 vehicles. You have attached budget form 2, budget form 3, and budget form 4. We now move on to business unit number 118004, Insurance Services, General Services. General funds $2,745,717. Indirect recovery $1,760,017 for a total of $4,505,734. Original budget $4,226,364. Proposed budget $4,505,734 for an increase of $279,370. Position 0, vehicles. Position 00, vehicles 00. You have attached budget form 2 and budget form 4. We now move on to business unit 118005, fixed cost utilities. Shoot, this one isn't supposed to be in here. I'm sorry, that is the end of our presentation because employee housing was the last unit that was there. We did put in a request for unmet needs, and there are 2 budgets for those. We are proposing one for $715,000 for Navajo Air Transportation. Business unit number 112007, Navajo Air Transportation, General Services Executive. Unmet need $715,000. Funding code 1, original budget 0, proposed budget $715,000 for an increase of $715,000. Total positions is 00, vehicles is 00. The next proposal that we submitted was for General Services 112001, General Services Administration, General Services. Unmet need $410,000. Funding code is 1, original is 0. Proposed budget is $410,000 for a difference of $410,000. Number of positions is 00. Number of vehicles is 00. Mr. Chair.
Katrina, thank you, Mr. Platero, for reading the legislative budget for this legislation. With that, going back to the Budget and Finance Committee, Budget and Finance Committee, are there any questions, comments regarding what was presented?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. And with CS Chairman So and Vice Chair Slater, thank you, Division Director Mr. Platero. So I just want to get to the point. It's after 5 on a Friday, so I appreciate the staff and everybody on the line. So I'm working on legislative concerns. The first legislative concern, working with the committee. Working with the committee is the ongoing audit issue that was addressed. I would just need to know from Mr. Platero who is the responsible entity to address that audit finding. When should the committee expect, I guess, just some recommendations on how to develop the legislative concern? Sometimes when there's multiple parties, they may not be able to complete that audit finding. So I just need to know in terms of how to address the audit finding. The other area is a legislative concern. Delegate Eugene So had made a legislative concern that all programs provide or make a plan for ramps and accessibility for disabled relatives. In having that conversation with the Department of Health, they recommended that actually should be a legislative concern under General Services. So I'd like also some feedback in terms of who would be responsible I'm assuming it's facility maintenance. Again, what quarter that they can finalize that plan, if it's the second or third quarter. And the last, why do I have one more legislative concern? There's one more legislative concern once I remember. But then the last question would be is in terms of your unmet needs, what is the status of records management? I don't think, it's my understanding that they've never received funding to digitize all of their documents, and we use this for our litigation, our lawsuits, and water rights, land issues. So I would want to know if there's any unmet needs for record management, or I could develop a legislative concern for that to be addressed. Thank you, Chair, committee members.
Akashina, thank you for that. Questions? Shenandoah Budget and Finance Committee? Comments? Then I'll defer back to Mr. Platero, if you would respond to the committee.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I appreciate the questions that Delegate Crotty is requesting of us, because those are very thought-provoking questions, and it is in line exactly with what we're trying to do here at Division of General Services. As you guys all know, I came from legislative and came over to this side. The first few months of my employment here has really been to get to know the programs, and I think the training that I received at Legislative Services plays right into what Division of General Services needs. And Delegate Crotty will recall when we went through the performance audit of Legislative Services, a lot of the findings that were there translate to what's here. By that, what I mean is we really need to go through a process of assessing the plans of operation of each of the organizations that are under Division of General Services, and really creating written policies and procedures that everybody can go through. It's kind of like when you go to finance, you go to one accountant, they interpret it one way, you go to another accountant, it's interpreted another way. So we really need to create standard operating procedures for all of that. Having said that, the 3 units that are right now having outstanding audit issues within Division of General Services are fleet management. They just got theirs. In fact, it was last month that they got the additional report. We submitted a corrective action plan, and we're going back and forth with the auditors on it. The one that's still pending, I believe, is transit. That still has some questions that need to be done, and a lot of the Auditor General's work has been placed on hold. I believe they have a corrective action plan, but because of the year-long shutdown, I believe those need to be revisited with Budget and Finance and with the Auditor General, and reestablish those with new time frames, because I believe all of that time has passed. The other one is facilities maintenance. One of the issues that we've had with transit and facilities maintenance is when I got to Division of General Services, 5 of the 9 manager positions were either vacant or filled by acting people, and in some of those instances, the people acting in those positions have been there over 2 years. So it's really difficult to hold somebody that's not in that position permanently accountable. So that's why I think your question about the audit is on point. I believe if you did I would recommend that the legislative concern be addressed by the 4th quarter. The reason I'm saying that is we really should go back and revisit with the Auditor General the corrective action plan, have it updated, and then have it represented to Budget and Finance. We looked at the audit report for fleet management. It's interesting that you should bring up audit. One of the audit findings in there was the disposition of tribal vehicles. So we did an assessment. Our team at Fleet Management did an assessment. Right now, there's 418 vehicles that have been parked there. Some of these vehicles have been parked there for over 10 years, which means we haven't been following the process of getting these vehicles out. It's a collaboration between multiple units of the government. Division of Division of General Services Administration, along with Fleet Management, along with Risk Management, along with the Office of the Controller, along with Property Management, specifically Mr. King. And Mr. King, Francis King, has really been working with us to address a lot of these concerns. We met just yesterday morning, and we're attacking this issue as a collaborative effort of, okay, we'll do this, you do that, but it's really revisiting the rules that are in place. They were under the impression that one of their old resolutions was still in place, but Council or Budget and Finance actually, when they updated the financial policies and procedures underneath the former controller, they adopted certain procedures. I believe that hasn't been communicated to everybody. We've been talking to a lot of our managers and people that process finance. They aren't fully aware of the new procedures. So we're now undertaking within Division of General Services a basically reorientation of all of the staff here. We stole a lot of the ideas from legislative services, and the new employee orientation that we had implemented over there, we're going to be modifying in that and implementing it here, particularly for managers and people that handle finance. But in general, it will be for all staff, so they are aware of all of the policies. So that's one of the ones we're taking a look at. But what that policy that was approved did was it made it really restrictive to get these things done. It didn't really, it only analyzed it from the perspective of finance. It didn't analyze it from the perspective of these are all the people that play a part in this process. And so we need to revisit those so that we create policies where all the stakeholders in a procedure are involved in the development of that policy. So we've already started working with Mr. Francis. Our goal is by the end of this year to at least get that 410 down to half of it, because some of those vehicles aren't worth anything anymore. And so there's concerns that were brought up both by our side and their side, and we're working towards creating a collaborative environment so that everybody gets what they need and we all understand what each other is doing. So Delegate Crotty, I appreciate it and I welcome it, and I think that because we do have audits that are in place, I would request respectfully that if you're going to do it in the fourth quarter so we can go back through it, reset the time frame, and give us the time to go on ahead and work with the other stakeholders in each of these corrective actions to get those completed. The next question is from the question on the ramps. It really is an answer that should be provided as it depends on the situation. If you take a look at the unmet need that we're requesting for, that for 415,000, there are actually three different streams of information when it comes to buildings. The raw data that we receive from facilities maintenance is about 111 million square feet of space that the Navajo Nation has in its inventory. The inventory that's at risk management that pays for the insurance on these buildings is different than the information that's over at facilities maintenance, is different than the information that's over at property management. What we need to create is a system not only for buildings, but also fleet management vehicles, because fleet management also in their audit was one of the things that they were dealing with was not accurately tracking the vehicles, their inventory. So inventory is usually a standard audit finding for most organizations, and particularly in organizations as large as the Navajo Nation. So that's what we're asking for that. So going back to Delegate So's response, it depends, because the way the plan of operation was adopted and approved by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee for facility maintenance is there's certain exemptions that can't be included in here, that facilities maintenance cannot bother. Chapters are on there, Head Start is on there, and the perception is that all buildings should be handled by general services. In actuality, we come in after a building is completed. We don't come in and actually do the designing. If you look at the plan of operation for community development of new facilities actually rests under their side. So that was one of the questions that we had to provide back to our oversight earlier when they wanted us to get involved in developing some new buildings with one of the educational institutions. So we had to clarify to them, this is the parameters of what we can and cannot do. So to answer the question, it depends on who has that building. We just got a request from one of the other divisions where they're wanting facility maintenance to go in and address a mold issue for a facility that's actually being rented from another organization. And so we really have to set clear policies and procedures of what can and cannot be done. Then we have to go back and assess based on actual accurate data. And that's why we're asking for that money to complete an inventory so that all three entities have one place to get that information from. So once we do that, then we can start planning on these things. Because the information that I'm getting is you have certain organizations within the Navajo Nation that are asking for new facilities, when in actuality they have facilities that aren't being used. So nobody has all of that information in one place. Once we can get that, then we can make a more informed decision of where we are going building-wise. Perhaps some of those buildings that aren't being used could be repurposed for other programs in that area, but nobody has all that information together. So again, Delegate Crotty, on the ramp portion of it, it depends. It depends on who owns the building, the parameters within facilities maintenance of what they can and cannot do, and also whether that is a Navajo Nation property. Within the plan of operation for facilities maintenance, there's a section that says that facility, in order for them to provide services to a facility, they have to be on the facilities list. But there isn't a procedure that says this is how you get on and off the list. The other part that concerns me is because of the work that we're doing with risk management. Just similar to the emails that are going back right now, there's acquisition equipment, but nobody has really gone through and assessed when you spent the millions of dollars on those equipment. There's actually no procedure within the Navajo Nation that says when a piece of equipment is bought, this is the procedure to get insurance for it. So the insurance question actually came up at the point where somebody's like, we're going to have somebody outside of the nation volunteer to operate this equipment. So that puts us in a really liable position if something happens while that person is operating that. So there needs to be an examination of this information dissemination across different branches, different departments, different divisions, so that everybody has access to that information. So my truthful answer to that is it all depends on who owns that facility. Underneath the unmet need, risk management, and I really think it's cool that you're asking about digitizing I am assuming the legislative records. You actually have when I was at Legislative Services, one of the things that we bidded out was to digitize all of the resolutions. You need to fund it within Office of Legislative Services. It's already done. The contract is there. You just need to fund it. You need to put the money in there. Dana, I've worked with her before when she was over at DOJ. She has access to that information. We are certainly willing to have our records people work with you to digitize all of that. And the system is already there. It's just the cost of uploading that information and making it accessible to anybody and everybody. Because my thought on it always was that all the legislation that have ever been addressed by council, about the advisory committee, all of the standing committees from Council 1 to Council 24 should be available for the public. You have a contract for it. All you need to do is fund it. Mr. Chair.
Well, Katrina, thank you for that response. And I guess we'll be moving forward with this issue again. Back to Budget and Finance Committee members. Any further questions, comments?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate Mr. Patel's response and enthusiasm. The only thing is we can't do well, I don't want to say we can't. It's recommended that we do a legislative concern either second or third quarter, so I'll choose third quarter just because then the committee won't get a response until after the fiscal year when regarding the audits, and so that will require some type of report to your oversight, and I could just write in a written report to Budget and Finance. The last legislative concern that I couldn't remember offhand, I can't read my writing this late. My concern is also your revenue plans are pretty outdated, and so I'll write in the legislative concern that by third quarter, you'll be working with the oversight in terms of amending or updating those plans. They're pretty old. So that's what I just wanted to provide. And if there's any concern from the oversight committee, but we'll try to get this draft over to them. Thank you, Chair. Kenya.
Thank you for that, Shananta, for that legislative concern. Vice Chair Slater, any comments regarding the legislative concerns? Chairman Daniel So.
Yes, I agree with the legislative concern, Shemayaja, and BNF committee members. I'm okay with that. And thank you for the attention to those matters. Mr. Tom Platero, thank you for doing an excellent presentation.
Chairman Daniel. So with this, back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Shananta, any further questions or comments?
Chair Henio, Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Henio, and Budget and Finance Committee members, and those that are listening. Good afternoon. Also, Mr. Patero and Shanai, for this resolution that's in front of us. What caught my attention was the fact that we have over excessive vehicles, and that's revenue right there. Or we could be utilizing. And is there a mechanism that needs to be in place? I know when they do those sales, it's like very, very strict. And if you miss one letter, you're out. If you miss one number, you're out. And maybe that's why those folks are not getting the vehicles sold. And at one point in time, they got those vehicles shipped to Albuquerque, and then they weren't getting the price of what would be fair market. And they were brought back, and then they opened it up, and some folks did end up getting those vehicles. I think it should be reviewed and looked at, and there's a lot of folks that could use those used vehicles because the Navajo Nation takes good care of those vehicles. They take them in for maintenance, they take them in for A, B, C service, and when they get on the auction block, those vehicles are still viable, they're still usable. And Chair Henio and Budget Finance Committee members, maybe that policy needs to be reviewed because a lot of folks are wanting to purchase a good used vehicle rather than dropping $60,000, $70,000 on the new one. The minute it leaves the lot, depreciated 10%, 15% right off the lot. And that would help the transportation that folks need. That's my question and concern. On behalf of that, maybe Mr. Patero could look into that, and we could also open the door for others that could bid on these vehicles. I know it's only a closed group, and you're only allowed 2 bids, and if you're missing one little letter or any little information, you're already out. Thank you, Chair Henny.
Vice Chair Smith, with your comments and concerns regarding the presentation here. So therefore, defer back to Mr. Platero. Maybe you might want to have a response, or would you take that into consideration?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, we welcome a revisit to it. Just so you're aware of it, Budget and Finance, through Budget and Finance Committee Resolution BFJA-04-20, approved a new policy which was voted on by this council, or by this committee, on January 21st, 2020. What it did is the previous resolution, BFJY-114-86, that had put in the sale portion of it, it voided that resolution. So part of what Budget and Finance's action did is the portion of that where people can buy those was ruled out, and now there's a whole new policy. And I'll go on ahead and get that scanned and emailed over to you. We agree that there should be a more streamlined process because certain vehicles, and they just bake out there. And so they've been baking, some of them, for 10 years. We have vehicles that have been sitting there for that long. And so there needs to be some sort of process where we can separate out, this is not salvageable. It doesn't work. Or take it to the salvage yard. But there are others that can be assessed that say, this is safe enough for somebody to occupy and use for a vehicle. There needs to be that separation. The way the way the rules are made now is that everything goes to auction. So there needs to be kind of an assessment value before it actually gets to the auction part. There's also a consideration that you need to put in there for specialized vehicles. Right now, the policy doesn't include that. By specialized vehicles, I mean the police units, the ambulance units, those kind of that are used for specialty items, the Head Start buses. So there needs to be a category. And the recommendation from our group yesterday was those vehicles shouldn't even be sold out. They should just be used to trade in against a new vehicle. So those are the things that we discussed yesterday, and we will be happy to present a recommendation for a new policy on this by the second quarter. So a condition of appropriation, we welcome it, and we will work with all of our partners to make sure that we come up with a plan where we don't actually have 400 vehicles just parked there, some of them for as much as 10 years. Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that response, Mr. Platero. Are you talking about the black Tahoes?
I like my job, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Moving forward, Budget and Finance Committee members, are there any further questions or comments? I'll call for the question if there are no further questions for this legislation. Hearing none, Ramona, if you would lead us on the roll call vote to accept this legislation.
Sure, Chairman Henyo, the vote for HSCAU-1221, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakati, how do you vote?
Shaded, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bakati, and I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakati votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Elmer P. Begay. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Thank you, Ramona, for that roll call vote. This legislation receives a due pass. Vote 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. With this, Peggy, is there any more legislations to tend to.
Chair Hinio and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, we have completed our agenda for today with the HES resolutions. So Monday at 8 o'clock, we will consider the LOC agendas, or excuse me, the resolutions, and start on the RDC at the end of, towards the end of the day. Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. Though, thank you, Health Education Human Services Committee Chair Daniel Soche, the Vice Chair Slater Srinanta, for being present with us today, and all of your presenters, your oversight program division directors, for making this day productive. Also, our Chief Legislative Counsel office with Ms. Lorraine Tapahi. Thank you so much for being part of the conversations here today. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to recess.
Second. Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn by Shenandoah Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Is there a second to adjourn?
Second. Yellow hair.
Second by Delegate Jimmy Yellow Hair. And Monday we start with a new agenda, so we'll adjourn today. And with this, roll call vote. Ramona, motion to adjourn.
Yes, Chairman Hinio, motion, final vote on the motion to adjourn. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Chair Henio, question of privilege.
Shenandoah, Vice Smith, we are privileged.
Thank you, Chair Henio. If we motion to adjourn, we did adopt the whole agenda as is this morning, and I think it would be best if we went to recess and then come back Monday. Would that be proper? Maybe Legislative Council can guide us on that, because if we do adjourn, we have to have a 24-hour notice again. Is that the way that this hearing is going?
Thank you for that concern, Vice Chair Smith. I'll hold off on the roll call vote, and with this, I'll defer to Peggy first, as she developed the agenda, and I did hear a new agenda for each day, but Peggy, regarding Vice Chair Smith's concern.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. In response to Vice Chair Smith, he is correct. It is the agenda, the way that I developed it is just to show that August 23rd, we have certain divisions. Every day we have a certain schedule, but there is always the possibility that the committee can move up budgets if we have to, because everybody has to be on standby going forward. And so we can complete the budget hearing timely. So I would advise that you can just recess for the evening and then go back and call it back to order and go back to work on Monday at 8 o'clock. And you'll be.
Thank you, Peggy, for that recommendation. Back to Shenandoah, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. You motion to adjourn. Do you want to modify your motion to recess?
Yes, I'll modify my motion to recess, Chair. Thank you.
For that modification on your motion. Shenandoah Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, you holding the second?
Recess.
With that, thank you, Vice Chair Smith, for putting us back in line here. And so with that, motion to recess, roll call vote. Ramona, if you would, lead us in the roll call vote.
Yes, roll call vote, motion to recess. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Carty, how do you vote?
Shadid, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Balcrotty, and I vote green. Have a good evening. Take care.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Balcrotty votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. You're welcome to take Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green. Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Chairman, you have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Kashin, thank you for that roll call vote. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. We are officially recessed at 6:41 p.m. and we'll resume Monday, August 23rd at 8 o'clock in the morning. With this, thank you, Peggy, and thank you, Ramona, for being with us throughout this day. And now I can finally drive home. I can grab all afternoon. So again, I'll have a good weekend. Be safe.